realize his father was a deadbeat dad who'd abandoned him and yet still had the gall to criticize. But civilizational threats tended to supersede family squabbles, most of the time. "Okay, from the top, Dad." He tried not to make the eye roll too apparent as he flipped back through his presentation on the conference room wall. He knew his father hated being called Dad in front of other crew members, though the only people present were Raina Scott, an old, dear friend, and the ship's engineer, and Lieutenant Jerusha Whitehorse, who, as Zivic's former fiancée, was practically family. "From the top, and preferably this time with fewer pew-pew noises. I did it once, Dad. You did it twice, but no one's counting." Lieutenant Whitehorse cleared her throat. "Gentlemen," she said, followed by a smile. Captain Vols shrugged and waved at Zivic to continue. "As I was saying, the new swarm ships, they're big. Beyond big, they're huge, with power levels off the charts. Just one could raise the entire surface of Earth or Britannia in a matter of 10 minutes or so. Their power systems are distributed, as are their weapons, and as far as we can tell, they're computing power too, not unlike the Independence herself. Us scatterbrains gotta stick together, don't we, baby?" Raina Scott was whispering up at the ceiling, addressing the ship as if it were her own child, which was literally how she thought of any ship she tended. Suffice it to say, destroying one would be impossible without one of the Granger moons, but seeing how we can't exactly control the Granger moons and have to rely on... He paused a moment to register his disbelief of what he was saying. "A 13-billion-year-old dead former IDF captain to move them around for us, I think it's imperative that we find a way to defend ourselves against these without his help. Thank you for the introductory material that we all already knew. Now get back to your point and make it sound less stupid this time." Vols was tapping his foot impatiently. Another eye roll. "We know that the swarm can be essentially lured to any location with a powerful enough metaspace pulse, either with a metaspace shunt harnessing the power of a large nuclear or antimatter explosion, or with our own metaspace transmitter with the power ramped up to higher than it should ever go. But since we've only ever done it once ourselves, and that time by accident, I don't know if we can bank on it. It's all we've got right now. Go on, right?" Zivic turned back to his presentation. He was itching to get back in his cockpit and shoot some swarm shit alien fighters, and he was especially itching to finally beat his dad's record of 100 kills during a battle from the Second Swarm War over 30 years ago. But he'd been tasked with strategizing ways to defeat the immense swarm capital ships. It seems like the higher intensity the metaspace pulse, the greater the effect of the summons, at least with the 2 data points we have to go on. So, it stands to reason that if we detonate an antimatter bomb or 10, shunt nearly all the energy into metaspace within a narrow slice of time, say 10 nanoseconds, that should catch their attention and possibly get all of them here at once. Vols chuckled. "Big ifs, but okay. So, here's what we do. We go to Penumbra. The black hole Granger lured them to 30 years ago. We essentially mimic what he did, only this time we detonate the bombs and the metaspace shunts just outside the event horizon, as close as we can get, and hope that all the swarm ships show up right at that location. And what's to stop them from Q-jumping away once they realize they're about to get gobbled up by a black hole? We embed their hulls with Q-field interdictors. We should only need 2 or 3 per ship, just gotta get up close and personal enough, launch one with sufficient force to embed into their hull, and bam! They ain't going nowhere. And we let the black hole do the dirty work for us." Vols stroked his chin. "I'm going to be honest with you, Lieutenant. It sounded less stupid the first time." Zivic didn't even try to hide his eye roll this time. Chapter 2. Admiral's Quarters. ISS Defiance. Sector 21G.
"Ma'am, we found it."
Admiral Shelby Proctor had been asleep in her quarters, but at the words she'd been waiting to hear for 2 weeks, she practically jumped out of her bed.
"You're sure?" "Sure, ma'am. It's Titan. Complete with a smashed swarm ship on one side of it. The whole thing is still glowing molten red from the impact. I'm on my way," she said, giving herself a once-over glance in the mirror.
Good enough, she thought. She'd slept in her uniform, but that was standard these days. She remembered back to the swarm war aboard the Constitution, and then the Warrior with Captain Granger. She'd once gone 3 weeks in the same uniform. Only the antiseptic and deodorizing sonic spray kept her from smelling too badly. But war was war, and personal hygiene took a back seat to keeping people alive. The Defiance was so small that she was on the bridge in less than a minute after leaving her quarters. The Marine she had deputized into being her first officer stood up from her command chair, and she settled into it. "Report, Commander Carson." He seemed to wince at the rank. He'd been a staff sergeant, enlisted. But being the former fleet admiral of IDF came with certain privileges, and in wartime, protocol and customs be damned. She needed a first officer, and first officers were commanders, not staff sergeants. "It's in orbit around a red dwarf star in Sector 21K. We tracked it using the Q-field variance interferometry method you showed us, ma'am. It Q-jumped in less than an hour ago, and I've tapped into the Metaspace Solar System readout from the IDF listening post there. It's definitely Titan." "Is the probe picking up any transmissions or anything from it? Metaspace or otherwise?" "Inconclusive, ma'am." "Very well, Commander. Take us in. How many Q-jumps away are we?" "Just 5, ma'am," Carson said. "Good. Let's get moving." Commander Carson gave a nod to the Marine sitting at the navigation station, who entered in the coordinates and engaged the Q-jump engines. Within 10 minutes, they were there. A tiny red dwarf star just 50 light-years from Earth, its weak light displayed on one of the bridge's tactical displays. "Where is it?" Commander Carson made a curt motion to the Marine at the tactical station, and she zoomed the camera in to a tiny dot near the star. It expanded to reveal a dull red glowing moon. Titan. Tim. "Shall I take us in, ma'am?" said Carson. "Not yet. Full metaspace scan, full EM scan, full everything scan. Neutrinos, tau, neutron, gravity wave spectrum, Q-field interferometry, everything." The Marine at tactical shook his head. Davenport, Specialist, now Lieutenant Davenport. "Ma'am, I don't know how to do most of those." She sighed and approached his station. "Here, watch and learn. I'm only showing you once more, so pay attention this time." She ran him through the various menus and sub-menus of the types of scans the Defiance's sensor suite was capable of. "You know the difference between active and passive scanning, right, Lieutenant?" He looked affronted. "Of course, ma'am. Active scanning sends out a signal and detects how it interacts with the target, and you don't need to explain it to me, Lieutenant. I'm just seeing what I've got to work with here." She tapped through a few more menus and initiated the gamma and X-ray scan of the glowing moon ahead of them. "Look, nothing showing up on the high-energy end of the EM spectrum, except for standard background. That tells us a few things. It means whatever power source Tim built in that thing is either inactive or so heavily shielded that we can't detect it, because all, and I mean all, high-energy sources are going to give off some type of high-energy EM radiation." Chapter 3. Terrace Heights Playground, Whitehaven, Britannia. Sarah Watkins was 8, and her favorite part of the playground was the swing set. She could swing so high she felt she could touch the sky. Her feet would soar up above her, toes outstretched in the warm Britannian sun, reaching up high to the clouds. She'd play games on the swings, always with herself. She had friends, but they didn't like playing with her sometimes. They called her weird. They were the weird ones. She talked to herself, and who wouldn't? She was interesting. "Now I'll start twisting. When I twist and swing, my legs go back and forth sideways, like this," she demonstrated. She talked to her best friend, of course. No one could see her, but she was there. Samantha. She called her Sam. She stood right next to the swing set, watching. Sure, she was imaginary, but Sam was also fun, and that made up for the imaginary bit. "Sarah, be careful," her mother called from the edge of the playground. "Okay." Her legs swung sideways back and forth as her body went up and down in a wide arc, swinging higher and higher. It was hard to get that just right, to make the up and down swing go higher and higher while thrashing back and forth.
Her dad was a physicist, or a physicalist, physicist, whatever. But he used strange words like momentum and angular and something else to describe what she was doing. Dads were weird. What she was doing was having fun. "Sarah, I said be careful, that's too high, you're going to fall off." Her mother called again, but her voice made it sound like she wasn't paying that much attention. She was too busy talking to her friend on the phone. Perfect. That meant she could go just a little higher before her mom would actually get mad. Higher. Higher. Her toes splayed out, and at the top of the arc she peered up through them towards the sun, squinting at the light filtering through. Higher. Higher. Her mother screamed. "Mom, it's not that high! I'm fine! Watch!" She pumped the swing even higher. The sideways motion had disappeared, and now she focused on getting as high as she could, to impress Sam. Chapter 4. Bridge, ISS Independence, near Britannia. Status report. Captain Valls strode onto the bridge, which was already at the highest alert level, with every station settling into battle mode. 3 swarm ships, same general design as all the ones we've seen so far, said Whitehorse's deputy at Tactical. Except now there's 3 of them. God, we're going to need all 12 of the Granger moons on this one. He glanced over to the long-range scan station. Any word? Nothing, sir. No moons yet. Valls sat down in the command chair. Well, if the pattern holds, they should start showing up in about 5 minutes. That gives us 5 minutes to buzz around them like gnats until they squish us and move on to the juicy target below. 8.5 billion people down there on Britannia. Apart from Earth, the planet below held what was essentially the center of human galactic civilization. Valls momentarily held his hand to his forehead, steeling himself against what was certain to be a horrific, apocalyptic catastrophe. Okay. Who's in command of the Britannia Defense Fleet now? They called in Admiral Tillis from St. Martin, sir, said Lieutenant Whitehorse, having taken over from her deputy. He's assembling the fleet near Defense Platform Cerberus 9. Are all defense platforms online? Cerberus 1 through 15, yes. But half the Hydra system is still in maintenance. Shit. Valls swiveled his chair to the command console. Okay, inform Admiral Tillis or his deputy that we're going in for the special ops. On the view screen, the closest massive swarm ship loomed large, completely eclipsing Britannia's moon and slowly turning to aim one of its weapons, spires down towards the planet below. Thousands of fighters were disgorging from bays that were too far away to make out, but the tiny ships clustered and billowed outward, reminiscent of the videos he'd seen of the first swarm war over 100 years ago. Sir, Admiral Tillis is ordering us into formation with them and to engage in interdiction maneuvers. Interdiction? Valls wanted to punch the console like he'd punched the conference room table. Tillis knows we can't just blow up their engines, right? We're not even sure we know where they are. The Endeavour is relaying coordinates for what they think are the engines, sir. They claim they've analyzed the sensor data from previous engagements sufficiently to pinpoint their exact location. Whitehorse was shaking her head. But I'm not so sure about these. It's one spot near the rear of the ship relative to our location, but everything we've seen about these ships... Spit it out, Lieutenant. Their energy systems, their computing systems, everything is distributed. I'd think they would have found a way to do that to the engines too somehow. Maybe. Maybe. Ensign Risa glanced back at him nervously. Sir, should I plot a course for the fleet? Valls chuckled. Of course not. Begin maneuver ballsy bitch slap 1. Whitehorse shook her head again, this time in exasperation. Acknowledged. Commencing maneuver BBS-1. She refused to say the full name. And for good measure, target the coordinates that Tillis sent through, said Valls. As well, it'll either prove them right or confirm your suspicions, Jerusha. She nodded and relayed the orders to the appropriate crews. Cargo bay reports ready, sir. Avery's package is stable? As stable as 10 kilos of antimatter can get, sir. Just last week, he'd paid former President Avery a visit and threatened to convince Fleet Admiral Oppenheimer to take away her access to the retired Interstellar 1 she'd used during her second term. He suspected Oppenheimer didn't actually have that power and that she knew it. But after some healthy, vulgar banter, which was what he suspected was all she wanted in the first place, she relented and gave him the location of a hidden cache of raw antimatter produced by the Mars Project during the war. Nearly a ton. Enough for millions of antimatter bombs. Bombs took time to make, of course, but antimatter itself was sufficient for what Ballsy wanted. Raw, uncontrolled violence. Launch. Whitehorse relayed the order, and after a few seconds, nodded at her console.
Package launched, sir.
Is Risa?
Moving us off, sir,
said the helmswoman. The Independence edged away from these. Chapter 5. Bridge, ISS Defiance, Sector 21K. There it was. Titan. One side still glowing a dull red from the catastrophic impact with the swarm ship over Earth just 2 weeks ago. She thought she could make out great billowing storms raging across the surface, probably from the vast amounts of dust thrown up into the thin atmosphere from the collision. Flashes here and there indicated intense lightning. If there had been anything down there on that hellish surface, it would have been long dead.
Report. Anything on passive scans,
she said, after studying the image for a few minutes, giving the inexperienced Lieutenant Davenport some extra time to perform his duties. She hoped he knew to immediately start the passive scanning. It's something even a first-year cadet would have known how to do, though she supposed Marines did not typically receive Space Naval Officer training.
Nothing of interest, ma'am. All bands silent, except for what looks like spikes and reverberations from the lightning storms on the surface.
Nothing of interest to you, she thought.
Give me a magnetic scan. What's going on down there in the mantle and core, I wonder?
Another minute or so, and Davenport looked up at her.
Mum, I don't know what I'm looking for here.
She forced herself not to sigh. It was her choice that these Marines were here instead of Lieutenant Whitehorse, Lieutenant Qwerty, Zivik, and the other officers she'd originally brought with her aboard the Defiance. But given her fugitive status, she did not want to jeopardize their careers and ordered them back to the Independence. She supposed the Marines would not be held to the same disciplinary standards as her officers, but she couldn't be sure how Oppenheimer would treat them. Besides, they volunteered anyway, and wouldn't take no for an answer. But now she was left with a bridge crew that had only the faintest idea of how to be a bridge crew. She was the only one on board that could do, well, anything. Starship-related, at least. Well, not the only person. That woman was still below, down in the brig. President Quimby's true murderer, and the rogue Admiral Mullins, who was Fiona Blue's real target.
Here, let me.
She waved Davenport out of his seat and took his place.
Good Lord, he's tall.
She reached down to adjust the seat so she could rest her feet on the floor. Commander Carson looked over her shoulder. Anything, ma'am?
Lots of things, actually, but it'll take time to analyze the data, and I have neither the time nor the crew to do that. But the fluctuations in the magnetic field indicate that something not normal is going on inside that moon. Planetary magnetic fields are created by the movement of magma, which also happens to carry electric current, especially deep down in the metallic core. But these... Good Lord, I have no idea what these readings mean. All I know is Titan is not behaving normally, which we already knew.
So we've learned nothing, ma'am?
On the contrary, we've learned that there's a good chance he's still there, that he's still alive and controlling things.
She could see the look in Carson's eyes, the doubt, the hesitation as he searched for the words to say.
It's okay, Commander, you can just say it. I'm crazy, I know. But I'm also an admiral, so I get special crazy privileges.
She could make out the barest smirk as he replied, You're also a wanted criminal, ma'am, so don't fuck with me. He paused, and the smirk deepened. With all due respect. She guffawed. He had balls, she'd give him that. And in the current dire circumstances, she didn't give a rat's ass about protocol. And he was funny, just like Ensign Babu. No, Captain Babu. Her assistant, that she'd ordered to pilot a ship full of antimatter bombs straight down into a swarm ship. Saving Earth in the process, but making an order like that had a cost, she surmised. It either killed her a little inside or enlivened her, making her appreciate life and the preciousness of it all the more. She couldn't decide which.
Watch your language,
she retorted with a smile. In truth, she'd let the profanities fly ever since Titan disappeared. Her mother's tut-tutting in her mind had gone silent in recent days.
Listen, all of you. I'll be blunt. You deserve that. I'm no Grangerite, I promise, but he's down there. I know it. I heard his voice, and it spoke things to me that no one would ever know. He told me things that I've never told another living soul.
Commander Carson nodded politely. Ma'am, that's incredible, really. But if he told you things that you've never told another living soul, is there a chance, just a chance, that maybe... He faltered, apparently unsure of how to word it.
A chance that I'm crazy? Yes, we've established that already, Commander. Yes, it could be in my head. I realize that. But since we have a record of the whole incident 2 weeks ago, I'm inclined to trust my gut on this one.
And your gut says that the hero of Earth, Captain Timothy Granger, entered a black hole 30 years ago, spent 13 billion years there, only to come out a few weeks ago and start turning moons into giant space stations to protect us against a new swarm invasion. She opened her mouth, then closed it.
Yes, that's it exactly.
Commander Carson stood up straight, his back stiff, and brought his hand up to his forehead in a smart salute. Ma'am, I think I speak for all of us when I say, and I mean this with the deepest respect, that's a load of horse shit. It's impossible. But we believe you. We believe in you. You've saved Earth enough times now to earn a little benefit of the doubt. She nodded gratefully.
Thank you.
And ma'am, he continued, we'll follow you to the end of the world. A feeling of awe swelled inside her at their devotion, and she turned back to Lieutenant Davenport's terminal.
I think it's time we made contact. Every time he's reached out to me, it's been through something encoded into a beam of weapons fire. I'll assume from that he can't send or receive radio signals, so I'm firing one of the lasers at low power down towards the surface and encoding my voice into it.
She worked the controls for a few minutes, marveling now at how fast Lieutenant QWERTY had done the same thing. Are you sure he can pick up the signal?
No, but it's all we've got.
A final few commands.
Okay, here we go.
She cleared her throat and initiated the recording process.
Tim, it's Shelby. I'm here. Are you hurt? Do you need...
Chapter 6. Bridge, ISS Independence. Inside swarm vessel near Britannia. The Independence shook so hard that several of the bridge's ceiling panels clattered to the floor. Valls glanced nervously at his console readout. Ensign, you gotta match their acceleration profile closer. Risa swore under her breath, too quietly for him to hear.
Trying, sir.
Try harder, damn it. That last collision took out half our starboard mag rail batteries. The problem with one ship floating inside another ship was that if the outer ship decided to change direction, the ship on the inside would smash up against the side of the space it was hiding in. And the Independence had just collided with part of the giant cavity they had blown inside the swarm vessel. The cavity was still glowing red from the catastrophic detonation of the antimatter package. Lieutenant QWERTY yelled across the bridge. Ensign, couple the positioning sensors into the auto translator, then pass control to me. What the fuck? Risa started to say. Valls leaned back to the eccentric comm officer. Lieutenant, there's no time. Is this going to work or not? Yes or no, right now? QWERTY's eyes widened, then settled and steeled themselves. Yes. He motioned to Risa. Do it, Ensign. She shook her head in disbelief.
Acknowledged.
QWERTY's fingers were almost a blur. 10 seconds passed, then 20. Lieutenant, now! If you can't do something, then pass back control and let's get the hell on with... Got it! Rerouting the reconditioned signal back to you, Ensign. Plug it right into the thrusters. More under-the-breath swearing from Risa, but she did it, then blinked.
Holy shit! What did you do?
The auto-translator has a nice little algorithm in it that takes a signal, a pattern,
and uses another predictive algorithm to judge what's going to happen next. Perturbed the incoming signal, then reprocessed it. That's all, Lieutenant. Risa, does it work? Vols glanced back to his navigation officer, whose face still wore an expression of incredulity.
Yeah. No matter what the swarm ship does, our ship's thrusters match it within, well, hell, within a few microseconds. Sometimes it even matches it beforehand. I think we're good.
Qwerty nodded, a little too smugly. Translation software is rather good at predicting intent.
Chapter 7. Fighter Cockpit near Britannia.
Ethan, you're a go. Maneuver ballsy bitch slap 4,
said Lieutenant Whitehorse over the comm in the fighter pilot's ready room.
Son of a bitch, Jerusha, tell the old man it's bat shit bitch slap 1, not ballsy bitch slap 4. I came up with this fair and square.
But even as he feigned offense, he clicked the seal shut on his helmet and gloves and ran for his bird. It had been specially outfitted just for this mission. A mission he knew there was a high likelihood he wouldn't walk away from, which he chalked up to his dad just wanting to protect his own bogey kill record. But risk was part of the job, and there were 8 billion people who were about to eat it. If there was a chance his life would save theirs? He nearly tripped over the extra equipment strewn all about the fighter bay deck and jumped into his bird just as the hatch was closing. He gunned the engine, no time for pre-flight checks. Safety was the last thing on his mind at the moment.
Bridge, batshit ready.
He waited for Whitehorse's signal, but to his surprise, it was Vols's voice that came over the comm.
Son, if you don't make it out of this alive, I swear I'm going to kick your ass, got it? Never kick a man when he's down, Pops.
He eased the bird off the deck, not so much for his own safety, but for all the deckhands still swarming the deck, prepping for the next victim of batshit bitch slap 1 should he fail.
If you do, I'll haunt you. I'll come back and give you chronic erectile dysfunction. Or will that be redundant? If only I'd had chronic ED back when I dated your mom.
Zivik grinned and suppressed a chuckle. When he was a teenager, before his father left, they'd have insult wars where they'd constantly try to one-up each other with outrageously offensive one-liners. But there was no time for laughing. It was time for shooting and killing. And possibly dying, but not laughing. Still, it was a signal to him that, in spite of all that had happened over the years, he and his dad were finally reconciling? No, that was too much. But whatever it was something.
Be safe, son.
He nodded as he shot out of the bay.
I will.
The comm cut out and crackled to life again with Whitehorse's voice.
Ethan, we just completed the Q jump. We're in the Silk Road. You're good to go. We'll follow your lead.
He punched the thrusters, and the sudden G-force smashed him back in the seat before the inertial compensator could kick in. Soon he flew past the Independence and soared down the Silk Road. The Independence matched his speed before long, and bitch slap 4 was on.
Ethan, detecting a section full of guns ahead. Look sharp,
said Whitehorse.
I see them.
He peered ahead, seeing the rows of guns mounted on the side of the massively wide and long tunnel that was the Silk Road. The fact that the massive internal space had any anti-ship guns in the first place told him that the swarm at least entertained the possibility of enemies making it in there somehow, though where the actual entrance was still eluded them. They'd followed the Silk Road all the way to the end, which, they'd recently learned, terminated in one of the main power generators for at least a quarter of the ship. His indicators yelled at him, telling him that the guns were rotating his way.
Here we go!
He dove, then righted himself, then flipped and swerved, all while the dozen or so guns trained. Chapter 8. Bridge. ISS Defiance. Sector 21K. Admiral Proctor didn't take her eyes off Fiona Liu, former IDF intel operative turned presidential murderer, and her dead nephew's girlfriend. And where the hell did she get that gun? It looked rather odd, and she guessed that perhaps it was assembled recently, the parts well hidden in pockets and places she didn't want to think about.
Commander Carson, please get your men to the escape pods. It's me she wants. Get yourselves out before the ship.
Carson eyed the woman, her face still red and puffy and semi-melted from the assassination attempt on Bolivar, and waved his men to the pods. She swung the gun towards them.
Oh, please, Admiral. They're not going anywhere, and neither are you. Or me. Don't tell me you have a death wish, too.
Proctor blew some breath in contempt.
First you kill Admiral Mullins and President Quimby in one stroke, and now your work is done and you just want to turn in and shut up. We're running out of time.
To Proctor's surprise, Lou flipped the gun up in the air and caught it by the barrel. She offered it to Lieutenant Case, the Marine closest to her. Proctor nodded at him and he grabbed it away. Lou put her hands up.
The core is about to melt down and fry us all with about 1,000,000 degrees of raw ionizing radiation. I can fix it. You're a former Intel field officer. What the hell do you— I was in Special Ops. They train us in, well, everything. At least the basics of everything. I can get the core stable at least.
Carson shook his head. There's already enough radiation down there to fry every brain cell in that empty can of yours. Lou only smiled and tapped her head.
IDF Intel gave me a few more surprises. I'll be fine.
What, like lead shielding in your skull? She shrugged.
Something like that?
Lieutenant Case glanced at the nearest ship readout and pointed. Ma'am, we got about 4 minutes before the power plant goes. It'll take the pods at least 2 minutes to get us to a safe distance. Commander Carson pointed at Lou. You're with me. Get in the pod. He shifted his finger to the nearest escape pod.
No! We can save the goddamn ship!
She took a step towards Carson, but a shift in the angle of Case's gun stopped her. If they could save the ship, that would be far preferable. Otherwise, they'd lose precious days in those escape pods. There was a good chance that they'd be picked up by IDF, and then it was off to the court-martial for her.
Why the hell assemble your smuggled gun here and now, using up your one surprise, and then just hand it over and turn yourself in? What's your angle?
Lou looked her in the eye.
To show you I'm sincere.
Proctor paused only a few seconds. She'd have to sort this out later. For now, they had to live.
Do it.
The 3 Marines turned towards her, their faces shocked.
I won't fail.
Lou turned and ran back down the narrow corridor, turned the corner, and was gone.
You sure as hell better not fail, bitch.
She pointed to Lieutenant Case.
Patch me into engineering.
Moments later, the comm turned on, and a few seconds later they heard the doors to engineering open.
Lou, what do you see? Stand by, she replied.
Nearly 30 seconds passed. Proctor glanced up at Case. 3 minutes, he said, reading her mind. Leah's voice came over the comm.
Every automatic system is fried, but the manual overrides are functioning. I think I can reestablish coolant flow. Heading there now, stand by.
She coughed, then coughed again violently. Commander Carson shook his head. If she's lying about her mods, she's already received 10 times a lethal dose.
She's made up her mind, regardless.
Proctor drummed her fingers nervously. She hated this. Being out of control of her destiny, having nothing she could do to help, her life riding on the skill and luck of someone who'd already betrayed her once. And yet, she did it all the time. Every time she ordered her bridge officers to fire a weapon or engage the Q drive, her life was always in their hands. But it didn't mean she had to like it. More coughing came scratching through the comm.
Lou, are you okay? Status update, now.
When she answered, her voice was ragged.
Manual override engaged. Coolant flowing.
More coughing.
I'm going to vent engineering to get rid of all the rad shit in the air.
Commander Carson glanced at one of the Chapter 9. Bridge. ISS Independence. Inside swarm vessel near Britannia. Lieutenant QWERTY whistled slowly as the images came onto the screen. Well, them some ugly sons of bitches, aren't they? Captain Valls nodded his agreement. They were the things of nightmares, monsters, almost cartoonishly evil-looking, like in the campy space movies of old. Only these looked far more sinister, more deadly, and more, well, just obviously evil than anything he'd ever seen. Mottled green and black skin dripping with mucus in some places and hairy in others, and ugly. Faces that bore a striking resemblance to what he imagined the offspring of a crocodile with a human baby-like face who'd had sex with a tortoise would look like. Except the offspring had contracted leprosy, been badly burned and beaten with a spiked club, and whose now open wounds had developed gangrene and only semi-dried. That kind of ugly.
Well, that seals the deal for me, Vols began.
He turned back to Lieutenant Whitehorse and her tactical crew.
They've all got to die, just on looks alone. Kill it with fire, Lieutenant.
They were coming up on another battery of guns, all of which started to fire on Zivik and his fighter up ahead. Whitehorse nodded. With pleasure, sir. She motioned for her tactical crew to begin targeting the guns and take them out. The Independence's array of 16 mag-rail guns lashed out and made quick work of the swarm turrets, and before long they were on to the next one.
Captain, Admiral Oppenheimer showed up with the Earth Defense Fleet, and Idaho was here. The other two ships are no longer pointing their weapon spires down towards Britannia. Where are they all pointed? Straight at Idaho. It's taken quite the beating, but he's dishing it out as well as he takes it.
He, presumably referring to Granger, as if he could be in 2 or 12 places at once. Lieutenant Query had been one of the officers who'd accepted the whole Granger returning as 13-billion-year-old conquering hero storyline without much questioning. How the hell any human could live 13 billion years, much less survive the fall past the event horizon of a black hole, was beyond him. But Shelby accepted it, as did Query, Ensign Risa, and half the bridge crew, Lieutenant Whitehorse, their chief scientist, Commander Mumford. Chapter 10. Bridge, ISS Defiance, Sector 21K.
Do they see us yet?
Proctor rushed over to Lieutenant Case's console and glanced over the readout.
Not sure yet, ma'am.
She scrolled through the ship diagnostics, shoving him out of the way. No time for social niceties.
Thank God the stealth system is intact. But what the hell are those bastards doing all the way in here? They usually don't dare enter a system with an IDF listening post.
Lieutenant Davenport shrugged.
They probably figure IDF is preoccupied at the moment. And they'd be correct. But why here?
Well, ma'am, began Lieutenant Case. Apologies, but there is a bounty on your head. Word is Admiral Oppenheimer and President Sepulveda are pulling out all the stops to bring you in. A buddy told me that he heard from his brother, who's married to a girl with a smuggler cousin, that the bounty is over 50 million alive.
50? I'm flattered.
She paused.
And dead?
20 million.
Her mind was racing. Britannia was under attack by 3 swarm ships. Her own ship was almost completely useless. All 10 Q-field generators were blown out, and the power plant was one wrong move away from another meltdown. And she was about to be kidnapped by pirates.
Okay, we can do this. Case, engage the stealth. Please tell me at least that is still working.
Yes, ma'am, and yes, ma'am.
His fingers deftly entered the commands perfectly, as if he'd been rehearsing that one.
Davenport, what's our weapon status? Under normal circumstances, we'd make quick work of them. What about now?
He shook his head.
Just 1 out of 8 mag-rails are functional, and even that one is only at 1/10 power. It'll dent them good, but won't penetrate. It'll have to do. I'll be on the hull, follow my lead.
She started to run back out the bridge's exit before her still tender ankle reminded her that was a questionable activity, so she speed-limped.
Ma'am, you're not seriously going out there, said Case.
She didn't even look back.
Questioning your commanding officer, Lieutenant? Is that how they do things in the Marines?
His face went from white to beet red.
No, ma'am.
Follow my lead,
she repeated as the door closed behind her. Her plan was risky, to say the least, but it had the virtue of being the only plan she had the time to come up with on the fly. She made a quick stop on Deck 4 at the General Maintenance Bay. Luckily, Admiral Tigre's people had organized the place quite efficiently, and she located the replacement Q-field generators in a storage bin near the back wall. With some trepidation, she peered inside. What were the chances that they'd prepared themselves for all 10 blowing out at once? Usually, a ship would only need to replace 1 or 2 per year. There were at least 20.
Miguelito, you're a lifesaver. Rest in peace.
She shoved 10 of them into a bag she found hanging on the wall, snatched a standard toolkit from another locker, then limped as fast as she could out the door and down to the airlock, struggling under the weight of the heavy bag. It was a task that one of the Marines could be doing, It wasn't terribly complicated, but it would have taken a good hour to instruct one of them in the finer points of Q-field generator replacement. There were right ways and wrong ways, and the finicky little bastards had any number of issues that a first-year cadet would know about. But a Marine? They were trained for killing the enemy as efficiently as possible, not for starship maintenance. She pulled on the spacesuit as quickly as her ankle would allow, and when she was ready, she stood at the airlock controls, her hand hovering over the release.
Bridge, everything ready?
As ready as we can be without knowing what you're up to, Admiral.
Just listen in and you'll know what to do. We need to assume this channel is not secure. Lowlifes like this tend to have access to decryption methods they shouldn't. Any change of status with the pirates?
None. They're scanning the area that Titan was in, which means they knew where it was and where we would be if we weren't stealth.
She nodded.
So, they probably caught a glimpse of us before we went dark. They know we're here.
She pressed the release mechanism of the airlock, and the atmosphere in the compartment evacuated as the outer hatch opened. As she walked out onto the ship, she felt the artificial gravity disappear and the magnetic field of the boots on the spacesuit engage. Her feet comfortably clamped to the hull, she took a tentative step, then another, trying to remember her zero-G magnetic boot training. It had been over 40 years.
"No change, ma'am,"
came Case's voice through her headset.
"They didn't detect the airlock opening or closing, and apparently can't see you."
Well, I am on the opposite side of the ship from them. They'll see me when I go replace the generators over there. Stay tuned.
She wandered over the hull, thankful that the zero-G had rendered the heavy bag full of replacements a cinch to carry, but kicking herself that she hadn't memorized the exact location of the burned-out generators, since now that the hull was essentially a pitch-black surface dotted with stars, she struggled to locate them. Luckily, her spacesuit's heads-up display marked them for her, and she managed to switch out 4 of them before the trouble started.
"Admiral, incoming transmission from the pirates."
Patch them through to me.
She quickened her pace as she saw the other ship loom up over the invisible limb of the Defiance. It bristled with weapons. It even had a mag rail turret. Under normal circumstances, the Defiance could have made quick work of it, but now it was deadly enough.
"Admiral Shelby Proctor,"
came the voice, thick with an accent she couldn't place. French, mixed with backcountry Bolivaran?
"You look a tad vulnerable there. Out for a spacewalk?"
Oh, you know,
she replied casually, and on her heads-up display, she saw her next target just 10 meters ahead.
Sometimes a gal's just gotta get away from it all. Let her hair down, go for a walk, see the sights.
"There are no sights here, Admiral,"
said the pirate, the dry humor lost on him.
"And that I find interesting. We can sight absolutely nothing underneath you. It is as if you're walking alone in deep space, against a surface that is either entirely in your head or entirely stealthed."
So, they knew about IDF's supposedly top-secret stealth technology. No. Chapter 11. Fighter Cockpit Inside Swarm Vessel near Britannia. Drones. Automated ones, it looked like, since they were far too small to fit the grotesque beings he saw earlier. Zivik swore as one got close enough to strafe him with a stream of small-caliber rounds. Not particularly damaging all on their own, but... He peered ahead. There were thousands of them, possibly tens of thousands. He wondered if the Independents could even visually see them. They were so small and the ship was so far behind him. And they were about to launch the package right into this cloud of drones which would take the thing out prematurely. And they only had so many of those packages. Time to do something stupid, his specialty. "Zivik to bridge, hold off on bitch lap 4, I'm going in solo. They're smart enough to shoot down our package, but not smart enough to shoot down me." A sudden clang, followed by an alarm, told him he'd spoken prematurely. "I stand by my assessment," he added, seeing that the damage was only to his reserve oxygen tank. Didn't need that anyway. "Bridge, are you reading me? Come in." That's when he finally glanced at his sensor monitor to his right and saw the short-range jamming field. And that's when he understood. "Bridge,
This cloud of drones here must be some kind of automated defense system for their power core. They shoot down threats and send out a jamming signal to interfere with any remote guidance of torpedoes. And you can't even hear me, can you? Half a dozen drones were closing in on his position, and he dove downward, swung wide, then gunned the engine straight towards what looked like could be the main power generator. At least the Chapter 12. Outer Hull, ISS Defiance, Sector 21K. On instinct, she brought the bag full of generators up in front of her and started shuffling backwards as fast as her magnetic boots would let her. She spun around to search for any cover, but of course all she saw was a star field, due to the active stealth on the Defiance. Had they fired yet? She couldn't hear it, not that she would, so she picked up the pace, trying to round another corner before they could catch up.
"Call them off, or your little ship gets it," she yelled into the comm.
All she heard on the other end was laughing.
"All right, have it your way. You should know that Defiance has 8 mag rails, several megawatt-class lasers, and 1 gigawatt laser."
She glanced over her shoulder. The two figures were nearly on top of her. The pirate snorted. "My tactical officer assures me that your weapons are not powered on. I suspect they've been damaged, Admiral, and that you're bluffing." She tried to keep her voice steady even as she rounded another corner on the Defiance, almost coming around to the point where she'd started. But she veered left to the dorsal portion of the hull. 4 more generators to replace down there.
"Very well, here's a small demonstration. Just a tiny one. I don't want to kill you. Yet."
Lieutenant Case and Lieutenant Davenport were good. As soon as she finished saying the word "yet," she felt something pulse beneath her feet, then twice more. With her heads-up display, she tapped into the tactical readout from the bridge and zoomed in on the pirate ship. Perfect. With the only operating mag rail at 1/10 power, they couldn't penetrate the hull, but they could definitely take out one of the pirates' laser turrets, or at least damage it enough to get their attention.
"Wait, stop! Okay, I'll call them off."
The pirate was arguing with someone in the background. Apparently, opinion was still divided on their ship. She supposed that meant another demonstration was in order.
"Not fast enough. Maybe this can make you see reason. That's an awfully nice metaspace transmitter you've got there. Be a shame if something happened to it."
Moments later, she watched on her heads-up display as the antennae array of the metaspace transmitter got pulverized by a few more low-power mag-rail slugs.
"Really, guys, we can stop this. Just pull back to a safe distance," and
her sentence was cut off by an explosion just 10 meters to her left. There was no pressure wave in space, but the hull jolted strong enough to knock loose the magnetic locks of her boots.
"Damn it!"
she swore as she flailed around, trying to aim her feet back at the surface to re-engage the lock.
"Mum, Lieutenant Davenport, that was a mag-rail slug they fired at us. Full power. Blew clean through 3 decks. Nearly killed Commander Carson and Lou down in the medbay."
The magnetic boots finally latched back on, first one, then another, as the power momentarily spiked up to generate a magnetic field strong enough to reach down to the deck and pull her in.
"They've seen through the bluff. I've only got 4 more generators, Lieutenant, but I've got 2 goons out here with big guns."
She rounded the next corner, and there they were, just meters away. Their assault rifles pointed straight at her chest. She released her grip on the bag and raised her hands up slowly. The bag stayed put, luckily, but unluckily one of the pirates pointed his rifle at it and peppered it with rounds. It flew off into the black space. There went their only hope of escape. The other one motioned to her with his rifle, pointing first at her feet, then up at the pirate ship, which had gotten almost close enough to spit at. His meaning was clear. Chapter 13. Bridge, ISS Independence, inside swarm vessel near Britannia.
"Captain, Zivik has been trying to contact us, but there's a short-range jamming signal at the source,"
said Whitehorse. "What do you mean, at the source?" She scrunched her brow up.
"Huh, that's odd."
With a few flicks and taps, she navigated through more sensor data, and then her eyes widened.
"He's not alone out there. I wasn't picking it up earlier, but there's an automated defense system. Looks like a few thousand drones protecting the core. It's jamming his comm signal and firing at him.
Vols jumped out of his seat, straining his knee in the process, and ran back to the tactical station.
A few thousand? Can we use our point defense cannons? Tell the targeting computer to treat them like incoming torpedoes?
I'll try, said Whitehorse. But the PDCs are meant for a few dozen incoming torpedoes, not a few thousand drone fighters.
An indicator flashed on her console, and she glanced at her readout.
He's been hit. Spinning out.
She looked up at him.
He's not going to make it. He's lost engine control, a few hundred drones are still shooting at him, and he's spinning straight towards the wall of the Silk Road. And, Captain,
said another tactical officer,
1,000 of those drones are headed this way.
Vols did some quick math, and the realization dawned on him.
We have to get out of here.
Sir?
Whitehorse looked horrified at the thought of leaving Zivik, and of aborting the mission when they were so close.
We meaning you. You're in command, Lieutenant Whitehorse. Get the ship back outside and assist Admiral Tillis.
But, sir,
no arguments. We don't stand a chance against 1,000 drones swarming our hull and pricking us to death. By the time we can knock all of them out, they'll have shot us up good and dead.
She wasn't backing down.
No, sir, send a pilot. You can't risk...
He held up a finger to silence her.
No, I can risk it. He's our best pilot, and we still have a chance to blow the core.
Like hell, she retorted. What, you're going to shoot it with a SAR shuttle's minigun? That's meant for anti-personnel...
We don't have the time, Jerusha.
He recognized that look of defiance on her face and pulled her in close.
I can't leave him. Not again. The first time I did 20 years ago nearly killed him. This time, it literally will. And me too.
She bit her lip, but slowly, reluctantly nodded her agreement.
Godspeed, Captain.
Technically, as the commanding officer, he didn't need her assent, but it was Jerusha, his would-have-been daughter. As soon as she nodded, he squeezed her shoulder, then raced off the bridge and took the stairs to the next deck 2 at a time. Within 30 seconds, he was in the shuttle bay. He passed the search and rescue shuttle, that wasn't going to be enough in this situation, and climbed aboard one of the smaller shuttles they'd equipped for what would have been Ballsy Bitchlap 5. He flagged down one of the deckhands.
Son, is this thing ready? Everything secure?
Yes, sir, but the fuel...
Don't care. Emergency reserve fuel full?
Yes, but you should know the
Good.
He jumped through the hatch and mashed the controls with his fist to close it, and practically dove through the small door into the cockpit. No time for pre-flights. He spun up the engine in less than 3 seconds and lifted off, darting through the slowly rising bay doors with inches to spare. Whitehorse's voice came through his comm.
Sir, he's about 300 meters from the wall and closing fast. About 20 seconds from crashing.
Get the hell out, Jerusha. See you on the other side.
He gunned the engines to maximum and raced towards the spinning fighter.
15 seconds.
Chapter 14. Outer Hull, ISS Defiance. Sector 21K. Proctor's mind spun, frantically trying to think her way out of it. The newly arrived pirate ship would have been an even match with the Defiance even under normal circumstances. Now, the battle wouldn't even last 10 seconds. There was only one thing to do.
Lieutenant Davenport, do you have access to the power plant controls?
After a few moments, he responded tentatively.
Yes, Mum. Some of them are still responding. Set it to overload. Now. Mum?
She eyed the other pirate ship as it edged closer to them with its maneuvering thrusters.
Now, Lieutenant, give us about 3 minutes. You know how to do that? I think so, Mum.
After another 10 seconds, he continued.
Yes, Mum. Power plant is set to overload. A runaway matter-antimatter reaction will happen in about 170 seconds. Good. Now, hatch me through to the newcomers.
She turned to Case.
And get us the hell back inside.
He grabbed her again, and this time guided rather than pulled her towards the airlock hatch, while she thought through what to say to the newly arrived pirates. She didn't have to.
Admiral Proctor,
came a new voice over her headset.
My name is Falun Mung, on board the Hero's Path. We're detecting an escalating buildup in your power plant. Do you require assistance? I require that you get the hell away and take your buddies with you. Last I checked, you get squat if you can't produce a body, and antimatter explosions tend to leave only clouds of atoms and subatomic particles behind. Admiral, please. We mean you no harm. Please, I have something over here you'll want to see. Yeah, your buddies sang a similar tune. No thanks, I'm fine right here. And I'm fine dying here if it means I can take you bastards out too. You've got 2 minutes. They were at the airlock hatch, and Case started to enter in the commands to initiate the venting cycle. Admiral, please. I am not here for the bounty. In fact, hold on. A few seconds later, she could hardly believe her eyes. The new ship opened fire, not at her, not at the Defiance, but at the other pirate ship, which had just come into view. Magrail slug after magrail slug punctured its hull, which spouted gouts of debris and quickly extinguished flame through the holes which erupted all down the length. Lieutenant Davenport, she began, still in shock. Life signs aboard the first vessel? She already knew what he'd say. The pirate ship was a complete wreck, and looked like it might soon break apart completely. None, ma'am. Everyone's dead that I can see. Admiral Proctor, I assure you, I'm here to help. I have information about your nephew. She breathed a sudden intake. Danny? Yes. She grit her teeth, the anger rising in her. Danny's dead. What the hell do you want? Admiral Proctor, he is not dead. He is, in fact, very much alive. But he's in danger. He paused, waiting for her reaction, but she didn't even know what to say. I see your power plant is 20 seconds from a cascade reaction, Admiral. I will back us off, and I will transmit the information I have. No need to come aboard my ship. Happy? Lieutenant, aboard, she said. Davenport, did you hear me? Loud and clear, ma'am, he replied. She could almost hear his smile and relief through the comm. Lieutenant Case finished opening the hatch, and soon they were peeling their suits off in the antechamber. Lieutenant, get to the equipment bay and bring me another spare Q-field generator. Yes, ma'am. He left in a hurry. Admiral, did the transmission come through? Said Mung over the comm in the antechamber. Davenport, she said. Did something come through? Yes, ma'am. A few pics, a small data file, and some coordinates. Hatch it through to the screen here. The nearby wall illuminated, and she found herself staring at a figure in a hospital bed. Danny. Her Danny. With... Chapter 15. Bridge. Pirate Ship Hero's Path. Sector 21K. Falun Mung rubbed his hands together with glee. He turned back to his brother at comms. Not his brother by relation, but his brother in God. Chapter 16. Fighter cockpit inside swarm vessel near Britannia. Zivic's eyes kept darting from the control panel for the fighter's thrusters to the giant power core looming ahead of them and back, wondering if he had time to figure out how to fix the blasted things. His readout told him he had less than 30 seconds. So, your plan is to kill us? Really? After all that? Why? His dad's voice cut in and out from the drone's jamming signal, but he could still make out the mocking reply. To save Britannia, dumbass. And we're not dying. Not today. But watch and learn, son. Zivic grabbed onto his armrests to steady himself as his father lurched them from side to side to avoid the hundreds of drones still surrounding them. For presumably computer-controlled things, they were a remarkably poor shot, but occasionally a few rounds made it through and dented the skin of his bird and the shuttle towing him. Learn how to get myself killed? I was already pretty damn good at that, ballsy. It was the first time he'd used his dad's old call sign, but it seemed appropriate given their circumstances. Not good enough, that shit, you're still alive. His dad swore as a drone strafed him with rounds, a few of which must have actually punctured the cabin and evacuated his air supply. Well, isn't that just a bitch? Dad! He watched in horror as the shuttle vented streams of expanding gas. Please tell me your vacuum suit is on. Working on it, came the strained reply. Aw, shit, widget. The readout screamed at him. 15 seconds until impact with the core. I gotta say, ballsy, your plans suck balls. Okay, I got the bloat helmet on. That's it?
Every shuttle and fighter came with an emergency helmet, affectionately called the bloat helmet, since all it did was form a rudimentary seal around one's neck and keep one alive in vacuum for about 20 minutes, until a more permanent solution could be found. But bloat helmets tended to let the vacuum turn one's fingers and toes into large sausages. Okay, listen closely. Your ventral thrusters are still operational, yes? Yeah, but the jamming in your port thrusters is just a fuel line issue, if I'm interpreting these readings right. Yeah, but okay, I'm slowing us down slightly to buy us a few more seconds. But when I say now, gun your ventrals and push us up and over that ass wrench of a core tower. That will buy us about 30 seconds until we hit the wall beyond it. Okay, and then I'll surprise you. He heard his dad grunt and hit a few things. Okay, see you on the other side. But his gut churned as he saw the shuttle's hatch open and his dad appeared, clutching onto the side with one hand and, in the other, holding a large utility knife. You've got to be shitting me, Dad. He jumped. Ballsy indeed. It looked like he was about to fly off into the huge void of the Silk Road tunnel, but at the last second, his dad's hand reached out and snagged onto the net, ensnaring his fighter's starboard wing, and he whiplashed back as his momentum carried him too far. But he held on. The tower loomed closer. They were seconds away. Ballsy hacked away at the netting. Zivik watched, wide-eyed through his starboard viewport as one strap, then another frayed away. And they were free. Now! Came his dad's voice through the comm. Zivik gunned the ventral thrusters and they soared up, higher and higher. Ballsy hung on with both hands and Zivik could hear the man's string of profanities. The tip of the tower was dead ahead, meters away. He pushed... Chapter 17. Bridge, ISS Defiance, near Britannia. 5 more Q-jumps, said Lieutenant Case. Just a few more minutes, ma'am. Proctor nodded and tapped her comm. Commander Carson has our patient. She'll live, barely, but she's going to feel like shit for a week or 10, and she may never be able to eat anything spicy. The price we pay for freedom is steep sometimes, Commander. She'll probably have to take the long-term chronic rad pills, given how much radiation she took in, even with whatever anti-rad material IDF Intel injected her with in the first place. She glanced at the countdown timer. Still 3 minutes until Britannia. Can she talk? Yes, ma'am. Proctor shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Fiona, how do you feel? Lou's voice was ragged. Peachy. Thank you for saving us. It doesn't erase what you've done, but I thank you. Admiral, I don't care what happens to me now. I had my revenge and it was sweet. I fully accept responsibility for... Proctor frowned. I don't think you realize what you're saying, Ms. Liu. You accept responsibility for murdering the President of United Earth? I'm no lawyer, but that's one of the few capital punishment situations we've got. Your life is effectively over if you, quote, take responsibility for your actions. Ma'am, are you suggesting I lie? Why not? It's what you're very, very good at, is it not? You fooled me, you fooled Admiral Tigre, you fooled Danny, No, I did not fool Danny. It started off that way, but... Her ragged voice trailed off. It started off that way, so yes, you did fool him, even if only for a time. You're a very, very good liar, Ms. Liu, so I ask you, why not this time? Half of humanity thinks I killed President Quimby and Admiral Mullins. I was in command of the Defiance when it took out their ship. No one's going to believe me when I claim that a rogue IDF intel agent managed to convince me she was trustworthy enough to pilot my ship while I was already on the run, and that said agent then shot the President all on her own accord. You've got the perfect alibi here, why not use it? Silence, and she could almost make out a hint of a sob. She glanced at the countdown timer, just a few seconds. I'll talk to you later. Carson, I need you back up here. Proctor out. She turned to Lieutenant Davenport. Any progress on the mag rails or lasers?
I've got cannon fodder up to around 75% from 10%. I don't think it'll go any higher without an actual engineer looking at it.
She turned back to her screen.
It will have to do.
She grit her teeth. This was it. She'd been in many, many battles in her life, many of them desperate, survive by the skin of your teeth affairs. But given the scant reports she'd plucked out of the metaspace distress calls, this was shaping up to be the most desperate, high-stakes battle of them all. Commander Carson re-entered the bridge, giving her a curt nod, and slid back into his seat at the command station.
"Prepare yourselves, people," she said. 3 swarm ships, only 1 Granger moon so far. We most likely will not survive this, but we have to try. 8 billion people are depending on us."
She turned to Lieutenant Case and gave him a slight nod. "Initiating final Q-jump," he said. To his credit, his voice didn't even tremble. Proctor had seen even the most hardened veterans of space battles occasionally lose it. This would be Case's first, and his jaw was firm, his eyes locked on the view screen, and didn't appear to waver in the slightest.
"That will soon change,"
she thought. The screen flashed, and the starfield was replaced by hell. Ido, Bolivar's former moon, hung at the center between 3 massive, hundreds of kilometers long monstrosities, which were raking it with devastatingly powerful green beams. Charged anti-boron and anti-oxygen particles carried on a powerful laser-like photonic beam. And the antimatter beams were tearing Ido apart.
"My God,"
she whispered.
"He's not going to make it."
She said he, but she had no idea who or what him. No, he was a Titan. Could it be an AI computer somehow? Or was he just controlling it remotely? Or was there someone else down there? Or was Ido itself conscious somehow? However unlikely that would be. She'd recently seen displays of technology so advanced that some would call them magic, so she couldn't discount any possibility at the moment.
"What's the status of the fleet?"
Lieutenant Davenport scrolled through all the converted-to-text comm feeds, scanning for news, while simultaneously bringing up the tactical information broadcasted on the encrypted IDF tactical frequency. He was getting good in the 2 short weeks he'd been deputized.
"Not good."
Davenport looked pained.
"We've lost a lot of ships."
Chapter 18. Outside fighter canopy, inside swarm vessel, near Britannia. His hamstrings were on fire from gripping the wing with his legs. His left wrist was possibly broken from the remains of the emergency straps digging in and pulling him during the fighter's maximum acceleration just a minute ago, and his fingers were all sausages from the vacuum. But he was still alive, and so was his son. "Okay, kid, I'm getting a little tired of this sausage fest out here. Seal your suit and let me in. Plus, getting a little hot out here, what with the giant explosion overtaking us." Without a single argument, Ethan popped the hatch and eased up on the acceleration to allow him to release the strap tied around his wrist and climb through, settling into the cramped space behind the pilot's seat on his knees.
Son of a, now it's the quads. Cock-sucking goat motherfucking Zeus it burns.
The awkward position made the front of his legs tighten up painfully, so he just stood up and hunched directly over Zivik in the cramped space. The hatch closed and sealed, which pressed him down so his chest was squished up against Zivik's head. "Hey, flying here!" Zivik protested. "Go cuddle something else." Ethan nudged him a little too forcefully with his shoulder. "Can it? Look, I can reach the gun controls." He stretched forward and engaged the rear gun. Lower caliber than the main guns, but still deadly.
"How the hell is that going to help us, Dad?" "Because those drones are still tailing us, dumbass, and gaining on us. Faster than the frickin' explosion is. Guess whatever automated system is driving them has a survival instinct, too." A stream of rounds peppered the rear of the fighter, and Ethan swerved sharply as he wove to throw off their tail, while Ballsy swiveled the rear turret to get a clear shot. "No targeting assist on this one, I see." "Because we never use it, Dad. Everyone knows it's for blasting hired goons in C." Chapter 19. Bridge, ISS Independence, near Britannia.
Lieutenant Jerusha Whitehorse had only sat in the captain's chair 3 times, and all those times had been routine, mundane affairs where both the captain and the first officer had been indisposed, and it fell to her to command the bridge crew. This time was no different, she told herself. Keep your head, don't look stupid, keep everyone alive. No pressure. She eyed the expanding explosions ripping down the swarm's hull with alarm. Good Lord, they were all going to die. Technically, Commander Mumford outranked her, but his rank was more like an honorary degree since he was a distinguished scientist and she was the one with command experience. They both had an unspoken agreement, sealed with a furtive nod, that she'd be the one in the hot seat during battle. He called out from the rear of the bridge, "Lieutenant, the explosion from the core is causing a chain reaction throughout the ship's entire electrical and plasma grid. I think the whole ship is going to blow."
Good. Steady, Ensign Risa. Keep us on Defiance's tail.
She turned back to Lieutenant QWERTY.
We're still reading them, right? Through the stealth?
"Ah, ma'am." The hull of the swarm ship was flying past them, 2 kilometers away, as they raced to align themselves with the end of the Silk Road, the spot where they supposed Vols and Civic would appear, assuming they were still alive. QWERTY fist-pumped the air.
Whoop!
Chapter 20. Fighter Cockpit Inside Swarm Vessel near Britannia. Unbelievable. The old man had brought them this far, all without a plan of how to actually get the hell out, and now the ship was falling apart and exploding all around them. They didn't know whether to punch him or hug him. Another dozen Satan's Brood piloted bogies were creeping up on them, peppering their bird with rounds. He looped up, pushing their inertial cancelers to the limit, and managed to pick off 5 before they scattered. "Okay, what if we just shoot our way out? Through the hull?" Ballsy was busy, stretched over his shoulder and hands holding on tight to the rear gun controls. "Yeah, it's 2 kilometers thick right here." "Yeah, okay." He looped again and picked off 3 more. "Oh, and by the way, I'm up to 92. Ballsy snapped to look at him, his brow furrowed. "You've been counting this whole time?" He saw the gears working in his dad's head. "Why the hell are you counting when you should be thinking your way out of this?" he'd say. "My brain just does it automatically in the background." His father turned back to the gun controls. "Apples to oranges anyway, doesn't count." Unbelievable. "What? They're not drones, Dad. They're swarm. Actual swarm. Not the liquid crap you fought." "Exactly. They're different." Another swerve, another few rounds, another 2 down. "That's 94. I'm 7 away from beating IDF's all-time fighter record in a single engagement, so suck it." "They're never going to take my name off there, kid, because these aren't what I fought." But now that they were arguing about it, Civic noticed that his father was darting the gun back and forth twice as fast as before. Not that he was slacking earlier, but something deep inside him was not going to let his son win. "Besides," he actually chuckled, "I'm up to 65 already and my kill rate is twice yours. Screw you, it's on." For a minute or so, there was silence as the fighter looped and swerved its way down the Silk Road and through clouds of miniature swarm fighters. Civic whooped. "Got it! 101! Your reign of terror is over, old man. Now, hold on, I'm at 82. Civic pointed up ahead. "Time's up. We're at the end. What's the plan, genius?" Ballsy exhaled slowly, apparently trying to contain his frustration. "Okay. We analyzed the layout of part of their ship when that monster broke apart over New Dublin. There should be an access port somewhere on the terminal wall, just big enough for a shuttle, so we should have no problem." "You planned this and didn't tell me?" Ballsy shrugged. "Wanted to keep you in suspense," he said, and waved an arm up ahead at the wall. "Are you not entertained?" "Asshat," Civic silently replied. "Is that it?" He pointed to a tiny dot on the several square kilometer-sized wall ahead of them. "Maybe. Let's go take a closer..." The entire ship rocked around them. Civic wished he could hear what was happening, but after a few moments, he definitely saw it. Holy shit! Something big hit the ship, or one of the Granger moons finally showed up and decided this spot was the best target. He pointed ahead of them. The wall buckled. Then the upper half shifted forward by several dozen meters and buckled down further, sliding several hundred meters towards them. "Damn it!"
Falsey hunched forward, leaning on Civic's shoulder. There goes our escape route. Indeed, the tiny dot he'd seen earlier had completely disappeared, most likely crushed under kilometers of ship. Well, that settles that. Civic looped the fighter back around and picked off a few more swarm bogies that had gotten too close. It seemed they'd been hightailing it for the tiny exit as well, and not necessarily been chasing them. At least the whole cloud of them now hung dormant near the spot where the exit tunnel had been. Hundreds, maybe even thousands. 104, by the way. What are you doing? Said Falsey, returning to his sights and picking off a few more of his own. Plan B, or at this point Plan F, we're blasting our way out. Falsey pointed back down the Silk Road, which was illuminated red with the approaching explosions that were working their way down the walls. They had a minute, probably less. Chapter 21. Bridge, ISS Defiance, near Britannia. Ma'am, the magrail slugs are walking but is slow going, said Lieutenant Davenport. The swarm ship was convulsing with increasingly intensified explosions. They were getting nearer now, and soon the section of ship directly in front of them would disintegrate in a fiery blast. Independence! Switch to gigawatt lasers. Hell, all the lasers. Position yourself so the beam doesn't hit them on the other side once we punch through. 10 billion watts isn't going to make Falsey look any younger. Aye, ma'am, said Lieutenant Whitehorse through the comm. A few seconds later, the magrail volleys ceased, and a few seconds after that, the hole they'd been digging started caving inward, the metal boiling away at an impressive pace. Commander Carson nodded approvingly. That's better. We're digging now at about 10 meters per second. Proctor shook her head. It's not enough. It's 2 kilometers thick. It'll take over 3 minutes to dig all the way down, and this ship's a goner long before then. Lieutenant Case, who had been monitoring the whole affair from his console while he waited for the inevitable order to get them out of there, pointed up and whooped. Ma'am, sensors showing we just cut through a tunnel of some sort, and we're picking up an active IDF transponder signal. Proctor whipped around and saw it on her command console. Independence, ceasefire! A moment later, the beams stopped and the glowing tunnel stopped getting deeper. There, near the very bottom, from around a corner they couldn't see, swerved an IDF fighter, burning at maximum thrust. And behind it, fire. Molten metal flying out as the explosions ripped through the remaining portion of the ship nearest them. Come on, come on, come on, come on, murmured Proctor, staring at the screen. Case. Chapter 22. Terrace Heights Playground, Whitehaven, Britannia. Sarah Watkins eventually got tired of screaming. Her father showed up to the playground, and the three of them huddled low on the grass in an extended family hug. She wasn't sure why. Were they all going to die? But she found she couldn't actually say the word die. Daddy, are we going to be okay? She saw a lot of emotions play out on his face and couldn't recognize most of them. One stood out, though. Fear. But what made her scared was the forced smile on his face. She knew when he was faking. I don't know, Sarah. This has happened on some other worlds in the past few weeks, and most people lived through those. Except... He refused to continue on with his except, even after persistent pestering. But she knew he meant New Dublin, where Aunt Jerry and Uncle Steve lived. Finally, there were only so many more hugs she could take, so she wandered back to the swing set. Her mother had wanted to go home, but her father had looked at her in the way adults do sometimes, saying things without saying them, and then said, "What's the point?" So she climbed on the swing and started up again. There was another moon in the sky now, near the 3 big ships, and the 3 big ships were shooting at it. It was a fun fireworks show, but even that got boring after a while, so she swung higher and higher. Her mother screamed again, but this time was different. It was an exciting... Chapter 23. Bridge, ISS Defiance, near Britannia. Commander Carson pointed up at the screen. There's Imperaraya and Taurishi from the Jakarta sector, and Hestia 9 just a few light years from its home.
and the 2 moons from the Scandia system. And she recognized the still dull orange glow.
Titan.
Tim was here. Had he heard her prayer? Was it a prayer? Was she a frickin' Granger right now? It was a plea, a cry for help, and whether he heard it or not, he was here, with half his army. Well, a little over half now. She watched helplessly as Ido, Bolivar's former massive moon, started to crack and crumble, disintegrating. And the remains of the destroyed swarm ship were descending lower and lower towards Britannia, no longer held aloft by its propulsion system, and now completely under the planet's gravity's sway. Just the crashing ship alone would kill everyone on the surface, and if anyone survived, they definitely wouldn't live through the remains of Ido colliding with the planet. Britannia was doomed. Billions would die that day.
My God,
she breathed, and staggered backwards to her chair, collapsing into it. She couldn't even remember having stood up. Her brother would die. His wife would die. Everyone she knew and loved would die in the next few hours. Unless...
Davenport, I want a laser tight beam aimed straight at Titan, and just like before, encode my...
He was shaking his head.
Mum, remember, the lasers are down.
Damn it, she forgot.
White Horse, come in.
White Horse here, Admiral, came the reply across the comm.
Aim a megawatt laser at Titan, lowest power, and encode the following message in the phase envelope.
She could almost hear her signaling to Lieutenant Querty to get moving on the orders.
Ready, Admiral. Mr. Querty says go ahead, you'll be broadcasting live. Tim, Ido and the dead swarm ship are falling. I know you're busy with the other 2 ships, but unless something is done, right now, Britannia is lost, and all 8 billion people there. I think you can do something. Gravity assist. Remember the early days of rocketry, before fusion drives and Q-field manipulation. They'd use chemical rockets, and in order to pick up speed, they'd get close to another planet. Let themselves be pulled into the gravity well, and then slingshot...
Lieutenant Case pointed up at the screen. Ma'am, something's happening already. She hadn't even finished her idea, but whoever was listening down underneath Titan's surface knew exactly what she had been going to say. 3 of the Granger moons started accelerating, quickly, down toward Britannia. Their speed was breathtaking, and she could only guess at the unthinkable quantity of energy it would take to accelerate them so. And she simply could not guess what the people down on Britannia were thinking, nor think of the huge tidal stresses being placed on the planet's crust. She hoped her new beach condo had earthquake insurance, and flood insurance, and fire insurance, and falling moon debris insurance. Ma'am, the debris from the dead swarm ship and Ido is... It's changing course. It's being pulled in the direction of the 3 incoming moons. Stronger now. And stronger. Britannia was nearly as big as Earth, with 0.95 Gs at the surface. But luckily, it was still relatively far away. Farther than the 3 moons that were almost upon them. It was a wonder how the propulsion system worked. It seemed to allow the moons to ignore gravity and yet exert their own gravitational pull on things around them. The moons accelerated past the giant cloud of debris, and the debris accelerated with them, but away from the planet, just barely. All he needed to do was get all of it past escape velocity, something like 10 kilometers per second, and Britannia was safe. It would have spectacular meteor storms every night for hundreds of years. Chapter 24. Executive Complex, Manhattan, New York. Earth.
Sir, the UE Security Council is waiting in the Blue Room,
said Peel, his new chief of staff, running behind President Sepulveda, who, in between crossing out lines in his presidential address to the Union he'd deliver in an hour, was also talking to Oppenheimer on the phone, drinking a quad mocha, and occasionally berating his staff for not keeping up with his walking pace. It wasn't fast, he always told them. It was purposeful. Fast implied frantic energy, like a headless chicken running around, terrified of its impending death. Now, the new president of United Earth walked with purpose. That's what he had his press secretary constantly say to the presidential press corps when they repeatedly asked about his unusually hurried walking speed. I mean, good Lord, he thought, in between editing speech lines. Don't they have something better to do than nitpick my walking style? Like, maybe report on the war?
Tell them I'll be a few minutes. I want this speech done and back to Andy before this damn meeting. No, Christian, I'm talking to Peel here, not you. I understand. Be here as soon as you can. Tombstone out. Tombstone. Every time there was a new president, the Secret Service gave code names to him or her and their immediate family members. Due to his last name, one of his detail had said it sounded a lot like the Spanish word for burying a body. But since he didn't speak Spanish, they just called him Tombstone. He suspected it was also because, given the current hopeless war with the newly appeared swarm, they didn't expect him to last a month. And so, to seize the narrative and the symbolism, he'd started using it himself, sometimes in public. Sir, the point of a code name is so that would-be presidential assassins don't know who we're talking about, one of his Secret Service officers said one day. He had looked at him askance. Tom, do you really think a serious presidential assassin isn't going to do some research before he tries taking me out? The code names aren't exactly classified top secret. No, but using them in public so much will point certain people's minds in the wrong direction and get them wondering what your real code name is. He'd nearly dropped his national security briefing folder at that point and pointed at the man. You telling me I don't even know my real code name? No, sir. It's classified top secret. I'm the fucking president, Tom. I can declassify anything I want. Yes, sir, you can. And there is a bureaucratic process for that which, to tell you the truth, can take up to 3 months. And in the meantime, sir, we'd choose a new one. He had shook his head and continued with his daily presidential brief. Sometimes you all are more annoying than a monkey slut in heat. Fine, I'm Tombstone, but I'm using it whenever the hell I want. Fair enough, Mr. President, the agent had replied. The same Tom was ahead of him now, the only person in his ever-present entourage who not only could keep pace with him, but actually stay ahead. Sepulveda called ahead. Tom, Oppenheimer is showing up within the hour. I need a secure space to talk. Tom tapped his ear and started whispering to the Central Secret Service office. He made the last few edits on the holographic display, hovering less than a meter from his face, then swiped the whole document over to his chief of staff. Okay, Peel, get that off to Jody for polishing. Yes, Mr. President. They were walking through the garden atrium of the executive complex, the presidential mansion on the 212th floor of the largest building in downtown Manhattan. The odor of lemon cleaner hung in the air. The cleaning crew had just come through, and now the gardeners were out in force, tending to the hundreds of trees, flower beds, and shrubs lining the pathways of the atrium. Off 3 of the sides of the vast glass space were the entrances to the 3 main parts of the United Earth government: Interior Affairs, the military, and the State Department. The 4th led to the actual presidential living quarters and the offices of his staff, where he'd just come from. But he was headed for the South Wing, which housed the military. It wasn't the Pentagon, or even the vast IDF Fleet headquarters in Omaha, but it was the main interface for the military with the other 2 sections of the executive branch. A man he vaguely recognized approached him. So many faces to learn in the past 2 weeks, surrounded with several aides of his own. He'd come from the direction of state, and Sepulveda finally recognized the man just before he started speaking. Ambassador Shin, what can I do for you? The Chinese Intersolar Democratic Republic's ambassador to the UE bowed slightly before speaking. As was his custom, Sepulveda now remembered. Mr. President, I know you're a busy man, so I will be quick. Yes, I am. Thank you. What is it? First, my government wants to officially thank you for your military's assistance at Mal Prime 2 weeks ago. I believe you already spoke with Premier Wen over metaspace text, but he wanted me to thank you in person. The ambassador bowed again, this time far lower. Okay, fine. Anything else? Kinda fighting a war here. He was shuffling his feet, eager to be purposefully walking again. The Security Council hated to be kept waiting, but he was the president, so wait they would. Yes, there is, said Ambassador Shin hesitantly, rising up from his bow. He produced a datapad and flicked through to a video. Watch this. 2 ships in orbit around a green-blue planet speckled with white clouds. He didn't recognize the planet, but the ships. Sepulveda cocked his head, looking closer. Those are Skura generation ships. Correct, Mr. President. He watched more. Holy shit!
He couldn't believe the scene unfolding. The ships were firing at each other. Large sections of one of the ships exploded, and soon the entire thing Q-jumped away, leaving the other one in orbit, but heavily damaged. What the ever-loving hell was that? That, Mr. President, was the Sciora generation ship Benevolence exchanging fire with the generation ship Magnanimity. There are only 6 total, as you most likely know, ever since the Harmony was lost during the war. And now, did the Magnanimity survive? Where was this taken? Ambassador Shin nodded. We believe it did. We tracked it to an unpopulated system near our borders out toward Domasi space. But this was taken at an M-class world within our borders. Well, within the CIDR's borders at least. Designation of Xiao 587. Descriptive name. Is it populated? It is not. Our National Council of Preservation decided decades ago that this world would be a reserve world, I believe the translation would be. A place we could eventually settle if the population pressures on our existing worlds. Chapter 25. Sickbay, ISS Independence, High Orbit, Britannia. Stop whining and hold still, for God's sake! In the wake of the murder of Dr. Patel, the only person on board the Independence with any kind of medical training, besides the 2 nurses, was Ensign Risa, who had been a first responder in Chicago before she applied to IDF Academy. And the nurses were swamped with casualties far more serious than the bumps and breaks and bruises that Lieutenant Civic and Captain Valls had sustained. Civic winced as the needle went in. The auto dock was damaged, the casualty of an unfortunate power surge caused by a glancing blow from the swarm's devastating antimatter beam. And the other nurses must have been using all the meta-syringes because Risa had to rely on good old-fashioned barbaric hypodermic needles. Many were dead because of the swarm. He wondered briefly how many more would die due to medical staffing issues. Sorry, Annie, it's just that your bedside manner is somewhere in between a vertically challenged Marine drill sergeant with a chip on his shoulder and a BDSM sadist. See? More whining. God, you're more fragile than a frickin' Q-field generator. She yanked the needle out, eliciting another yelp. Damn it! Was that necessary? He rubbed the spot where she had jabbed him. All around him in sickbay, severely wounded crew members were either moaning softly or in medically induced comas. And part of him felt ashamed at vocalizing his hatred of needles. But goddamn, that hurt. It's a flesh wound. The swarm round barely even nicked the skin. It bled for, what, a minute? Why the hell do I need a full-spectrum antibiotic? Captain Valls used his good arm to roll up the sleeve of the uniform on the arm with the dislocated shoulder. He, too, was bleeding from a few spots, but nothing mortal. Suck it up, Buttercup. I always knew you were a drama queen. But his father cut him off. Sure, it's only shrapnel, maybe a round. But if it's swarm, we can't risk it. 30 years ago, we had no idea who was swarm compromised and who wasn't. And that damn virus could infect just through touch alone, so anyone who may have been in contact with anything swarm-related is getting the shot, period. We're lucky Admiral Proctor and her team came up with an antidote back in the closing days of the war. Civic glared at him, still rubbing his arm. Fine. Your turn, sir, said Ensign Risa, brandishing the needle. He waved her off with one hand and held out the other palm wide. No need, Ensign. Unlike my dramatic son here, I'm brave enough to not only take a needle, but to friggin' do it myself. He smiled. She placed the needle in his outstretched hand. I'll be back in a minute to fix that shoulder, sir. A sonic displacer will help me get it back into place. She turned and went back into the sickbay storeroom, which required her to walk past the room they had transformed into a temporary morgue. Civic watched her turn her head away from that room as she passed it, and he could just barely make out a quiver of her shoulders. Her hand went up to her eyes, and then she disappeared behind the storeroom door. He jutted his chin out at the storeroom. She hides it well. What? Captain Valls had been fiddling with the syringe. Risa. She acts stoic. She tries to play the part of the no-nonsense IDF officer that gets the job done, quick and clean and professional. That's because she is, idiot. You could be so lucky as to learn something from her.
Civic rolled his eyes. But her morale, Dad? Sure, she doesn't show the pain, the horror at losing friends and family and being on the front lines and seeing all the death from a front row seat. But it's all there, right under the surface. And if you're not careful with her and some of the other officers, you're going to have someone freeze up or break down right at the wrong moment. Vols pursed his lips, closed his eyes, and set the syringe down, still unused. Civic worried he was about to get another round of berating comments. Instead, his closed eyes winced even further, as if he was holding back tears. Except Vols, he never cried. Civic had never known him to. I know, son. God damn it, I know. I was there, 30 years ago. I was there in the thick of it. He pointed a finger after her. I went through it just like she's doing. Chapter 26. Bridge, ISS Defiance, near Britannia. Fiona Liu was in a shocking state. Her face, which had already been devastated by the fires of the assassination attempt at Bolivar, had been further degraded by the intense radiation of the engine compartment. She was pale, and every few minutes she gagged on the remnants of her stomach lining, which was still coming up. But she was alive, and she assured Proctor that the modifications IDF intel had made to her body would allow her to survive. Barely. This doesn't erase what you did. Proctor sat down next to the sickbay bed. You killed the President of United Earth. When the truth comes out, which it will, you'll be locked up for the rest of your life. No capital punishment? I'm hurt, Admiral. But she said it with a smirk. No capital punishment. I may be a wanted criminal myself, but when the truth comes out, I'll use whatever influence I have left to prevent that. Liu folded her arms, pushing the IV tube out of the way. Great. Life in an IDF prison. Perfect payment for saving your life. Again. They let the silence settle between them. Liu was right, of course. She had saved Proctor's life twice now. Once just 20 minutes earlier, and another time on board the Independence 2 weeks ago when unknown assassins, posing as Marines, managed to infiltrate the ship and attempt to kidnap her. If it hadn't been for Liu's quick thinking, she'd be a prisoner of whoever sent those damn agents. Tell me, who do you think sent those men posing as Marines 2 weeks ago? Who's behind all this? Liu shrugged. Honestly, there's any number of assholes who want you dead or out of the picture, Admiral. Pick your poison. Oppenheimer, the GPC's Speaker Curiel, the Grangerite Prophet Huntsman, Admiral Tillis, half the Senate, the Russian High Command, probably even the Caliphate, though they'd never admit it. You're lucky that I took out 2 of them for you already, Mullins and Quimby. Quimby? He wanted me out? Probably. Why? What's going on that I don't know about? Surely you know something coming from IDF intel? Liu held up a burned finger. Former IDF intel. She winced at the pain of shifting her arm. The skin was very tender. Admiral, you're a woman with power. There is a certain breed of man that doesn't like that. Hell, there's a certain breed of woman that doesn't like that. And you probably have more power than just about any woman in history. Proctor rolled her eyes. Nonsense. What the hell are you talking about? Admiral, you're one of the few people in history that have made their way into our mythology while still alive. You might not realize it, but there are millions of people who would drop everything and do absolutely anything you told them to. Hundreds of millions, probably. Ludicrous. But she remembered the words of her Marines on the bridge. We believe you, we believe in you, we'll follow you to the end. Yes, it is. But it's also true. You're the companion to the hero of Earth, she said, putting up 4 fingers into air quotes. You're practically the living symbol of an entire religion, whether you like it or not. And if you ask me, there's your answer right there. Excuse me? Liu had sat up straight and now leaned in close. The answer to your question, who is behind everything? You're the living symbol of an entire religion. Who does that threaten? Well, anyone with political power, obviously, but it's more than that. Religious leaders in particular prefer dead symbols.
It's a lot easier to speak for them that way, and you're a symbol who is very much alive. Ask yourself, who does that threaten? Huntsman.
Proctor shook her head.
I met him. He just didn't seem the type. He used to be a Mormon bishop, for Pete's sake. They're as benign as they come. He probably doesn't even drink coffee, much less be capable of ordering an assassination.
Liu laughed and shook her head.
Admiral, good Lord, how old are you? 75? 6?
Proctor's eyes shot daggers.
69! You don't know a lot of religious people, do you?
The question actually gave her pause. It was the very question she'd been struggling with for weeks. She used to be intensely religious as a child, at the insistence of her mother, but her experience of losing her younger sister at such an early age had wrung the religion right out of her. For years, until 2 weeks ago, the miracles of the events surrounding Tim's reappearance were unavoidable. She couldn't reconcile them with her scientific worldview.
My mother was religious, and my brother is, in a sense, or his wife, actually. There's a certain type, not all religious people for sure, but there are quite a number of them. Their religion prohibits them from doing innocuous thing X or tiny thing Y, or using harmless substance Z. But when it comes down to real good and real evil, when it comes right down to whether they, for example, look the other way when in
Chapter 27. Executive Complex, Manhattan, New York. Earth. Oppenheimer looked disheveled, which was completely unlike the man. He was usually neat to a fault. Boots were always spit-shined, hair was always perfectly parted and slicked. But now, his sleeve was ripped, grime and dirt crusted half his shirt. The other half was covered with spotting that looked suspiciously like dried blood.
Mr. President, you wanted to see me.
Sepulveda looked him up and down.
You look like shit.
He stood up from his chair and walked across his office to pull a chair from the corner.
Sit. We need to talk.
The Admiral looked like he'd rather throw a punch, but he took the offered chair.
Looking like shit is one of the many drawbacks to having your ship almost get shot out from under you.
His eyes hardened.
That and losing most of my crew.
Sepulveda sat back down behind his desk. Directly over Oppenheimer's left shoulder was a painting of George Washington kneeling by a horse. Over his right hung a portrait of Prime Minister Pam Hardy, who'd led United Earth through the devastating Second Interstellar War. War was all around them, memorialized by portraits and photos, and now, Sepulveda supposed, by the blood that was rubbing off on the chair from Oppenheimer's uniform.
I appreciate your sacrifice, Admiral, and that of your crew. I understand many didn't make it.
Thousands didn't make it. Tens of thousands.
Oppenheimer was stone-faced, as if numb from the battle and the sheer numbers. They'd won, but the cost was steep and painful. Almost too painful to think about. But think they must. Civilization depended on it.
Admiral, I understand Britannia has been pushed out of its usual orbit. What happened?
Oppenheimer scowled, as if suffering through a conversation with a civilian during a war was about to break his straining temper.
It's what happens when 5 moons get too close to a planet. Gravity's a bitch.
And the plan?
How the hell would I know? I lead the war, I don't lead recovery. Go talk to your science advisor about it. Make him earn his keep.
Sepulveda held his breath 5 seconds before answering. He was trying to give the man some space, to be patient and let the attitude slide, given he'd just been through hell and helped save a planet. But it was wearing thin.
Miss Tanaka is occupied with the stabilization of New Dublin's crust. 5 new volcanoes just erupted out of a major fault line right on the most densely populated coast of the continent of Iria. I was hoping you'd have some insight to our new problem, having seen these Granger moons in action.
Granger moons. They save our asses and then charge us interest. It's 2 steps forward and 3 steps back with those turd birds. Sure, they save a planet, but then they doom it to a future ruin of natural disasters, volcanoes, and, in Britannia's case, an upcoming winter that won't end for a few 100,000 years. And then we're supposed to clap and celebrate and praise Jesus Granger. President Sepulveda stood up abruptly. He'd had it with the attitude.
Admiral, I understand you made an attempt after the battle to bring Proctor in. Tell me why.
Oppenheimer's face turned a shade of red. Because she's an insubordinate, mutinous coward of a...
Why did you do so after we had made plans with Huntsman to bring her in covertly? Do you realize you jeopardized that plan? You clued her in that we're still on her trail.
The Admiral scoffed. Of course she knows we're on her trail. She's a murderer. What would she expect? A medal? Sepulveda stopped pacing and leaned over the desk, gripping the edges with white knuckles.
If she suspects what lengths we'll go to bring her in, she's not going to take the bait. I paid Huntsman far too much to let that happen. He's set this whole thing up for us, and I'll be damned if you go blow the whole plan up with your pathetic little grudges and the patience of a 2-year-old.
How much did you pay the bastard?
Too much. It would have been easier if he had just wanted cash. Hell, I can print that stuff. But he would only barter, and in return, he has arranged for the collection of Proctor at Elamine's asteroid cloud. And I won't have you gallivanting around trying to be Wyatt Earp and cowboying it up just so you can beat your chest and wave your dick and say you caught the bad lady and taught her good. Focus. Big picture.
Oppenheimer actually rolled his eyes. And what exactly is the big picture, Mr. President?
You really don't get it, do you? You think this is all about payback or revenge or something as trite and insignificant as that? I don't care what you and Proctor have between you. It's history and it's irrelevant. Big picture, win the war.
Oppenheimer steepled his fingers in front of his nose and took a deep, calming breath, as if trying with all his effort not to scream. And how, pray tell, Mr. President, do you propose we accomplish that? By lecturing your generals on manners? Sepulveda was done. He straightened up, trying not to visibly clench his fists.
By being smarter than the enemy. And we have more than one enemy, Mr. Oppenheimer. By my count, we have, 5. The Swarm, sure, but we've got those unpredictable Granger moons flying around out there. We've got Huntsman, who I don't trust farther than I can ejaculate. We've got the Sciura, we've got the Domasi, we've got the Galactic People's Congress.
He held up 4 fingers in air quotes. That's 6.
Whatever. My point is...
An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Ủa, mẹ thằng anh đi ăn ba mà ăn mấy cứt xanh vậy sao được. Ôi, thằng Lê Xin thấy nó ganh thì còn bay lên luôn. Nhiều luôn. Lên tanh mà đang to thế. Hai là gái cao rồi, hai là đi cùng nhau. Ngon. Trận này thằng đẹp quá anh em ạ. Hai thật là ai cao.
Rampage. Has been slain.
เจ็บไม่หรอ
Has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Warrior. Written by Nick Webb. Performed by Greg Tremblay.
Chapter 1. New Dublin. A Sector. Planetary Command Center. Governor Wolfram wrung his hands nervously. Sweat beaded on his shiny forehead, but he didn't even bother wiping it. Power was being diverted away from luxuries like air conditioning to more useful things like planetary shielding and orbital plasma particle beams. They were coming. And fast, he noted, watching the flurry of large dots on the tactical readout, each indicating a massive swarm carrier, all likely full of thousands of fighters rapidly approaching the inner system defenses. Any response yet from CENTCOM? He barked at the Admiral, huddled with his commanders near the tactical station. From his tight smile and furrowed brow, Governor Wolfram could tell the Admiral was annoyed. No, sir. We only just sent out the metaspace distress call an hour ago. We're expecting a response any moment now. Admiral Asbill resumed the coordination of the New Dublin planetary fleet defenses. Wolfram nodded and turned back to the tactical readout nearby. 10 ships. 10. The fleet that had attacked Earth just over 2 months ago had numbered 10, too. A first wave of 6, followed closely by 4 more. In all the swarm incursions since that battle, they'd only sent in smaller strike forces, now that they knew Earth knew how to fight back. 2 ships here, 3 there, always striking at smaller settlements on fringe worlds where they were assured a quick victory and a sharp, devastating raid before they melted away, disappearing to whatever star systems they were originating from. But New Dublin was not on the periphery, and 10 ships meant they were coming for blood. This was the real deal. He wrung his hands again and watched as the last defense outpost, about halfway out to the nearest planet, a handful of automated laser turrets mounted to a smattering of small asteroids orbiting their sun, disappeared from the tactical readout, and the flurry of large dots resumed their course to New Dublin. Less than an hour away. There was no hope. If CENTCOM was only now receiving and responding to the metaspace distress call, there would never be enough time to dispatch a rescue force. They were doomed. In 1 hour, with 10 swarm ships incoming, there was no way any city or town on New Dublin would survive. Their planetary defense fleet was simply no match for that much firepower. He'd often wondered why the swarm came at a planet with conventional inertial thrusters, rather than Q-jump all the way into a system. Q-jumping would give their targets far less time to assemble and organize any sort of defense. But Admiral Asbill, the IDF commander in charge of the New Dublin force, assured him it was not because of any sort of technical shortcomings on the swarm's part. No, he believed they did it to sow fear and terror in their victims. Let them see you coming for hours. Let them stew in their own juices, painfully aware that their end was coming very, very soon. Let them run around in a frenzy, inciting confusion and distress in the population, allowing for maximum disorder and mayhem and destruction when the swarm finally arrived. Why would the swarm do this? Why would they care? Nobody knew. Nobody seemed to know anything about them as far as he could tell. How could you fight an enemy you knew nothing about? The blood drained from his face as a new dot suddenly appeared on the tactical screen, just 100,000 kilometers from New Dublin. Damn, maybe they had changed their tactics. Were they sending in an advance warship to soften them up before the main body of their fleet arrived? The new dot swooped in, terribly fast, toward a low orbit. It was massive. The energy readings coming off the ship indicated it was charging weapons and preparing for a fight. Wolfram's stomach tensed. The end would come sooner rather than later, it seemed. He heard a whoop off to the side and snapped his head toward the officer who'd made the sound, bouncing excitedly at his station. The comm station. Admiral! It's the Warrior! It's Granger himself! Admiral Asbill's face immediately transformed from that of a grim, harried commander to an expression of something Governor Wolfram had not seen in quite some time. Hope. Amazing, Wolfram muttered. He's managed to assemble his strike force and get here already. But where are his other ships? Admiral Asbill shrugged. Patch him through. A few moments later, the officer at comm nodded.
You're on, Admiral. We've got visual too. This is Admiral Asbel of the New Dublin Planetary Command. And you, Granger. They all turned to the view screen covering half of one of the walls. An image of an older man, his face lined and dark bags sagging under his eyes, snapped onto the screen. And in spite of the lines and scars and obvious signs of months of battle, he was smiling. Good to see you, Asbel. I understand you're in need of some assistance. Admiral Asbel gave a hollow laugh. Yeah, you could say that. Granger's smile widened. Well then, let's get this party started. I'd like to send one of my people down to you to help coordinate and integrate with operations on the Warrior. You've got your planetary defense fleet assembled, I presume? We're going to need them. Asbel hesitated. Captain, where's your strike force? They're coming in right behind you. Granger shook his head. Oddly enough, though, his smile deepened. Governor Wolfram felt his stomach tighten. No fleet. The swarm is putting us through the ringer today. 3 separate incursions. I've sent my fleet on to the Johannesburg sector to deal with the 4 swarm ships there, and Admiral Zingano from CENTCOM is personally dealing with a swarm raid in the Centauri system with the strike force based at Sol. Asbel's back stiffened. Am I to understand, sir, that you're it? No one else is coming. Governor Wolfram thought it odd that an admiral was addressing a captain as Sir. Was the man's reputation and mythos that powerful? Granger had become something of a legend in the past 2 months. As he was able to repel invasion after deadly invasion, the man seemed to have a knack for dealing with the swarm. Not to mention his inexplicable return from the dead. The Constitution had disappeared. The satellite cameras had broadcast the event to the entire Earth. One moment, she crashed and disappeared into a singularity, taking out 3 swarm carriers with it. And the next moment, she'd reappeared, careening through the atmosphere. That's right, Admiral. The Warrior's it. Silence fell on the previously busy command center. He heard an officer cough nervously behind him. 1 ship, Wolfram thought. 1 ship against 10 swarm carriers. The man is mad. Admiral Asbel was becoming agitated. Granger, is this a joke? Your fleet is right behind you, I hope, for all our sakes. In case CENTCOM didn't update you, we've got 10 swarm carriers incoming. 10. Granger leaned in slightly to the view screen. No joke, Asbel. They've got 10 carriers, but we've got your entire planetary defense fleet, 1 ISS Warrior, and 1 me. Governor Wolfram almost missed it, but Granger actually winked at them. The man had style. And balls. I'd say the odds are about even. Chapter 2. New Dublin. Air Sector. Bridge. ISS Warrior. Captain Granger nodded toward the comm officer on duty to cut the transmission and swirled his chair to face Proctor. You ready, Commander? She nodded and stood up to leave. I'll get down there right away. It was always painful to have her leave. Fighting without Proctor was like tying your good arm behind your back during a fistfight. But he needed the coordination with the surface forces only she could provide. The woman had a knack for getting things done, quickly and efficiently. And besides, excluding himself, she had the most experience fighting the swarm. Her capabilities would be the most valuable directing the response of the rest of the defense forces planetside. He swiveled back to his station. Should be just like Tau Ceti, he said. Swarm will never know what hit them. She paused at the door. Tim, this is hardly like Tau Ceti. We fought 4 ships there. We've got 10 incoming. But New Dublin's defense force is far more capable than Tau Ceti's. True, she conceded. He glanced over at the tactical station, motioning to Lieutenant Diaz, the tactical officer, to join him. Don't worry, Commander. The bastards will never know what hit them. This time tomorrow, we'll be back to planning Operation Battle Axe. Proctor stayed at the door a moment longer, then left. He knew what she wanted to say. You're being too cocky, Tim. She'd warned him several times over the last few weeks. She thought he was being too overconfident, too brash. And the truth was, he felt it. His confidence brimmed over, and he knew. He just knew he was going to crush those bastards.
Ever since he'd woken up on Proctor's shoulder as she carried him down to engineering in a flaming Constitution, careening through the atmosphere. Ever since the cancer had left. Ever since those missing 3 days, or 15 seconds, depending on how one looked at it. Somehow, the miraculous nature of the circumstances, and the fact that he and Proctor had almost single-handedly saved Earth, granted him the knowledge that they'd be okay. They would survive. More than survive, they'd win so convincingly that the swarm would either never attack them again, or be wiped out so utterly that the win would amount to a genocide. And Granger was okay with that. That vague feeling, that voice in the back of his head, it gave him confidence. Swagger. He didn't stifle the swagger. On the contrary, he flaunted it. His people ate it up. They needed it, craved it. And in the aftermath of the invasion of Earth, he'd gained, and cultivated, an almost legendary status. The hero of Earth. He found that by acting the part of the legend, his people responded in kind with legendary performance. He acted the part for them. They wanted a hero? Then by God he'd give them one. If it meant the swarm would be destroyed and humanity saved. Helm, report. Ensign Prince, whose red, raw face just recently emerged from the bandages that had covered the severe burns he suffered during the previous week's engagement with the swarm, cocked his head to the side in answer.
Assuming a low orbit. We'll be swinging around the limb of the horizon just as the swarm arrives, sir.
Perfect. He glanced to the side. Tactical. All mag rails primed and ready. Any more trouble with the new ones they installed last maintenance? IDF had upgraded the Warrior with over 100 new mag rail guns, more than doubling her complement. That meant over 500 new crew members to manage and worry about, but it was well worth the extra firepower. All power conduits are reading normal. Looks like Reyna's got them all under control. A voice chimed over the comm system.
Captain, my baby's ready for you. Treat her nice or I'll be grumpy tomorrow.
Speak of the devil. He cleared his throat and raised his head. Thank you, Commander Scott. Your baby's my baby.
Sir?
He could hear the smirk in her voice.
A married woman.
You can't marry a ship, Reyna. Granger out. He smiled and swatted at the comm button. He glanced at the new communications officer, a young man straight out of the academy. Top of the class. Ensign Prucha. Is Proctor down there yet? Prucha checked his console and nodded.
Just arrived a moment ago.
Good. Once you do have a system link set up, we can get this show on the road. He checked the status board, confirming that all crews were ready for combat. One more senior officer to report in. As if on cue, a patrician British voice chimed over the comm.
Captain Granger, all fighter crews ready.
All 400? I'm still amazed you found a way to pack that many in there, Commander Pierce. The CAG's calming accent contained the smallest quiver.
Desperation is the father of genius, sir.
He hesitated.
Will we be deploying all fighters this time around?
Pierce, while being the best CAG Granger had ever served with, still hadn't recovered from the loss of his father, who'd commanded a British warship before encountering the initial swarm invasion force. Or was it deeper than that? Could it be that the other man just couldn't live with losing his pilots? As captain, Granger knew it was never easy. They lost a handful of people in every engagement. The Flight Academy could hardly keep up with the attrition rate. Granger could understand the man's concern. But this was not a time for hesitation. All fighters, Commander. Will that be a problem? A brief silence on the other end.
No problem, sir. All fighter squadrons reporting ready.
Good. Granger out. He thumbed the comm off. He gripped his armrests, suppressing the rising tension. Playing the part of swaggering hero for his people was one thing. Fooling himself that the upcoming battle would be a cakewalk was another entirely. This would be the battle of his life, and while he was confident they would prevail, he knew he'd lose people. A lot of people. And New Dublin would face heavy casualties too. It was unavoidable. War was hell. And modern space warfare was fiery, brutal hell on an epic scale. The time ticked by.
Granger busied himself with the last-minute details of battle preparation, but it was all window dressing. They were ready. The guns were primed, the missiles loaded, the lasers powered. All they needed was a target. "Sir, coming up over the limb of the planet now. Visual contact with the swarm fleet." "Shelby, I hope that was enough time for you," he said under his breath. Diaz gawked at his screen, waving emphatically at Granger. "Sir, detecting 13 swarm capital vessels." 13. Damn. Chapter 3. Near Dublin. Air Sector. Planetary Command Center. Proctor dashed down the loading ramp of the shuttle as soon as it was safe, rushing abruptly past the commander who'd been sent to receive her and making her way briskly toward the command center. Granger's idea. Show them with urgency who was in charge and who'd be calling the shots, even though she didn't know where the command center was. "Commander Proctor," said the short man, running after her. His uniform was too tight, as if he were someone who vainly and stubbornly clung to his older, smaller clothing, despite gaining 50 pounds. "Please keep up, Commander," she replied, without slowing or turning around. With no idea of how to get to the command center, she needed him to catch up faster, but she wasn't about to slow down to wait. He huffed, breaking out into a jog, falling at a step alongside her. "Commander Proctor, why did CENTCOM only send the Warrior?" She looked askance at him, raising a single eyebrow. "Actually, Commander, CENTCOM wanted to send in the Warrior's whole strike force. Captain Granger convinced them not to." Proctor almost laughed as she saw the man's jaw drop a full inch, but she kept moving ahead until she reached a T in the hallway that forced her to slow down momentarily to await his direction. "But why?" She saw a sign pointing to the command center and quickened her pace, now that she no longer needed his assistance. "Two reasons, both of which the captain already told Admiral Asbill. He felt the strike force was needed in the Johannesburg sector, and he's confident that the combined strength of the Warrior and the New Dublin fleet will be more than sufficient to meet the threat." But that's just mad!" The man looked flustered, his thick face turning red, either from the jogging or disbelief at what she was saying. "Mad? Probably. You'll find that Granger's tactics have become a bit unconventional as of late. But he's also effective. We've actually got great odds." "And just where do you place the odds at?" They passed the doors to the command center, which opened right in time to receive them. "Oh, 25%? 30? Hard to tell." She was kidding, of course, but the expression of dread spreading over the commander's red face was priceless. The real odds were far higher. 50-50, just like Granger had said. But he'd had an incredible streak of luck the past few months. Maybe this was the battle that would restore some balance to their track record. Admiral Asbill greeted her with a curt nod. "Commander Proctor?" Although he projected the confidence befitting a senior commander, she could discern several subtle signs of stress. He squinted. His eyes flicked between her and the status screens on the wall behind her. He was in over his head, and he knew it. But he was not about to let anyone else know it. This could be tricky. She needed operational authority if they were going to pull this off, but he might just be the type to stubbornly refuse. "Admiral Asbill, I'm honored to be here. Captain Granger has spoken very highly of you. He asked that I coordinate the Warrior's efforts with your forces. The experience we've gained engaging the swarm will be best implemented if I assist you directly down here." She translated in her head. "Granger asked that I come and take over your fleet so you don't, in his words, piss away our victory and kill us all." She looked him up and down. A career IDF man. Probably served at a desk job for 10 years in the old Miami HQ, deep in the bowels of the bureaucracy. Most definitely not one tactically adept bone in his body. "Commander, what in blazes is Granger playing at? We don't stand a chance against that fleet and he knows it. We just detected an extra 3 ships Q-jumping in to join the other 10. And all CENTCOM sends is 1 ship as backup." He waved his arms, clearly agitated. He was absolutely right. Of course, it was insane. By all rights, they should have arrived with an armada of ships to repel a swarm incursion of this size.
but they couldn't spare them. Operation Battle Axe depended on it. If Granger was right, that plan would put an end to the swarm threat forever. They just had to survive the next few months before they could implement it. Admiral Asbill, I understand your concern, and I share it. But believe me, we can do this. Just give me operational authority down here, and by the end of the day we'll be clinking glasses down at the local pub. His eyes narrowed and she could feel him fume. Commander Proctor. She held up a hand. Fine. Keep operational authority. But please, allow me to coordinate your forces with the warrior, and I promise we'll pull through. She paused, watching the officers all around her. They were desperate. Death was visible on their view screens. 13 dots converging on their position so rapidly that they'd barely have enough time to mount any kind of effective response. They needed hope. They needed a legend on their side. They needed the hero of Earth. She continued. Captain Granger promises we'll pull through. Believe me, if it were anyone else, I'd say retreat as fast as possible. But that man is more than just some washed-up fleet captain. He's a genius. Pure grit and genius. If anyone can save us, it's him. The words felt hollow and stale in her mouth. He was, after all, just a man. A man who made mistakes and bad calls just like every other officer in the room. But that's not what these people needed to hear. It's not what they wanted to hear. And besides, he really did have grit. Grittiest old bastard she'd ever met. Admiral Asbill nodded. Fine. I'll keep operational authority. He nodded to all the officers scattered amongst the stations in the command center. But you are all to do as she says. He turned back to her and waved an arm to the command station. Commander, after you. She didn't skip a beat. Direct 3 of your frontline ships to make a point-blank, full-throttle charge against the incoming fleet. All weapons firing at full spread, targeting their lead ship. Mag rails to puncture, lasers to rip into the wounds. The ensigns at the comm immediately began chattering into their headsets, relaying instructions to the planetary defense fleet, while Admiral Asbill sidled up to her, still nodding at the comm station as if to confirm her orders. Commander, 3 ships. They'll be slaughtered. Proctor pressed her lips together and nodded once in answer. Maybe not, but it's part of the strategy. Not only will it soften up their lead ship for the warrior, but it acts as a feint. We've been conditioning the swarm for 2 months to expect certain strategies, giving them patterns to look for and adapt to. Admiral Asbill lowered his voice. You're engaging in psychological warfare with a species that we know nothing about. On the contrary, we know something very important about them. And what is that? She glanced at him with a gallows humor wink. That they want us dead? At all costs. Chapter 4. New Dublin. Air Sector. Bridge. ISS Warrior. 13 ships. Aware that every head was turned toward him, watching and scrutinizing his reaction, Granger shoved his fear deep into a corner and forced a smile, standing up slowly and clasping his hands behind his back. Calmly, deliberately. Give him a good show, Granger. Good. An extra 3 ships to beat the shit out of. Full thrust, Ensign, bring us in hot. Be ready to execute maneuver Granger 1. Every head turned back to their station, brimming with confidence. He could feel the energy in the room. The bridge crew worked with a seamless discipline and coordination. It was showtime. Any word from Proctor? Granger glanced at his command console, scanning for signs the new Dublin Defense Fleet was taking orders from his first officer. Aye, sir. 3 new Dublin ships are converging on the swarm fleet. 1 minute until direct engagement. Granger nodded. Good. Proctor had things under control on the surface. Now it was time to make sure the impending sacrifices of the day would not be in vain. Time until maximum weapons range. Weapons range in 70 seconds, said Diaz. Commence fire when ready, replied Granger, sitting back down. Aye, sir. He glanced at the clock. 60 seconds. 50. 40. Another stirring speech? There was still time, given his tendency toward brevity. No, they were ready. Another quick readiness review of the weapons crews? No, only 30 seconds left. That would take at least another 5 minutes. 20 seconds. The swarm fleet began to resolve on the screen, shifting from pixelated blobs to menacing, multi-nacelled behemoths that were already disgorging thousands of fighters.
The 3 New Dublin ships have engaged the swarm, sir.
He watched the screen as the 3 sacrificial lambs plunged swiftly into the fray, forcing the swarm fleet to suspend its approach to New Dublin and deal with the defenders. But despite the new iridium armor plating and the upgraded smart steel defenses, which now worked much better thanks to a reset of the modulation frequencies that the swarm had somehow decoded for their first run at Earth 2 months ago, the defenders sustained punishing fire, and the lead cruiser burst apart in a dazzling, sickening bright blast. "In weapons range, sir." "Fire!" Every mag-rail gun aboard the Warrior blazed as hundreds of high-velocity projectiles leapt out from the hull and slammed into the nearest swarm vessel. The view on screen pulsed with brilliant explosions as the slugs rammed into the other ship, which began disgorging fire and debris as the mag-rail projectiles ripped through its hull. "Retarget! Hit the next ship with the mag-rails. Laser crews, target the holes in the first."
Aye, sir,
came the reply from the tactical station, and Lieutenant Diaz coordinated the new orders. Granger glanced at the clock, cringing as he realized the time was nearly up for their first pass. The ship rumbled and jolted as the swarm fleet understood it was being attacked from a new vector. Granger watched on the view screen as the enemy vessels grew large, then began to shrink as the camera switched views, indicating that the Warrior had sailed right on by the pitched battle. The ship rumbled a few more times as the swarm ships managed to fire off a few more shots. The view screen flared up with an intense green glow every time the deadly pulses made contact with the hull. But soon the other ships receded completely from view, falling behind the limb of the planet as the Warrior continued its blazingly fast orbit around New Dublin. "Right, first pass complete. Time to second," he said, turning to navigation.
at this speed, 6 minutes.
It wasn't fast enough. They'd planned on 10 ships, not 13. "Increase thrust to 1G, aft." Ensign Prince swiveled in his chair to look at Granger with a raised eyebrow.
But, sir, that will require a steady increase in thrust radially inward toward the planet. That'll take us over the safety threshold within 3 minutes.
"You heard me, Ensign." From deep within the deck plates, the ship groaned as it tried to keep up with the increased gravitational stresses. Granger placed his hand on the console. She was no Constitution, but she was just as good. He didn't want to openly admit it to himself, but she was actually a whole lot better, given her extensive refit after the battle over Earth 2 months ago.
ETA now 3 minutes, sir.
"Now the swarm? Have they resumed their course?" Ensign Diamond at sensors studied his readings.
Yes, sir. The 3 ships in the first wave are destroyed, but the second wave is intercepting now.
He suppressed the pit in his stomach. No time to feel guilt. No time for remorse. There was only time to survive. After survival, there would be time for luxuries. Luxuries like feeling. "Just heading to meet them." His fingers drummed the seconds away. On the screen, the planet rotated serenely, almost blissful in its apparent ignorance of the destruction and carnage occurring far above its peaceful atmosphere. New Dublin was a beauty, for sure. Green and blue and cloudy. Why in the world the swarm wanted this planet so badly, enough to send 13 ships against it, made him wonder. The planet and the sector held modest strategic importance. It was relatively centrally located. It had some resources, but no more than any other average world. It was almost identical to the other 3 planets being assaulted today in the swarm's 4-pronged attack, but the fleet attacking it was the largest by far. What was he missing?
10 seconds,
said Prince. Granger shook his head. There would be time for solving mysteries later. He would make sure of it. "Fire!" Chapter 5. New Dublin. Air Sector. Planetary Command Center. Admiral Asbill. The Praxis, the Harrier, and the Crenshaw report engagement with the swarm, reported an officer at the tactical station. Asbill furrowed his brow. Where's the Warrior? Proctor motioned him over to one of the command stations she'd commandeered. Take a look, Admiral. She pointed to the tactical schematic. The Warrior, still advancing under the cover of New Dublin's horizon, was bearing down on the pitched battle with blazing speed, far faster than a regular orbit at that altitude. She's orbiting at a 2x low orbital speed. In a few seconds, the swarm will never know what hit them. He frowned, pointing to the area on the screen where the invading fleet had momentarily stopped to deal with the 3 New Dublin ships. But what about the... One of the dots disappeared, and Asbill's hand jerked away. Sir, we've just lost the Praxis. Asbill pounded Proctor's command console. Damn it, Commander! There were 500 people on that ship. The tactical officer called out again. The Harrier is reporting hull decompression. They're not going to make it much longer. The 13 swarm vessels have them completely surrounded. He typed in a few commands, and the view on the screen that comprised one of the walls of the command center was replaced by the camera feed from a satellite passing the field of battle. The Harrier and the Crenshaw flitted in and out of the enemy ships, targeting all their mag rails and lasers on the cloud of fighters belching out of the swarm carriers, moving between the massive vessels as quickly as possible, just as Proctor had instructed them. Their job was to interdict and impede, at the expense of their lives. And they were doing a hell of a job. The fleet of swarm ships buzzed like an angry bee's nest. Here she comes, murmured Proctor. The satellite's camera angle widened, and from the right side of the screen, the Warrior blazed in, all guns firing, making a ferocious dive for the swarm ship in its sights. And Proctor grinned. The swarm ship was getting the snot beat out of it. Multiple deep gouges sprouted in its starboard hull, which exploded as the Warrior's laser crews trained their guns on the erupting wounds. A second swarm ship soon found itself on the receiving end of the Warrior's guns, and the next moment she was gone as she disappeared behind the limb of the atmosphere, leaving destruction in her wake. Admiral Asbill paused, his mouth temporarily gaping open. Lieutenant, status of those 2 swarm ships? Some fumbling with the controls, and a moment later the woman replied, No active energy readings from that first ship, sir. And reading massive power failures and structural integrity fluctuations in the second. Though it is still firing at the Harrier. A moment later the satellite's camera, just before it passed out of view, revealed the remaining swarm ships descending on the Harrier and the Crenshaw in a tide of green antimatter pulse beams. The Harrier exploded and the camera cut out. Fine. That's 1.5 enemy birds out of commission. He turned to glare at Proctor. But at the cost of 3 of our best ships? 3 ships that we just tossed out there as cannon fodder? Over 1,500 officers and crewmen. She met his gaze and held it. Yes. 3 ships. We've tried 1, but they don't stop for 1. They don't stop for 2. They stop for 3. And so 3 is the number we sacrifice, so that the rest of us have time to fight. The room fell to a quiet murmur as she spoke. The statistics were grim, sobering, ghoulish. But they all knew she was right. The unspoken historical statistics were far more grisly. At Earth, 2 months ago, over 30 of IDF's best ships fell before they'd even made a dent in 1 swarm vessel. She swiveled toward the tactical station. Send the next 3 from their holding pattern in low orbit. Direct intercept course, same as before. The officers at the tactical station paused and looked to Admiral Asbill, who, frowning, finally nodded. This had better be worth it, Proctor. Or an alarm started blaring, and Proctor didn't have to ask what it meant. On the wall's view screen, from the camera of one of the ships approaching the swarm invasion fleet, she saw the telltale bright shimmer. They had initiated a forced quantum singularity. Chapter 6. New Dublin. Air Sector. Bridge. ISS Warrior. The shimmering spheres hovering amidst the invading fleet could only mean one thing. Fortunately, it was the last thing Granger worried about at that point of the battle.
Commander Pierce, deploy all wings.
Aye, sir. He turned to navigation.
Ensign Prince, full reverse. Slow us down for direct engagement.
The ensign keyed the commands in, and Granger could feel the scarcely perceptible sway of the internal gravity field as it adjusted to keep up with the changing inertia. It was strange. During his brief battle with cancer, one that he should have lost, he could feel every turn, every imperceptible shift. Even the slightest change in acceleration had registered with him on a visceral level. Something about the tumor in his brain had affected his balance, but in turn had let him detect even the slightest change in momentum. Now that was all gone. He was healed. Whole. But how? The mystery had remained unsolved, and frankly, he didn't have time to sit around philosophizing about it. Especially right now. An alarm blared and he chided himself for his momentary lapse into thought. The flashing indicator on his board told him they were nearly there.
All gun crews, prepare for Operation Granger 2.
He glanced at the tactical stream relayed from the planet by Proctor, mentally crossing his fingers that she'd managed to set up her end of Operation Granger 2. He did a last-minute check of their capacitor banks. 85%. Good enough. Sir, contact with 13 New Dublin ships. They're rising up through the atmosphere below and behind us. Granger smiled.
Good work, Proctor. Continue braking maneuver and open fire on my mark.
He watched as the blips on their sensors grew larger, and then the view screen on the wall split to reveal the 13 New Dublin Planetary Force cruisers soaring up through the atmosphere like comets. Ultra-compressed gas streamed out behind them as they accelerated to speeds far greater than what was considered safe and prudent for an atmospheric ascent. Within another 10 seconds, he supposed all of their exterior guns would be useless, just as their sensors, cameras, and anything else attached to the exterior hull were all long burned away by now. But it wouldn't matter. All that mattered was the sacrifice of those skeleton crews, and what that sacrifice would accomplish.
Adjust speed, Ensign. Keep us right between our boys down there in the swarm.
Aye, sir. He raised a hand, finger pointing toward the screen, poised to give the fire order. He glanced at the tactical readout. 5 more seconds. 3. 1.
Fire!
All the mag rails opened up, unleashing a storm of high-velocity slugs on the still advancing fleet. In response, half the swarm vessels returned fire. Over a dozen green beams lanced out, slamming into the warrior head-on. The ship rocked and the deck plates bucked.
Brake! Hard, Ensign!
He sat down and grabbed his armrests, but didn't buckle his restraints. He'd ride this out like a captain on an old sailing ship, buffeted by hurricane-force winds. The warrior slowed dramatically, and everyone aboard the bridge lurched forward as their momentum caught up with the ships. And from behind the warrior came the New Dublin fleet, hulls still glowing faintly red from their destructively fast ascent through the atmosphere, accelerating like bullets toward the swarm ships. All the green antimatter beams ceased, and for a moment Granger could almost imagine the confusion on the faces of the swarm upon seeing the 13 ships blaze out of nowhere, until he remembered that they didn't have faces. What the hell did they have? It was a mystery he knew they'd have to figure out before they would have any chance of permanently defeating their enemy. They had to be more than blobs of green slime. All enemy fire now directed at the New Dublin Planetary Fleet Task Force, said Lieutenant Diaz. For all the good it'll do them. He watched as the 13 ships approached their targets. No more than 7 seconds away, they continued to accelerate. One exploded under the intense onslaught of the antimatter beams, then another. Each ship, or fragments of a ship, careened closer to its target, each one dwarfed by the massive swarm carriers looming ahead. A voice scratched over the comm. Admiral Asbell's.
This had better work, Granger. Even a high-velocity suicide run by one of our heavy cruisers won't be enough to destroy a swarm ship. We don't have to destroy them. Just watch, Admiral.
And it was time. 2 more heavy cruisers had exploded into fiery pieces, but it was too late. Each one found its target. Each plowed into a swarm vessel, initiating massive explosions that made the enemy ships shudder and convulse. The explosions were insignificant compared to the sheer size of the swarm carriers, but it wasn't the size of the explosion that mattered. It was the location of the explosions.
Lieutenant?
He turned to the tactical station, eyeing the man at sensors. Diaz's eyes darted over his readouts, and he nodded.
Confirmed. All main fighter bays destroyed.
Granger leaned back and smiled.
Commander Pierce, scramble fighters. Get rid of those singularities, then beat the shit out of the capital ships.
He raised his head.
Admiral, feel free to deploy the rest of your fleet. Target at will.
A silence. Granger supposed the man was deciding whether to cuss him out for losing 16 of his largest ships, or acknowledge that the odds were suddenly far more even.
There are still fighters coming out of those things, Granger. I failed to see...
Granger broke protocol and interrupted.
Each carrier has several fighter bays, yes, but the main one holds over 75% of their craft. Moreover, compromising their hulls in this fashion disrupts whatever they're using to block our lasers. Their ships are now vulnerable to our full suite of weaponry. What was before an unwinnable battle is now tipped slightly in our favor, but by no means won. We need the rest of your fleet out here, now, Admiral. Target their weapons batteries first, then move on to the next. Rinse and repeat.
Another brief silence.
Very well, Granger. Asbur out.
Granger raised an eyebrow, then turned back to tactical.
Target every single gaping hole with lasers and open fire. Boil the bastards from the inside out. Send out some nukes for good measure. With pleasure, sir.
He glanced back at his command console, looking for the timer that would indicate when the first singularity weapon would most likely launch. Damn, less than a minute. And there were 6 of them. Each one capable of completely annihilating the largest city on New Dublin, and the town surrounding it for hundreds of miles around. The fighter pilots would have their work cut out for them. Chapter 7. New Dublin. Air Sector. Low orbit. Lieutenant Tyler Ballsy Voles pushed his fighter's throttle to the limit. Thankfully, the morning's hangover was a distant memory, and he was ready to kill stuff. The more stuff, the better. The swarm carriers loomed ahead, forbidding and threatening, in spite of the fire and debris gushing out from their midsections, where the main fighter bays should have been. Enemy fighters buzzed around them like bloodthirsty insects, but not nearly as many as there would have been without the sacrifice of those 13 cruisers.
Space Champ, on me. Pew Pew and Fodder take the wings and prepare to deliver your cargo.
He glanced at his sensor map.
Bogey engagement at 5, look sharp.
Before he focused on the enemy fighters bearing down on them, he risked a glance to his side, toward one of his wingmen. Pew Pew, who had replaced another nameless pilot Balls had lost the week before, held a tight formation despite the bulky cargo strapped to the undercarriage of the craft. The cargo. A brick. A brick of solid osmium. Only about 2 meters long and 1 wide, it was easily twice the mass of the rest of the fighter. And therein lay the key to their best defense against the unthinkably destructive swarm singularities. Mass. Enough to close one of the miniature black holes before it launched toward the surface, or the warrior, or whatever else the swarm targeted. From within the cockpit, Pew Pew turned his head briefly and gave Ballsy a thumbs up. And with that, the alarm rang out, indicating enemy weapons fire in close proximity. It was time. In a tightly coordinated and thoroughly practiced maneuver, all 4 of them dove down, split off from their vector, curved out in a tight loop, and converged on a new vector, the nearest singularity. They ignored all the fire strafing across their path.
Watch your 3 o'clock, Fodder,
Ballsy said. He pushed his fighter into another tight loop, trying to shake off a bogey who'd latched onto his vector.
Pew Pew, I need help here,
he started to say, but a muted explosion out of the corner of his eye cut him off.
Already taken care of, Ballsy. Pew Pew,
said the other pilot, adding his customary sound effect. If there was anyone that liked to shoot stuff more than Ballsy, it was Pew Pew. He grunted in acknowledgement, then redirected his sights back on the glimmering singularity. They were remarkable things, really. No bigger than a smaller than average grain of sand, but the swirling glow of in-falling material extended out several centimeters, and was so bright that it could be seen for dozens of kilometers around. While not massive, it nevertheless would rip apart anything that got within a meter, absorbing its mass and growing even larger. And it was toward one of these monsters that Ballsy now accelerated. One of the shimmering beasts that had swallowed Fishtail whole. Jessica Miller. He knew her name. All of it. He still had nightmares where she fell into a fathomless black pit and the only thing he could see was her contorted face screaming out for him. He was half tempted to accelerate further and plunge straight in. Fishtail had done it, on Commander Pierce's orders, and Granger had done it himself and returned just fine. If the old man could do it, why couldn't Fishtail? He wanted, desperately, to believe she was just on the other side. Her fighter hobbled and broken down, waiting for someone to come retrieve her.
Ballsy, what are you doing?
The voice was a woman's. Fishtail? No, she was dead, of course. It was Space Champ, who was tailing him, escorting him and his cargo to the monster.
Ballsy, pull up!
He stared at the pulsing light directly ahead. He could almost feel its gravitational pull increase, though the rational part of his mind knew that was impossible this far out. But he was plunging in toward it with alarming speed. Why shouldn't he go in? Why shouldn't he go save her? He glanced at the picture sticking up out of a seam in the dashboard. A small boy. Her boy. Holding a miniature toy model of a space fighter. The same fighter that Fishtail had piloted to her death.
Ballsy!
He closed his eyes and pressed the release trigger, and immediately he felt the mass of his fighter decrease by 2/3 as the osmium brick flew toward the singularity. With a jolt, he pulled the flight controls up, veering away from the beast at the last moment. With his maneuverability suddenly restored, he pushed hard on the accelerator, darting his small craft away from the singularity like lightning. And moments later it exploded in a piercing white blast. Glancing behind, he confirmed it was gone.
What the hell was that, Ballsy? That was way too close,
Space Champ said, clearly irritated. Last time I launched too early, the comrades blasted the brick before it hit. Just wanted to make sure it went in this time. Space Champ snorted.
By sticking your bloomin' nose into it? Seriously, Ballsy, it's like you've got a death wish or something.
He shrugged. Death would be a relief these days. Non-stop engagements. Nearly daily skirmishes with the swarm. More flight missions than he could count. Little sleep, severely rationed food. And the friends. All the dead friends. Pilots he'd get to know for a few days before they were snuffed out by relentless swarm fire. Death? Not today, Space Champ. He glanced at his sensors. Of the 6 original singularities, 4 had been dissipated. The other squads, however, were being harassed by enemy fighters. We've still got 2 more of these bungholes. Looks like Squads Delta and Wolf need help with theirs. Fodder, Pew Pew, Space Champ, on me. Let's go blow shit up. Chapter 8. New Dublin. Air Sector. Bridge. ISS Warrior. The rest of the New Dublin Planetary Defense Force descended from their higher orbit and joined in the fight. Granger nodded in approval as he watched them engage the swarm, taking heavy damage, but dealing out their share too, wantonly blasting at the antimatter cannons dotting the surfaces of the swarm carriers with mag rail and laser fire. The debris field was so dense that the paths of the normally invisible laser beams glittered with intense blue light. Tactical. Focus on those 3 ships at 28 Mark IV. They're still capable of singularity generation. The Warriors' mag rails showered the 3 swarm carriers with thousands of slugs, while dozens of IDF fighters engulfed them in small weapons fire. And soon the 3 hulls were ablaze with fire and debris spinning off into the deadness of space. It was going well. Very well. Far better than he'd hoped, especially given that there were 13 swarm ships instead of the expected 10. The Warrior, her fighters, plus a few dozen heavy and light cruisers from New Dublin and their fighter wings, were pulling off what would have been thought impossible a few months ago. A victory. An almost easy victory. But with the smart steel armor now capable of enduring more than 2 blasts of the swarm's antimatter weapon, the odds for each battle were now far greater than they'd been over Earth 2 months prior. Victory, yes. But it reminded him of the cost. The sacrifice. He'd written off the lives of the crews of 16 entire ships. Used them as bricks. The bricklayer. That's what Scuttlebutt said his new nickname was these days. Hero, yes, legend, sure. But a butcher, who wantonly threw his people's lives away so that he could keep fighting? Damn it. No, he couldn't think about that. No hesitation, no worry. Only focus. Thinking otherwise would make the sacrifices all vain. And the treachery. They had a traitor in their midst. No other explanation could satisfy why updating the smart steel algorithms 2 months ago was enough to make it suddenly effective against the swarm's fire. Someone was collaborating with the enemy. Someone up top. They're on their own, sir, Lieutenant Diaz said with a wide smile. The remaining 5 ships are pulling away. Slowly. Their drives seem to be damaged. Granger nodded. Good. Order pursuit. None of those 5 get out alive. He scanned his sensor readout. And the first ship, the one we disabled on our first pass? Still in high orbit, sir, but it looks like they've fixed their drive, and they've set a course out of the system. He nodded again. Just as they should. Relay orders to the New Dublin fleet to ignore that one. Proctor should have taken care of it, but we need to be sure Admiral Asbel understands that— Sir! Ensign Prucha waved a hand. Admiral Asbel is on the comm. He doesn't sound happy. Speak of the devil, Granger sighed. Patch him through. The angry voice boomed over the speakers. Granger! What in the hell are you playing at? Granger kept his voice neutral, in spite of his desire to blast the comm speaker with his sidearm. Admiral, why are you letting that carrier escape? Are you batshit crazy? Batshit crazy? Granger grinned. Sounds about right. I had a plush retirement planned down on a Florida beach, and somehow I let Zingano convince me to stay on for another tour. Asbel huffed. A Florida beach that no longer exists, Tim. The lower peninsula is gone. The panhandle's a wreck, almost uninhabitable. Tens of millions dead, and our asses out here are on the line because of these swarm bastards, and you're letting it get away. I am, and you should too, Granger replied, struggling to keep a dangerous note out of his voice. Excuse me, Captain. Granger stood up. I have direct orders from Fleet Admiral Zingano. We are to ignore that carrier. It poses no threat to us and will be allowed to escape. A long pause. I don't believe you. Asbel out. Granger's eyes widened and he swore. Sir, the flagship and several more New Dublin cruisers are pulling off and laying in a pursuit course for that first carrier. Granger spun toward navigation. Ensign, intercept course. Full speed. Head them off. It was the key to the whole operation. Save New Dublin? Fine. More than fine. Millions of people lived down there. But save humanity? Even more important. But until they knew where the swarm homeworld was, or for that matter any swarm planet, all they could ever do was defend. Defend and lose. Strong defense never won a war by itself. Without an actual offense, the war was as good as over. That carrier had to get away. Granger glanced down at his command console and confirmed. The Warrior had launched a small tracking device on its first pass, and it had attached itself to the swarm carrier's hull. It now streamed a constant, low-power telemetry signal. And when the carrier Q-jumped away, Granger would know exactly in which direction it had jumped and how far. But he couldn't tell Asbel that. The plan was highly classified. Only a handful of his bridge crew even knew about the tracking device, and of his senior staff, only Proctor knew the full plan. Hell, even he didn't know the entire plan. Zingano and President Avery were holding that pretty close to their chests. But he knew it involved him, finally, going on the offensive. and he'd be damned if he'd let some stuffy, ego-inflated admiral deprive him of the joy of going on the offensive against the swarm. Time. Ensign Prince glanced at his navigational board.
2 minutes.
They wouldn't get there in time. On his own sensor readout, he saw that the New Dublin ships were nearly there, less than 30 seconds away. The swarm carrier wouldn't survive more than a few dozen petawatt laser blasts. He turned to the comm. Patch me through to the flagship. After a moment, Ensign Pucha nodded.
Your answer.
ISS Galway, stand down. I repeat, stand down. On Fleet Admiral Zingano's authority himself. There's still 5 ships to take care of down in lower orbit. Plenty of ass-kicking to go around. I repeat, stand down. Granger drummed his fingers on his armrest. No response. The first mag-rail slugs shot out from the bow of the New Dublin flagship. Damn it. He watched as his hopes melted away with every slug that collided with the hull of the swarm carrier. All the sacrifice and loss that day wasted. If that enemy bird didn't get away, if Warrior couldn't track it, they'd be back at square one. They'd allowed half a dozen swarm ships to get away over the past month, and they'd managed to zero in on a few quadrants of space out toward Ursa Major. But it was still far too much space to search through planet by planet. They needed to triangulate better, and for that they needed at least a few more swarm ships to escape. Reading massive internal explosions in the swarm carrier, sir. Granger debated telling Asbill over the comm why they were, but no, far too risky. IDF would never learn where the swarm was coming from, and humanity would be pounded relentlessly into submission, then oblivion. He had to block that mag-rail fire. Ensign, move the Warrior in between the cruisers and the... Captain! Granger spun around to the sensor station at the officer who'd just yelled. The man's face was flustered, bewildered. What? Said Granger. More ships, sir. Reading 10... No. 15 new signals. Damn it. Swarm! The officer screwed up his brow. I'm not sure. Visual. The officer nodded and punched in a command. Granger turned toward the view screen at the front of the bridge. It flickered, changing views from the bombardment of the hobbling swarm carriers to the newcomers. Not swarm. Not IDF either. Russian? Chinese communion? Ensign Prucha called out from the comm. We're being hailed, sir. Video feed. Granger nodded for the man to put it up on the view screen, and within a moment, he found himself staring at something he'd thought he'd never see in his life. Aliens. A man, or at least a head attached to a vaguely reptilian torso, looked Granger up and down before opening its mouth. It spoke only one word, and Granger didn't even think to wonder at the fact that it spoke English. Leave. Granger paused as he tried to process what he was seeing and hearing. The alien spoke again, this time leaning in threateningly toward the screen. Its voice twisted in an accent that spoke both of its difficulty with English and its utter foreignness. It was definitely other. Leave or die. Chapter 9. New Dublin. Air Sector. Low orbit. Even though the main fighter bays of the swarm carriers had been destroyed, it seemed that several hundred craft had surrounded the remaining 2 singularities in an attempt to blockade the sabotage runs. A storm of weapons fire flared all around Ballsy and his crew as they angled through the melee. Delta Squad is gone. Beta Squad is on its way. Our orders are to run interference for them until the package is delivered. Ballsy cranked hard on his control stick and dove down through a formation of enemy bogies, letting pew-pew and fodder savage them with 2 streams of rapid-fire ordnance. Space Champ picked off the stragglers. Spatters of rapidly freezing swarm goo streaked across Ballsy's viewport. A few moments later, Beta Squad arrived, and Ballsy and his crew careened toward a dozen bogies converging on the newcomers. It seemed the swarm knew exactly which fighters posed their superweapon the greatest threat, as they targeted the fighter with the osmium brick attached to its undercarriage. Pew Pew and Fodder, peel off and take out the wings. Space Champ, cover me. No problem, boss. And Ballsy, remember, don't fly like my brother, said Pew Pew. Yeah, well, don't fly like my brother, replied Fodder. The two fighters sped away in opposite directions. Two brothers, each headed toward half a dozen enemy fighters. Don't fly like my brother. They actually were brothers, something Ballsy had figured out only recently. They always said that when they were in a morbidly cavalier mood, something that came when they faced down hopelessly dangerous situations. Ballsy scanned the wings. There were more bogies than Ballsy had initially realized, and he was suddenly worried that he'd sent them to their deaths. Fodder was always complaining about that, hence his call sign. But a sick certainty hit Ballsy as he became sure he'd finally sent his fellow pilot to his death. Yet there was no time to worry. He was in the midst of them now, and a sudden jerk told him he'd been hit. But the damage was light, and before another slug could connect, he looped around in a tight curve, allowing Space Champ to blast a few bogies that had started to tail him. He finished the loop and ended up on her tail, returning the favor, as she'd taken on two shadows herself. Ballsy, you're hit, said Space Champ. He craned his neck around and saw the smoke billowing from his right wing. Technically, he didn't need the wing, so long as he didn't have to re-enter the atmosphere. But if the internal pressure was compromised, or if the starboard stabilizers were damaged, he'd have a hell of a time in the coming minutes. Testing his maneuvering thrusters, he satisfied himself that he was good to go, when suddenly the world seemed to explode. Am I hit? Damn! He couldn't even see. A whooping cheer made him realize that it wasn't him that had been hit, it was the Singularity. Beta Squad had delivered its package. He breathed a cautious sigh of relief. Why are those bricks made out of osmium anyway? Said Space Champ as the light from the explosion died down. She was often distracted by details like that, and Ballsy hated it when she wondered things out loud in the heat of battle. How anyone could be distracted during such an intense situation was beyond him. He shrugged the question off, but Fodder answered for him. Comes from the asteroid mining ops. They use all the other heavy metals in ship hulls, but the osmium's useless. They just dump it all out in the asteroid belt. But now they finally got a use for that crap. Ballsy sighed again in relief. Hearing his voice meant that Fodder was alive. He scanned his readout looking for Pew Pew, but didn't see him. He squeezed off a few rounds at a stray bogey as it passed and searched the field of battle for their next target. But isn't that shit poisonous? Osmium? Space Champ continued. Ballsy was half tempted to reprimand her for distracting them, but before he could say anything, a fireball exploded right behind him. A bogey, caught in Space Champ's deadly sights. Damn, the girl was good. Guess she could wonder about trivia and blast comrades out of the sky at the same time. You seen Pew Pew, Space Champ? He pulled hard left to avoid running into the smoking skeleton of an IDF light cruiser, then wrapped around hard and blasted two bogies trailing Fodder to oblivion. Nope. He craned his neck around again, searching for Pew Pew. Fodder, where's your bro? No, man. Fodder's voice sounded nonchalant, at ease, as if his brother had just gone outside for an evening's smoke. Those two had far more confidence than Ballsy. Hell, what had happened to him in the last 2 months? He was distracted. His confidence wavered. He was nothing like the balls-to-the-wall young space jock he remembered being after graduating from IDF Flight Academy. He glanced back at the picture of Fishtail's boy holding the toy fighter propped up on his dashboard. She had happened. He couldn't stop thinking about her, about her son, about that day he'd told the kid his mom wasn't coming home. The whole experience had knocked him on his ass. It had surprised him. He was the battle-hardened space jock. He lived for the thrill. He didn't get hung up about women, and he didn't get hung up about lost friends. But he was hung up. The new orders flashed up on his console. Engage the carriers. Commander Pierce's voice blared over his comm set in confirmation. All birds, engage the remaining carriers. Fly interference for the new Dublin cruisers. Ignore the fighters as much as possible. Focus all firepower on the carriers. CAG out. Damn. They'd have to track down Pew Pew later. You heard him, boys and girls. he said, peeling hard to the right and setting his attack vector on the nearest swarm carrier. It was just a kilometer away, billowing smoke and debris as the warrior pounded a gaping hole in its side with nearly invisible laser beams. They may have been invisible, but they would incinerate his fighter within a second if he strayed too close. An antimatter beam lanced out from the carrier and slammed into the warrior, followed by half a dozen more beams. One of them shot out and caught a New Dublin cruiser right in the bow, initiating a massive explosion that rocked the ship as it passed. Fodder's voice came over the comm. "Let's go pick off those turrets." "Agreed," replied Ballsy. "Space Champ, back us up."
Aye, aye, Ballsy, sir, Captain Lord Commander.
Her voice was playfully ironic. For a moment it reminded him of Fishtail. Hell, it seemed everything was reminding him of Fishtail these days. Fighters reminded him of Fishtail. Sleeping and breathing reminded him of Fishtail. They dove in, streaking and zooming back and forth to avoid the incoming fire from the enemy bogies swarming them. He tried to remember Commander Pierce's lessons. The CAG held a weekly training session for the seasoned pilots, and they'd just had one that morning. "Keep it random," he'd said. "If you're predictable, you're dead." He bounced back and forth, up and down, as randomly as he could, bobbing and weaving through a cloud of fighters, picking off the occasional target as often as he could, but keeping his heading toward the carrier. At last they were there. "Send a torpedo at that tower, Fodder. Space Champ and I will cover." Fodder's fighter leapt forward. A dozen or more enemy fighters careened toward him, and Ballsy shot around them in a gut-wrenching high-G loop, picking them off one by one with Space Champ, who matched his moves. Fodder managed to thread his way through the melee, though Ballsy didn't see how. The cloud of bogies was thick. This was possibly their most hopeless and deadly skirmish yet, even though the sacrificial cruisers took out over 3/4 of the enemy birds in their own fighter bays. A lone torpedo blasted off from Fodder's left wing and slammed into the antimatter beam tower, even as a green beam lanced out from the turret and slammed into a passing IDF cruiser. The cruiser and the beam turret simultaneously exploded, and Ballsy flinched as he soared through the expanding cloud of dissipating debris. "Oh yeah! On to the next, partner," said Fodder. They blasted away toward the next tower, halfway down the length of the carrier, and cringed as they saw the dozens of bogies swarming around it. Apparently they were expected. "Right," Ballsy began. "Nothing for it but to—" Fodder didn't wait for Ballsy to finish. He accelerated toward the swarm of fighters, guns blazing.
Yeehaw! Careful there, Fodder. Don't take your call sign literally,
said Space Champ.
"Babe, this is how I got my call sign. Full speed ahead, bitches!"
He plunged right into the thick of the horde, swerving and blasting them to pieces. A handful of slugs caught his tail and wings, but he kept on looping and firing. Ballsy swore and plunged in after him, Space Champ close behind. He took a hit, and another. Damn, this was going to be his last flight, he knew.
"I'm hit!"
Space Champ screamed into her headset.
"Losing control!"
Ballsy watched as a pair of fighters bore down on her, pelting her with several more slugs. But he had his own bogies to deal with. They were going to die. Out of the corner of his eye flashed a bolt of shining metal, weapons fire screaming off its turrets. It was missing its right wing, and Ballsy wasn't sure how it was still navigating. But sure enough, it looped around and picked off Space Champ's tails before shooting straight at Ballsy, who dropped low for it to pass, and as it streaked by, it nailed two of his own trailing bogies.
"Hot enough for you?"
came Pew Pew's voice. Ballsy sighed in relief. He was still alive, and so was Fodder's brother, unlikely as both events seemed. "I told you don't fly like my brother," said Fodder, who had punched his way through the melee and now launched another torpedo at the second turret. It exploded in a convulsive blast. The four of them peeled away toward their next target.
"Where the hell is the warrior?"
asked Space Champ. Ballsy glanced at his scopes, and sure enough, it was gone. Only a few dozen New Dublin cruisers, and all of Warrior's fighters could be seen, pounding away at the 5 remaining swarm carriers. Chapter 10. New Dublin. Air Sector. Bridge, ISS Warrior. Captain Granger bolted out of his seat. The sight of the individual on the screen, obviously not human, yet speaking Granger's own language, spurred him to action, or at least to tactically stall until he could find out who or what they were dealing with. "Who am I speaking to?" No answer. The person on the screen stared at Granger. The eyes reminded Granger of a cat, slitted, dilating, and then shrinking in response to some stimulus Granger wasn't aware of. Slowly, dangerously, it bared its teeth. Yellow, spiked teeth that looked like they could cut a man's neck clean off. "Who are you? Is this Earth territory and this planet is under our protection? I advise you to—" The alien interrupted. "Stop your attack on our ally. Then leave. You have—" It paused as if thinking or considering its words. 60 seconds. Granger stared at his opponent, then motioned to the comm. "Admiral Asbill, now!" Ensign Prussia nodded and frantically called into his receiver. Moments later, Admiral Asbill's voice once again came through the speakers on Granger's station. He motioned to the ensign to mute the audio on the alien's video feed. "Admiral, are you seeing this?" "Yeah, Tim," Asbill replied. "Those Russians with masks on?" "No. This looks like the real deal. Ship design is completely foreign." He glanced at the intel station to be sure, and the officers there all shrugged. "We've got nothing on these guys. You?" Asbill cleared his throat. "Negative." Granger looked at the countdown timer one of the tactical crew had enabled on the front view screen. They had less than 20 seconds to comply. 20 seconds to see if those 15 new warships were as dangerous as they looked. Allies with the swarm? The idea boggled his mind. If it was true, it could derail their entire war strategy. "Admiral, we've got to hold fire on that fleeing carrier. Let's see what these people want, who they are, what they're doing here." After a short pause, Asbill swore. "Fine. I'll send word up to the Godaway. You're close to them. Got a full sensor workup. Full sweep, all frequencies, neutron scan, metaspace monitoring, everything. We need to know what we're dealing with." Granger nodded, and after a quick glance to Lieutenant Diaz, to make sure the tactical crew was on top of the scans Admiral Asbill had ordered, he motioned back to the comm to unmute the alien's audio. He looked back up at the vaguely reptilian man, at least he assumed it was a male, on his screen. "We have complied. We no longer attack the swarm vessel." The alien looked to the side, probably to someone off camera for confirmation. Then, turning back, he rested his hands on the table in front of him. "Now, leave. First, I want to know who you are and why you've come." Granger knew it would take at least a few minutes for the scanning crews to get anything approaching a useful data set, so he'd have to stall to give them enough time. "We have come to our allies' aid. Who we are is not relevant." "It is relevant, sir. As this is our space and you are the guests, it is not polite to withhold your identity from your host." It was difficult to read the alien's facial expressions, but to Granger it looked as if the other man scowled. "Guests. We are not your guests. We are your adversaries. You are enemies of our ally. The Valarissi have been our friends for time. For all time. You will submit to them if you are wise. Continue to resist them at your peril." Valarissi. Was that what the swarm called themselves? Odd that after 75 years and 2 devastating invasions, they hadn't even learned the name of their foe. "And you? What do you call yourselves?" "We are Dolmassi, of the Concordat of 7, the first allies and friends of the Valarissi." Granger stroked his stubble. "Concordat of 7? What is that? Are there more civilizations than the Dolmassi who are friends with the swarm? What are your intentions toward us?" The alien smiled. At least, as good an approximation of a smile as the face could manage. Granger couldn't tell if it was a natural expression, or if, like the alien's ability to use English, the rudimentary facial expressions were a learned skill.
Our intentions are to stand by our allies. Our allies wish to bring you into submission. So that is what we will do. We are the second house of the Concordat of Seven. We and our brothers will bury you unless you lay down your arms, abandon your ships, and welcome the Most High Valerissi, the first house of the Concordat of Seven, onto your worlds with open arms.
Granger's fist clenched behind his back. He had half a mind to order a mag-rail bombardment right then and there on the lead vessel and teach these people a lesson. You did not come barging into Earth's territory on the swarm's behest and expect a warm welcome. But the exchange bought them some valuable information. Crucial information. The swarm could be negotiated with. Communication was possible. He tossed a questioning glance toward the sensor station at Tactical and the ensign in charge there. Ensign Diamond shook his head. Damn. They still needed time for their scans. They needed to know everything possible about this new enemy, in case they had to fight them.
And might I ask your name, sir?
The alien inclined his head.
Vishkane Harsa. I am Vishkane of this vessel, and all the vessels you see here, and 50 others.
Vishkane. Granger repeated the word. It must have meant admiral in whatever language the Dulmasi spoke.
I am Captain Timothy Granger of the ISS Warrior. The swarm, the Valerissi as you call them, have invaded our space and killed our people. We will expel them. Do not make me expel you as well.
The alien made an odd noise, almost like a grumble or a cough, and it took a moment before Granger realized he was laughing. Interesting. He'd taken the requisite course at IDF Academy for First Contact, which included topics like xenobiology and xenosociology, and it never occurred to him that an alien would ever develop the social custom of laughing like humanity had. Or was this another learned skill again? And if so, how much had they learned?
You are in no position to expel us. You command one ship that has the potential to harm us and another 20 that don't.
He shot a quick glance at the sensor station and made a questioning face to the crew there. With a grimace, the ensign nodded. Apparently, they'd had time to parse some of the sensor data and confirmed that the new enemy vessels did indeed pose a threat. A significant one, by the look on Ensign Diamond's face. Granger glanced at his tactical screen, at the 15 ships that floated ominously just kilometers away, between them and the lone swarm carrier which had hobbled away at a fraction of its optimal acceleration. He wondered whether the tracking beacon had been damaged in the assault, and if the vessel would be able to Q-jump away.
Perhaps not, Vishkane Karsa. But would you like to test that theory? I dare say many of you will not survive your encounter with the ISS Warrior.
He cocked his head toward Tactical and murmured,
Ready antimatter torpedo.
They'd never been fielded before. IDF Weapons Research Division had only given them a handful to test, but he suspected a regular nuke wouldn't be enough to scare them off. Another coughing grumble, and Vishkane Karsa spread his arms wide, in what Granger guessed was a sign of confrontation.
We care not for survival, with the Valerissi as our ally. We sacrifice and die at their command, as is our glorious right. So you are slaves, then?
A hiss. That sound and its meaning were obvious.
Slaves? We are no slaves. It is our prestige and an honor to serve the Valerissi. We are the most honored and loyal of their allies. Interesting.
Your allies seem to have about as much sway over you as a master to his slave. He nodded toward Tactical. Give them a demonstration, Lieutenant. Z-minus 10 kilometers, right under their ass.
Firing, sir.
On the view screen, Granger watched as a small projectile shot away from the warrior, and it angled down from the bow until it raced away from them and approached a point several kilometers below the Dhalmasi fleet. A shimmering green beam lanced out from the lead ship and vaporized the torpedo, and it erupted in a muted explosion, its antimatter pod apparently untouched by the detonation.
Very impressive, Captain Granger.
Granger cringed on the inside. Apparently, his opponent had not only mastered English, but sarcasm as well.
We've got thousands more,
he bluffed.
Are you willing to take your chances? Leave now, and I promise we will allow you to escape without further violence. But if you stay, be prepared to—
More coughing, laughter, and the Dhalmasi Vishgane threw his arms wide again, this time even more aggressively.
Now it is our turn for a demonstration, Captain. Prepare yourself if you can.
Granger stepped forward and touched Ensign Prince's shoulder.
Evasive maneuvers, Ensign. Tactical.
He motioned toward the station.
Full spread of RPO fire. Intercept whatever they're sending at us.
Aye, sir.
The tactical crew was abuzz with activity as the dozen or so officers coordinated the efforts of the rapid pulse ordnance crews down below. Granger turned back to his console to scan for whatever the Dhalmasi were sending at them. He saw it, just as the sensor officer called it out.
Sir! 40 more ships just Q-jumped in. They're right on top of us.
Chapter 11. New Dublin. Air Sector. Bridge. ISS Warrior.
More Dhalmasi? Swarm?
Granger asked. Ensign Diamond at Sensors shook his head, examining his board, and then smiled. But Ensign Prucha beat him to it.
Sir, Fleet Admiral Zingano aboard the ISS Victory is hailing us.
Granger relaxed. Finally. He watched the other vessel, almost a carbon copy of both the Constitution and the Warrior, sail into the midst of the confrontation. IDF's shipbuilding program had not only swung into high gear the past 2 months, it was several orders of magnitude past overdrive, as Earth's entire population, and that of dozens of other worlds, swung into a total war footing. Victory had only been spaceworthy for a week, but had already notched 2 wins. 3 if Zingano had been successful at Centauri earlier in the day.
Patch him through.
A moment later, Zingano's voice boomed over the speakers.
Looks like you could use a hand, Tim. Looks that way, Bill. Your arrival is timely.
Admiral Zingano grumbled. The assault at Centauri was a feint. They immediately pulled those ships back, and from their Q-jump vectors it looks like they were coming in your direction. Granger nodded.
13 showed up instead of 10.
And it appears they brought some company. But our new friends seem to be making themselves scarce. Granger glanced at his tactical readout, and sure enough, the 15 Dhalmasi vessels were pulling back, falling into formation with the lone swarm carrier as if to escort it out of the system. Admiral Asbill's voice came over the speakers.
Bill, they're getting away. They could Q-jump out of the system at any moment. We need to strike now while their backs are turned.
No, Admiral, Zingano's voice replied. We have no idea what the capabilities of those other ships are. If they're leaving without a fight, then we're not going to give them one. Not without more tactical knowledge.
But sir, they've destroyed over 24 of my best ships. Our safety depends on us taking out as many of them as—
No, Russell. Your safety depends on following my orders to the letter. Or was that not clear when you accepted your Admiral's bars? End of discussion. Ensign Diamond caught Granger's attention.
Sir, they've made their Q-jump. All the Dhalmasi ships are gone.
He waited expectantly for the key piece of information.
And? The swarm carrier?
Gone as well.
Please tell me the tracking beacon was still functional.
Diamond tapped a few more controls on his console, furrowing his brow. He smiled and looked up.
Toward Polaris, in the Jorgen sector.
Granger turned back to the comm.
You hear that, Bill? He could almost hear the other man's smile on the other end. I did. I think that's enough for us to enter Phase 2 of Operation Battle Axe. Admiral Asbill's voice blurted out onto the channel. He was starting to really annoy Granger. Operation Battle Axe? Why wasn't I told about this? Need to know, Russell. That shouldn't surprise you. But this is my world they've been attacking today. Governor Wolfram will want to know about your plans to maintain New Dublin security and... Zingano interrupted, his voice approaching impatience. Russell, we're here to protect humanity. Inasmuch as that means protecting New Dublin, then that's what we do. But I do not share operational details of strategic plans with officers that don't have a need to know. Never have, never will. Is that clear? Now get your ass back onto New Dublin. I am on New Dublin, and organize your defenses. The Swarm don't like losing battles like these. You can bet your asses they'll be back within the week. It's their way. Zingano talked right over him until the other man fell silent. The war was clearly getting on everyone's nerves. But you include him in your plans? The man that came back? The friggin' bricklayer? The one who's probably a Russian agent? Don't deny it, Bill, even the president has her doubts. A long pause. Granger smirked at his bridge crew and a few of them smiled back. Zingano sighed. Admiral Asbill, you relieved. Report to IDF CENTCOM on Earth in 2 days. Your replacement will arrive then. Zingano out. The comm crackled, indicating at least one of the lines had terminated. Tim, you still there? Came Zingano's voice. Yeah, Bill. We need to talk. You, me, Proctor, everyone on the War Council that I trust. Interesting. Interesting that he included Proctor in there. And interesting that he distinguished Granger and Proctor from the others with the word trust. Trust was a rare commodity at CENTCOM these days. In spite of the total war footing and President Avery running the country and its associate planets like one giant wartime industrial engine. At the waypoint? Yes. See you there in 1 day. Zingano out. The waypoint. The secret coordinates that only a handful of people knew about. Granger, Proctor, Zingano, and only 2 or 3 other admirals. President Avery as well. He addressed Ensign Prince, but remained standing, facing the empty XO's chair. Get back to New Dublin. We need our fighters and our XO. All hands, stand down from battle stations. Commence repair and recovery operations. Chapter 12. New Dublin. Air Sector. Low orbit. 2 carriers left. They had this one in the bag. Against all odds. Vals's face was sweaty and dripping. One of the hits his fighter had taken had knocked out the environmental controls, so the cockpit was overheating. Thankfully, his flight suit was fully contained and had enough oxygen to last at least a day. But damn, it was hot. His squad finished off the last antimatter turret on the closest carrier, and soon they were angling toward the remaining swarm vessel. Last call, boys and girls. Let's blow this bastard and then go get drunk and make very irresponsible life decisions. Too late, said Space Champ. We're already space jocks. Ballsy smirked. I'll have you know I'm an upstanding, law-abiding citizen, ma'am. He pulled the trigger and picked off a stray swarm bogey. On his sensor screen, he noticed another fighter squad nearby getting raked over the coals by a cloud of enemy craft. On me, boys. Let's bring Stryker's squad out of trouble there. They veered toward the melee, and Ballsy recognized the voice as soon as it spoke. Thank you kindly, Ballsy, said Dogtown, his old squad mate. The voice brought back searing memories of the former squad. Dogtown, Hotbox, Fishtail, Ballsy. 2 were dead, and 2 had death's number. Hang tight, Dogtown, we're nearly there. An explosion cut him off. A Stryker squad fighter erupted in a fiery cloud as swarm fighters strafed it in crossfire. Ballsy swore even as his own squad plunged into the fight, and 10 seconds later it was over. He looked around at the field of battle and at his sensor screen. The last enemy carrier had been neutralized and was being pummeled by the IDF cruisers bearing down on it. A few dozen swarm fighters still flew around the cruisers and among their own fighters, but the operation was quickly becoming a mop-up. He noticed the warrior had returned from chasing down a swarm carrier, and soon Commander Pierce's voice came over his headset. Well done, people. All craft return to Fighter Bay. Dogtown and Ballsy, your 2 squads will bring in the rear and watch for strays. Strays. It had become a common post-battle swarm strategy. Inevitably, there would be a handful of enemy fighters that would manage to elude them in the mop-up operation, only to reappear as they were returning to the Warriors' fighter bay, harassing them and occasionally making suicide runs at the bay itself. Ballsy, came Dogtown's voice. You and your squad take aft and we'll take 4. When everyone else is in the bay, I'll escort my 2 boys, and you follow in with yours. Roger, taking position now. He guided his team toward the fighter bay, patrolling the aft side of the entrance as the surviving squads made their landings. Ballsy was thorough, peering around every nook and corner for hidden swarm craft, while scanning his sensor board for any contact. The swarm somehow were able to turn off all power and reduce all EM emissions to an undetectable level when in hiding, and the Warrior was a big ship, with many places to hide, especially with so much debris floating around. That's it, folks, we're heading in, declared Dogtown. Ballsy watched as he and his 2 surviving squad mates made their landing. Space Champ, head in. Fodder, follow her. Pew pew. Can you even make a controlled landing with only 1 wing? I guess we'll find out, man, said Pew Pew. Ballsy watched with bated breath as Pew Pew made his final wobbly approach, lurching and tilting as the pilot tried to maintain a straight course on landing. With a jolt and a shower of sparks, he made it, skidding to a stop 100 meters into the vast bay, nearly crashing into Fodder's craft and only stopping at the last second. He pulled the controls to guide his fighter into the bay. Ballsy, bogey on your tail! Space Champ screamed into his ear. On instinct, he pulled up and looped around in a tight curve, nearly passing out from the extreme G-force pushing him into his seat. But it was worth it. With a flick of his thumb, he pelted the trailing bogey with a stream of fire, and it exploded into a satisfying muted fireball. Space Champ yelled in his ear again, "There's 2!" Twisting his head around, he saw it. It had been hiding behind a large piece of debris from one of the destroyed IDF cruisers, and was now making a full-speed run for the fighter bay. Ballsy was way off course, having been distracted by the first. Damn it! He pulled hard on the controls and wheeled the fighter around, pointing it at the bogey descending full bore on the fighter bay entrance. His thumb unleashed a storm of fire on the craft. Many explosions ripped through the bogey and it was knocked somewhat off course, but moments later it managed to pull itself aright, and with what Vol supposed must have sounded like a horrific crunch and the shriek of metal on metal, it clipped the side of the fighter bay entrance and spun out of control, passing through the EM shield and tumbling onto the floor, colliding with people and fighters alike before it came to rest, smoldering and steaming. Chapter 13. New Dublin, Ayr Sector, Planetary Command Center. Proctor had no sooner listened to Fleet Admiral Zingano dismiss Admiral Aspil when he'd fixed a cold glare on her and said, "Get out." Several minutes later, she was back on her shuttle, climbing up into the atmosphere toward the distant dot that was the ISS Warrior. From her vantage point, it looked like the battle was just a mop-up operation now, as all the swarm carriers were destroyed, and all that remained were a few dozen fighters. By the time the Warrior was large enough to fill her window, it seemed all the swarm fighters had been rounded up and neutralized. Except one. She watched in horror as a stray bogey fired up its engines from behind a piece of debris and raced toward the fighter bay. One of their own pelted it with fire, but the enemy craft smashed into the fighter bay, leaving fire and destruction in its wake. "Aboard landing in shuttle bay. Get us in there," she said to the shuttle pilot, pointing at the fighter bay. There was still plenty of room for them to land there, and she knew she'd be needed. Moments later, before the hatch had completely opened and angled down to the deck, she jumped off and ran toward the chaos. Broken bodies lay against a wrecked fighter, and blood was everywhere. From their uniforms, she saw one was a tech, the other a pilot. Other fighter deck crew techs were running with fire suppressants, as others dragged the injured away from the smoldering swarm fighter. "Stay clear of it! All non-essential personnel, out!" She reached down to check the pulse of a tech, but there was no hope for this one. Her forehead was caved in from where the crashing fighter had struck it. Colonel Hanrahan and his rapid response force arrived, along with a hazmat team, all of them helping to clear the space around the swarm craft. The characteristic green sludge was dripping out of holes and fissures. The colonel and 2 pilots assisted a 3rd pilot, Dogtown, one of the few original space jocks they brought over from the Constitution. He'd been knocked over, but was at least standing with assistance. "Came out of nowhere," said a voice behind her. She turned to see Lieutenant Vols. Ballsy, if she remembered right. "Damn comrade just came out of nowhere. I tried to stop it, but..." She grabbed his shoulders. He looked shell-shocked. This war was getting to him. It was getting to them all. "Lieutenant, you did everything you could. I was out there. I saw it. If it weren't for you, more would be dead." He was vaguely shaking his head. The young man was clearly still in shock. "If I had stayed a little closer to the bay, or if I'd targeted its thrusters instead of its power plant, or if I'd..." "Ballsy," she began, looking him in the eye. "Listen to me. This is not your fault. Nobody here is at fault. When a killer pulls the trigger, we don't blame the victim for getting in the way. You did your duty, and you did it brilliantly. Look at you. You're still here, 2 months later. I think that shows that you're one of the best we have." He shook his head. "Not good enough. Not good enough. Not good enough to save her." Before she could ask what he was talking about, he continued. "They're not killers, Commander. They're a force of nature. They're a hurricane, a tornado, an infestation. Calling them killers only grants them humanity, and they are anything but human." He was rambling, of course, but she conceded, internally, that it was a good point. She had to get to the bottom of this. IDF and United Earth were losing. Sure, they were racking up victories, but they were ultimately Pyrrhic victories. Hundreds of millions were already dead, and millions joined them every week. And the swarm were endless. They were a hurricane. A force of nature. Vols nailed it. "Go get some sleep, Ballsy." She let go of his shoulders and turned him toward the exit. But before she could guide him toward the doors, the shuttle bay exploded again. She was knocked down by the force of a blast from behind. When she opened her eyes and looked around, several things stood out to her. The explosion wasn't nearly as destructive as she feared. It was only some minor blast coming from the swarm fighter, probably an overloading power cap going critical. But the other thing she noticed was far more disturbing. Colonel Hanrahan, Dogtown, and the 2 pilots helping him had been much closer to the fighter, and were laying motionless nearby. And worse, green sludge was smeared all around them. Swarm matter had blasted out of the fighter and had sprayed out onto them. "Hazmat! Get them isolated and cleaned, now!" She beckoned to the suited hazmat crew who rushed to the fallen crew members. Thankfully, she saw all of the men move, so at least they weren't dead. But they might be far worse than dead. Chapter 14. Boulder, Colorado. Earth. Office of the Vice President. Tertiary Presidential Bunker. Vice President Isaacson knew many things, but the thing he was most sure about was that the office of Vice President was the most useless office in the world. "Sir, President Avery would like to talk to you privately in her chambers." The aide called the news in lazily from his office, which was literally just a closet next to Isaacson's own office, which itself barely qualified as a room. He'd been moved out of his old, sprawling office building, and God, he missed that place. Lavish, finely decorated, right next to the fountains in the courtyard at the old North American presidential mansion, just outside the border of D.C., and far more private than his current setup. They'd moved him at President Avery's orders. Ever since that day, over 2 months ago, when the swarm attacked Earth, Avery would not permit him to be in the same room, or the same city as her. Not out of any loathing or ill feelings she may have borne him, though he supposed she didn't hold him in any particularly high esteem, but there was security to consider. If a swarm singularity bomb were to hit the main presidential compound with Avery in it, at least the government would still have continuity of leadership. He was the fallback, the contingency plan, the backup. But until that time he was needed, he was utterly useless. Troop inspections and morale parades were about all he was allowed to do. "Now," the aide sipped his coffee before responding, "the message says to be there in 2 hours. So basically now, It takes nearly 2 hours to get there. He glanced at his watch, then wistfully at the stack of reports and briefings piled high on his desk. He was not born for paperwork. He was born for hookers and tequila. And there was a disturbing lack of both in his new bunker of an office, here, buried underneath a mountain outside Denver. 1 hour, 42 minutes, yes, sir. The aide tapped the compatch tattoo on his wrist. I'll arrange for your shuttle. By the time you get up there, it should be ready for takeoff. Fine. And get my new bodyman. That new intern, what's his name? Connor? Yeah, I'll need someone to arrange my coffee and accommodations when I'm out there. It's nearly 5 o'clock, so by the time I get there and meet with the old battle axe, it'll be well past my bedtime. And one does not keep little presidents in waiting up past their bedtimes, he added with an ironic drawl mimicking President Avery. 20 minutes later, he emerged from the last elevator out into the glaring winter sunlight and pulled his coat tight around him. The intern, a young man who'd been drafted only a month prior, was waiting for him, holding a heavier coat. Brought this for you, sir. Thought you'd need it. Nice touch. The kid was young, but not stupid. Thank you, Connor. Shall we? Isaacson thumbed in the direction of the shuttle waiting on the launch pad, engines whining in the background. Connor picked up the overnight bag he carried for Isaacson whenever his duties required him to travel. Usually he'd rely on whatever establishment was hosting him to see to his every need, even cater to his whims. But times had changed. Almost overnight, the world had changed. Earth and most other populated worlds were on a war footing. Not just a casual war involving just the 0.5% of the population that ever volunteered for the military. This was total war. Entire industries co-opted by the government and re-geared to produce capital ships and fighters instead of cruise liners, missiles and torpedoes instead of personal vehicles, targeting computers instead of personal entertainment devices. Everything was different. The stakes were high, so Earth, and President Avery, had risen to the occasion. Have a seat, son, he said to Connor, motioning him toward one of the other passenger chairs. Soon they were in the air, blazing through the upper atmosphere at 3 kilometers per second. The noise cancellation system seemed to be down, and an unholy roar pierced the cabin. Sorry, sir. We're having maintenance issues, shouted the captain of the shuttle, a squat man with a mustache buckled firmly into his cockpit seat. Isaacson noticed no such restraints on the passenger seats. Delightful, Isaacson drawled. Are we going to make it in one piece, or shall I alert the Speaker of the House that he's next in line? I'm sure Mr. LaPierre will be overjoyed. A gruff laugh. Sit down, sir, and enjoy the ride. Be there in an hour, less if we can get through D.C. secure airspace faster than a turd through clogged pipes. Blue-collar workers. He rolled his eyes and focused on the data pad that Connor had pulled out of his overnight bag for him. Thank you, son. Connor nodded a brief smile, then closed his eyes, gripping his armrests tightly and apparently making a good play at relaxing. Are you nervous, son? The boy opened his eyes with a start. Sir? Nervous? Oh, it's just... I hate flying, sir. Understandable, you're young and... What are you, 18? Play sports, you look like a football player. Connor shrugged. 19. And, yeah, I played my freshman year of college. No, sir, I've never had problems flying. Not until... Well, you know. Isaacson knew. The smoking craters were still smoldering from the heat of the blasts, except for Miami. The Gulf of Mexico had flooded into that particular crater, and most of New Orleans as well. But Houston, Phoenix, San Bernardino, and Riverside, they were desolate, craggy pits. A body like that, you should be in the Marines, son, or at least the Marines football team. Isaacson settled in to read through the latest casualty reports coming in from the day's skirmishes. It had been a busy week, over a dozen different swarm incursions. But each one repelled, half of them by Captain Granger himself. Gods, the man was practically a legend in his own time. Even half of the Admiralty was eating out of his goddamn hand. And for what? It's not like the man was a god. He was no superhero. He was just particularly skilled at using his people and ships as cannon fodder. The brick layer. He rolled his eyes at the latest report. 13 state-of-the-art heavy cruisers used as battering rams. Wasted. Thrown away just so Granger could claim another stunning victory. Connor shrugged again. Yeah, I guess I could have been drafted into the Marines. But they sent me to the administrative corps instead. Don't know why. Studied political science in college, but only for a year. And bad grades at that. Too busy playing football. I figured someone was... He trailed off. Isaacson glanced up. Wallace what? Never mind. Need anything else, sir? I could use a nap. Stayed up half the night. Gotta get your sleep, son. Can't stay up watching football games. The young man clenched his jaw. Apparently he'd touched a nerve. Just waiting for your call last night, sir. They told me to stay by my phone in case you needed me for the base readiness tour you were supposed to... Ah! Yes, sorry about that. I cancelled at the last minute. There's too many of those damned things. They do nothing but parade me around like a mascot, supposedly to build troop morale or some shit. Connor scowled, but closed his eyes and gripped the armrests again. Yes, sir. They traveled in silence the rest of the way, and true to the captain's word, they managed to fly straight through the controlled airspace above DC without any problems. The Airspace Commission bureaucrats had apparently finally coordinated with the bureaucrats down in the executive office, and they'd coordinated with the Space Force pencil pushers. One big, happy administrative circle jerk. It was a wonder Earth was still standing. It is still standing because the swarm failed, and they almost didn't fail because of you. He shuddered and pushed the thought aside. It wasn't supposed to be this way. He was supposed to be president by now. Avery was supposed to be dead, and the swarm pushed back to their own territory. Ambassador Volodin had assured him that was the case. But Volodin had been recalled to St. Petersburg. Isaacson hadn't seen his old friend in 2 months. Friend. Erstwhile co-conspirator was more accurate. He looked out the window and saw the familiar, sprawling DC skyline extending to the horizon in all directions. Now apparently 10 times its original boundaries, it was half the size of Maryland. With great galactic republics came great administrative responsibilities. The ship lurched. He glanced out the window again and saw their course had changed. Hey, what's up, Captain? Change of plans.
Isaacson stood up. Connor looked to be asleep, so he moved past, taking care not to brush up against him.
What do you mean, change of plans?
He demanded.
Sorry, sir, we've been given a new destination. There's been an explosion at the executive mansion.
Isaacson's stomach lurched. Russians again? Were they still at it? He'd explicitly told Volodin right after the invasion that the plans were off. He was out of the assassination game. There was no time for shit like that with Earth's existence on the line. President Avery.
No idea, sir. They just tell me where to fly and I go there. Order came from her chief of staff himself.
Why didn't they tell him directly? Just like the president's staff to keep Isaacson in the dark. Her chief of staff was prickly, efficient, and had never liked Avery's Veep. Where are we going? The pilot pointed to a spot on the map. Isaacson blinked. Not possible.
Regardless, sir, that's where we're going. I triple confirmed. Thought my earwax had built up too much.
The pilot's finger returned to the navigational controls, but Isaacson was still fixed upon the location on the map the man had pointed to. He sighed. Avery had apparently kept a lot of things from him, including secret bases in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Chapter 15. Atlantic Ocean, Earth. Subsurface Presidential Bunker 8. It only took them another 45 minutes to re-enter the upper atmosphere and shuttle out to the coordinates in the middle of the Atlantic. By then it was dark, and all Isaacson could see out his window was the top of a sea of clouds illuminated by the nearly full moon. The captain's voice called from the cockpit.
We're here, sir. Descending now. Hold tight. I've been told to make the descent quick-like. Leaf on the wind and all that.
Isaacson had no idea what the captain was talking about, but without waiting for a reply, he sent the shuttle into a steep dive. The craft only had light-duty momentum cancelers, and so both Isaacson and Connor were forcefully thrown forward and nearly ended up on the floor as the front of the shuttle pointed down sharply. Just as abruptly, They were then thrust back into their seats as the craft accelerated. Isaacson noticed Connor's white knuckles gripping the armrests, and his wide eyes darting from the window to the cockpit and back again. Poor kid. Nearly there, son. Connor nodded quickly. Damn it, the kid was probably going to pass out from the G-forces pressing them back into their seats. Isaacson was a little unnerved himself, but at least he wasn't about to vomit. Connor's face, meanwhile, had turned an unmistakable hue of green. Tell me about yourself, son. Where are you from? Where's your family? The green face turned red. Miami, sir. Isaacson's stomach clenched. Oh, shit. I see. I'm so sorry. Connor nodded his acknowledgement of the sympathy. I was at college, up in Massachusetts at the time. Kingsford College. They sent us to a bunker that morning, and since it was after finals, we decided to throw a little party. We had no idea it was a real invasion, thought it was a drill. Got pretty plastered. I felt the shaking, but I thought it was just the beer messing with my balance. Shit, sir. I felt Miami explode from over 1,000 miles away. Isaacson glanced out the window. They descended below the clouds, and all was pitch black. He hoped the captain knew what he was doing. I'm sorry, son. Yeah, I remember that night. I was in the Omaha Command Center. Wasn't dark yet there, but Connor interrupted, the memories apparently making him forget his manners. It was night up there, and I came out of the bunker at one point and looked up, south, toward the horizon. Saw flashing lights way, way up there. Saw something explode with a flash so bright I had to shut my eyes. And then something like a real slow meteor flying away from the flash. I think I saw the Congress go down. It was heading out toward the east, at least, so I think it was the Congress. Crashed out in the ocean, didn't it? Isaacson nodded. Damn it. If they were going to give him a neurotic basket case for an intern, couldn't they have at least made it some hot gun thing in a miniskirt? And your family? They were in Miami at the time? Said Isaacson almost absent-mindedly as he stared out the window toward what he assumed was the surface of the ocean just a kilometer or two below. Where the hell was this secret base of hers? He immediately wished he hadn't asked. Connor's face screwed up, contorted with a valiant effort to stave off tears, but within a few seconds, to the boy's credit, he pulled it together. Good kid. Yeah. My brother was away at school out in LA, but my mom, dad, 2 little sisters. Yeah. Gone. Isaacson had nothing to say, so he kept quiet. Soon the captain called back. Here we go, hold on. They both held firmly to their armrests as the craft decelerated at a stomach-lurching rate. Isaacson glanced out the window again, just in time to see a giant tube extend upward out of the water. Since the running lights of the shuttle were not powered, he supposed as a stealth measure, the only illumination came from several tiny red lights circling the rim of the tube. It opened, like a giant maw that grew frighteningly large as they approached. It swallowed them up as they passed below the level of the water, but he soon realized that the tube was water-free and extended deep into the ocean. They plunged straight down for several minutes, the walls of the tube now illuminated by the shuttle's internal cabin light. They stopped. Below them, another iris-shaped door opened, admitting them to a large bay. Several other ships were parked on pads, but no one waited to greet them. Follow me, said the captain after the ship had come to rest. He opened the door and led them into the giant bay, passing a ship Isaacson recognized as Interstellar 1, the President's personal starliner. The lights were off, but the underside of the craft still radiated a substantial amount of heat, so he assumed she had only just arrived too. This way, Mr. Vice President. The captain waved a hand slowly past an ID scanner, and the bay door heaved open with a mechanical sigh. Odd. He assumed the man was just a simple taxi pilot, a self-styled captain of his own personal shuttle, but clearly his security credentials were of the highest caliber. They walked down a long, stark, poorly lit hallway, wet with condensation, and soon entered what would have looked like a highly sophisticated command center, were it not for all the cots and cooler chests littering the room. It had apparently been lived in by a small army of presidential staffers. And there she was, right in the middle of her usual entourage. Chief of Staff Miller, a few ever-present aides, Congresswoman Sparks, her direct contact and hand in Congress, General Norton, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and of course her poodle, held by what he assumed was a bodyguard, judging by the sidearms strapped to the man's well-built chest.
Eamon, good you're here.
President Avery strode over, abruptly cutting off General Norton and extending a firm hand for Isaacson to shake. A large turquoise ring bulged out from one of her fingers, the one piece of jewelry she ever wore.
How's your bunker? Ha! Look at us. Hiding like little girls while our enemies make plans behind our backs. You heard, didn't you?
What's that, Madam President? He asked, falling into step with her as she pulled him by the arm toward a small office off of the main floor. When they'd all filed in and General Norton pulled the door shut behind him, she put her hands on her hips and regarded them all.
All right, all of you out. Just Eamon. Give us a moment.
Her entourage dutifully stood up and left. Isaacson glanced at Connor, who looked like he didn't quite know what to do with himself, and motioned with his head toward the door. When it was closed, she grabbed his arm again and pulled him in close.
Someone is trying to kill me, Eamon. Someone on the inside, and they very nearly succeeded today.
He tried to look shocked, but before he could say anything, she pulled him in closer and whispered,
And I think they're trying to kill you, too.
Chapter 16. Atlantic Ocean, Earth. Subsurface Presidential Bunker 8. Avery looked him up and down, apparently watching for his reaction. After a moment, she repeated herself.
Did you hear me? Someone is trying to kill me and you.
You don't say, Isaacson thought with a slight inward smile. If Volodin was behind it, he supposed the other men would try to make it look like he was trying to take out both of them. Less suspicious that way. He tried to look serious and concerned. She'd want to see him concerned.
But why bring me here?
I thought it was wisest to keep us apart, for the sake of leadership continuity in case... He trailed off.
In case the bastards shove a stick of dynamite up my ass? Huh.
She turned and grabbed a chair, spun it around, and sat on it backward. She was full of swagger, just like during her campaign, but the recent months seemed to have given her a rougher edge.
Somehow, I doubt,
he began, circling the room,
that someone is trying to kill me?
That someone would use dynamite, he thought. He knew perfectly well there were plenty of people that wanted her dead, himself included. At least he did 2 months ago. He had to admit that with the national emergency, she had risen to the occasion rather dramatically. She'd been smirking, but her face turned serious and she pulled out a flask from her jacket.
Look, Eamon, I've made a lot of enemies, you should know. I only chose you as Veep to get the Federalist Party out of my hair and appease half the people calling for my head. Oh, don't give me that look, we both knew that. Let's cut the shit.
Avery offered the flask to him, and after hesitating a split second, he accepted it and drank. Bourbon.
Very well,
Isaacson said.
And I only accepted because I thought you'd be ousted in the first vote of no confidence within a year of the election, and I'd be fast-tracked for the presidency. Ha! Now we're getting somewhere.
She grabbed the flask back and swigged.
You bet your fat ass you were fast-tracked. Probably more than you knew. I knew there were rumblings for the vote, but I also knew I had the votes. The next one, though, who knows?
She stopped the flask and tucked it away.
But it's in the past. Times change. We woke up in a completely different world, you and I, 2 months ago.
He nodded his approval.
And you've done a singularly remarkable job, ma'am. Not good enough.
She pulled the flask out despite having just tucked it away, drank again and coughed.
I appreciate the sentiment, but the truth is that we need to work together to survive. Not just my life, not just your life, but all our lives.
She looked up at him, and he finally noticed the deep bags under her eyes. In spite of the no-nonsense, tough-as-nails commander-in-chief persona she'd cultivated, she looked deadly tired.
They're coming, Eamon. All these skirmishes are just feints. There's no reason they can't send 200 carriers to Earth tomorrow and wipe us out of existence.
He drummed his fingers on his cheek. Isaacson remembered the message the swarm had sent Ambassador Volodin during their brief fight on the Winchester during the Battle of Earth. You die. Terse, but to the point. And yet 2 months later they hadn't come. At least not in force and not to Earth. Volodin knew something. He knew a lot of some things, none of which he'd told Isaacson, who decided right then he'd force it out of the ambassador. Beat it out of him if he had to. He was almost sure the other man was under the influence of the swarm, but those last moments in the Omaha command center had convinced him otherwise. And yet there was still something off about him. Something out of place. Why be so insistent on assassinating Avery? Plot a convoluted scheme with Isaacson and President Malakoff to get rid of her. And then at the first failure retreat back to Russia with nary a word. And then supposedly make more attempts on her life without telling him. It didn't make sense. "Eamon," she began. "There are senators, governors, congressmen. Many of them hate me, yes, I understand that. It's politics. But there's a group of them plotting my death. For whatever deluded reasoning they've conjured into their vacant brains, they think I'm a threat. Even before the emergency, they wanted me dead. Is it because of my past, my policies, my vagina? You know some of them can't stand seeing an uppity woman grab them by their political balls and squeeze unless they do my bidding. They hate it. They hate me for whatever reason." He nodded. He agreed. In fact, he'd been one of them. For months, he'd met secretly with over a dozen of them, plotting the overthrow, scheming ways to get her out of office. Only a handful knew of the plans to kill her, but he knew there must have been others that shared the sentiment. "Will you help me? We need to find them, root them out before it's too late. And believe me, Eamon, in a few months, maybe even a few weeks, it could be too late." He closed his eyes and sighed. "I will help, Madam President. I'm friends with several of the factions, and dozens of senators owe me favors. I have a few thoughts about who it could be, but I'd rather keep that to myself for now. Give me some resources. Secret Service, Intelligence Service. With my contacts and their methods, I'm sure we can nail a few of these bastards." She stood up and reached out for his arm with a warm, vulnerable smile. She was so charismatic, endearing. No wonder she'd won 2 elections outright with no runoffs. "Thank you, Eamon. I knew I could trust you." He gripped her hand in return. "And I'm honored to have your trust, Madam President." "Oh, Madam President, my hairy ass. Call me Barb." She laughed again and pulled the door open, waving her entourage back in. General Norton walked right up to her, about to speak before glancing uneasily at Isaacson. "Go on, General. Mr. Isaacson has clearance. What is it?" The old soldier grumbled. "Madam President, I've just received word from the Expeditionary Force, following up on Granger's most recent lead." That caught her attention. She grabbed his arm. "And?" "We found one. A swarm world." Chapter 17. The first thing he noticed were 2 blindingly bright lights above him. Was he on the Constitution? No, the color was off. The lights in sickbay were warmer, inviting, healing light. These were cold, almost blue, harsh. One was bigger than the other. He tried to move. It was hard. His limbs didn't want to cooperate. It felt like moving through a pool of crystallized honey. But eventually he managed to lift his head. He was in a room. Small. A few more tables, some unfamiliar medical or technical instruments scattered on workbenches by the wall. The strain was too much. He let his head fall back against the table and just stared at the lights. Hours seemed to pass. Days? But when he lifted his head again, he knew there were people in the room. Friendly people. Or enemies? It was all so hazy, the faces indistinct. He fell asleep again, and when he awoke, he realized he could move his limbs. They were finally mobile. The pain had gone. But he felt someone in the room behind him. He lifted his head to get a better look. Chapter 18. The waypoint, near Sirius. Bridge, ISS Warrior. Captain Granger bolted upright in his bed, gasping, hands clutching at his chest. The tumors, the cancer, the wilting pain, was it back? He breathed deeply, then whirled around to glimpse the person he knew stood behind him. But the room was empty. It was just his bedroom on the Warrior after all. The nearest people were the two Marines standing guard outside his quarters. It was a dream. Just a dream. But it seemed like more. It felt so real, so immediate and tangible, and he shook his head. Was it possible? Was he remembering his ordeal? His vacation, as gossip on board called it? The dreams were occurring with increasing regularity. Always the same, always hazy and incomplete and distant. Like he was watching a film through blurred glass. But they were becoming clearer. They were becoming memory, not dream. Damn it. He had to remember what happened to him. He felt like their lives depended on it. Sir, just a few more Q jumps away from the coordinates, said Ensign Prucha over the comm. He shook his head again to clear it. I'll be there in a minute, Ensign. Thank you. There'd been no reason to change out of his uniform when he slept at night. There was never going to be. The swarm incursions happened with such regularity that he found it far more convenient to only change when he showered. And so, minutes later, he settled into his chair on the bridge as a yeoman brought him his morning coffee. Was it morning? He glanced at the clock and realized he'd only slept 2 hours. The ISS Warrior snapped into existence in an unremarkable area of space, just 2.5 light years away from Sirius. The star shone brightly on the view screen, easily the most luminous object visible. Granger cocked his head toward the sensor station. Anything? Ensign Diamond shook his head. Nothing yet, sir. Granger stood up and nodded. Very well, looks like we wait. Just like Avery, always keep people waiting, said Proctor. Granger eyed her wryly. You don't like her, do you? Proctor shrugged. She's my commander-in-chief. Doesn't matter whether I like her or not. But you didn't vote for her. I declined to answer. Proctor tapped her console and changed the subject. Admiral Zingano should be here momentarily. He was going to make a brief pass through the Proxima system, just to review readiness there, but that shouldn't take him long. We need all the time we can get to make these repairs. Granger examined the reports on his command console. How's the hull repair coming? The main hull on the bow has been patched. That blast took out 2 whole mag rail guns and a laser turret, so we'll have to completely replace them. We've got a dozen of each in storage, but it'll take the crews a week to install them. The rest of the hull damage is lighter, but it will still take us about a week. Granger shook his head. Too long. We need to be on the move. The next engagement could come in a week, or it could come tomorrow. If we get in a fight tomorrow, we may not last long, sir. Especially not if it's 13 swarm carriers like today. He was right, damn it. They'd have to lay low for a bit, or at least choose their engagements more carefully. Nearly 3 weeks of almost daily skirmishes had taken their toll. In fact, they were due at Churchill Station and the Britannia sector to pick up replacement fighters and pilots. The losses were harrowing. 35 more pilots gone, including their birds, along with some support staff that had been standing in the wrong place when that enemy bogey slammed into the fighter bay. We'll try to keep a low profile for the next few days. Besides, I think I have an idea about what we'll be doing, and it hopefully won't involve flying into the middle of large formations of swarm ships. She nodded, and before she could question further, Ensign Diamond called out, Sir, the Victory just Q-jumped in. Ensign Prucha added, Admiral Zingano on the horn, sir. Patch him through. The Admiral's voice blared over the speakers. Long time no see, Tim. Avery should be along any minute now. Had a few last-minute meetings on Earth. You heard about the latest attempt on her life? Granger leaned forward. No, I hadn't. I was trying to kill her. Swarm? Do they have agents on Earth? That's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. And that incident with the Dormasi at New Dublin. Well, that just confirmed what we suspected. That the swarm are able to manipulate and control. How the bastards do it as a damn puddle beats me, but Avery is not leaving things to chance.
He's left the capital and is running things from a series of secret command centers. Is it the Russians? Could they be controlled somehow? It was a dangerous question in a way. It reminded everyone that he, too, had been in some sort of mysterious contact with the Russians during his disappearance. And if the swarm could control, and if the Russians were under their influence, then he had to tread carefully. What if he was under their influence? It was unthinkable, but it was something to consider. Don't know, Tim. We've made diplomatic progress recently with Marakov to get more support with the war effort. At first they tried to pull the neutrality shit, but we reminded them of what happened last time they tried to sit out a war. Granger shook his head. I can't believe we're thinking about trusting them. Look around you, Tim. We're in a bad place. We can use all the help we can get. He shrugged. Yeah, but I don't have to like it. The arrival of Interstellar 1 and the 2 escort missile frigates interrupted them. The 3 ships blinked into place. The stately, sleek presidential ship hovering in between 2 equally sleek, but deadly-looking military vessels, packed to the teeth with weaponry. Granger knew they were basically mini-constitutions, almost solid blocks of tungsten, but about 100 times smaller, and with a crew of 50. The hulls were so thick and the mag rails so numerous that there was only room for that many. 1 captain and 49 gunners. The president took her safety seriously. Incoming transmission from the president's ship, sir. Conference call to both us and Victory. Visual. Patch it through. Granger turned to the view screen and smiled at the 2 people who appeared. Fleet Admiral Zingano and President Avery. Except she looked odd. A little more haggard, a little different. She changed her hair? No, that wasn't it. Admiral, Captain. She nodded. Shall we meet aboard the Victory? Admiral Zingano grunted. Not quite finished building the ship yet, Madam President. We've got a hull and weapons, but that's about it. We'll come to you. Very well, Admiral. See you soon. Her half of the screen blanked out. Zingano gestured up at the screen. She looks tired, doesn't she? Granger raised an eyebrow at Zingano. Tired? More like a different person. She needs to get out into the sunlight more. So do we all. You'd look like an albino, Tim, if it weren't for your scruff. Don't you shave anymore? Granger grumbled. It's been a busy week. Killing comrades takes precedent over my grooming. The Admiral chuckled. Well, when this is all over, I'll have time to court-martial you. He thumbed to his side. Come on, let's get over there. The image blinked out, replaced by a view of Interstellar 1 and its escorts. And then the escort ship to the left of President Avery's vessel exploded. Chapter 19. Atlantic Ocean, Earth. Subsurface Presidential Bunker 8. An actual, live, honest-to-God swarm world. At least, that was what General Norton had claimed last night. The scout ships had found the impossible. An entire planet, imaged at a distance from the edge of its solar system. No resolution, of course, but spectrographic analysis indicated the definite presence of swarm matter. Isaacson shuddered. At least that hypothesis was confirmed. The swarm was, in fact, liquid. More coffee, he said absentmindedly. Connor jumped up and poured out another cup, and Isaacson paged through the stack of security reports his new contacts of the Secret Service had given him. Reams of paper detailing illegal activities among the staff of several key senators, a few of which he knew very well from his many meetings with them planning Avery's demise. His own chief of staff, Hal Levin, sat across from him. Isaacson tossed him a piece of paper. Look at that. Senator Quimby. The service caught him embezzling campaign funds. So? Levin asked lazily, glancing over the papers. Everyone does that. Yes, but look at where the money came from. Avery's own fundraising operation donated a sizable chunk toward his re-election. She thought she could sway him over on the Eagleton Commission decision. In return, he not only voted against it, but spent her money on a new mansion in Hungary. Idiot. Levin scanned the paper while absent-mindedly holding his mug out to Connor, who refilled it. Quimby looks like he's hit some hard times. Most of his businesses were folding even prior to the war, and now to add insult to injury, they've drafted every single one of his kids. All 5 of them. Isaacson snorted. His fault for having kids. He sipped his coffee. Too hot, no sugar. Damn it, Carter. Plus, everyone's kids have been drafted. Yes, but he's a senator. He could have pulled strings. True, Isaacson said, spooning sugar into the coffee slowly, looking over the next document. But they've been...
This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Constitution, written by Nick Webb, performed by Greg Tremblay.
Chapter 1. Sector 521, 10 light years outside United Earth space. Bridge, ISS Kerouac. Sensors are picking up a metaspace discrepancy, Captain. Narrowing the receiver band to confirm. Probably just a ghost signal. Distortion from a gravitationally lensed supernova signal or something like that. The captain of the ISS Kerouac sipped his morning coffee and nodded. We should just rechristen the ship ISS Ghost Hunter and make it official. The sensor officer chuckled. Yes, sir. He took another sip of his coffee. Metaspace ghosts aside, Captain Disraeli of the heavy cruiser ISS Kerouac was having an awful day. For starters, he had just found out that because of the recent real estate bubble on Britannia, he'd most likely lose 500,000 credits in some beachfront property he had invested in last year. He shook his graying head at the thought. There goes any hope of an early retirement. Next, it came to his attention that he was about to lose his chief engineer and best friend to a reassignment. That was something every integrated Defense Force officer had to be prepared for, but it still came as a shock, since Admiral Yarborough had promised him there would be no more crew rotations among his senior staff for at least the next year. And damn it all if he was going to go on these deep space patrol missions with some tight-ass newbie lieutenant straight out of IDF Academy. His reply message to Admiral Yarborough had not been professional, and it would probably earn him some type of bureaucratic reprisal from the old battle axe. But worst of all, he lost his 5th straight game of Kluger's squares to his first officer, a bubbly red-headed commander whose shrill laughter anytime she won, or found something even remotely humorous, not only got on his nerves but also created within him the burning desire to wrap his lips around a .45 caliber blaster and just end it all. She wasn't that bad. In fact, she was the best first officer he'd ever had. Professional, friendly, and utterly capable. But sweet mother of Stalin, and laugh. Still scowling, he swiveled his chair to face the sensor station, mug still in hand. Midshipman, status of sensor sweep, he said between sips. The young man, barely out of IDF Academy himself, nodded. Almost complete, sir. No abnormalities from the metaspace sensors, and all the EM frequencies are quiet. The metaspace discrepancy we read earlier must have been a ghost reading off our own transmitters. It was an exercise this bridge crew had repeated 3 times a day, every day, for the last 6 months of their most recent assignment. The dreaded Deep Space Border Patrol. The most boring, uneventful, pointless assignment possible for an advanced Pulsar-class heavy cruiser like the ISS Kerouac. Border Patrol was for the old scout cruisers, or even the Legacy Fleet. It was not an assignment suitable for a state-of-the-art military vessel complete with smart steel armor and pedalpot-class laser systems. And the border in question was a border in name only. Hell, on the other side there was probably nothing. Just more stars, nebulae, interstellar gas, and dust, but mostly nothing. But they were still out there. Somewhere. At least that was still the current military doctrine. They were the swarm. No one knew what they called themselves, and so naturally humanity had come up with all manner of names for them, some insulting, some descriptive. The swarm, pixies, the greeners, a play on little green men, he supposed. Ghosts, along with several other more colorful designations, such as sodders, cumrats, pussbots, and a few that even he blushed to repeat. They'd earned their monikers. An Earth nearly devastated 75 years ago served as a testament to their unpleasantness. But they disappeared, as suddenly as they'd come. And since then, Earth's integrated defense force had patrolled, ever vigilant, guarding humanity against their return. And in all the decades of reconstruction and prosperity that followed, the fear of the swarm had waned. People had started to question whether the swarm even still existed at all. Hell, we'd beaten them last time, right? Maybe we'd beaten them for good. Permanent extermination. Thank you, midshipman. He turned to the navigation stations that occupied a third of the bridge. When sensor sweeps of Sector 521 conclude, prepare for Q-jump to Sector 522.
Aye, sir,
said the chief navigator, an older woman near retirement herself. Captain Disraeli inclined his head in approval at her. He liked the woman. Reminded him of his grandmother years ago before she died. Stiff, proper, but swore like a sailor whenever her assistant navigator's calculations were slightly off. He raised his head, which the all the bells and whistles computer immediately recognized as a sign to prepare to address someone in another section of the ship. Disraeli to Commander Gooding, report to the bridge. A few minutes later, his XO appeared, saluting the Marine Guard as she crossed the threshold to the bridge, which sensibly resided deep within the armored core of the ship, rather than being perched precariously on the top of the vessel, like an old-style soda can on the fence, ready to be picked off as alien target practice.
You called, sir?
Commander Gooding took her position at the center of the operations center. We're about to Q-jump to the next sector.
Well, it's about time. I think we've had far too much fun in Sector 521. Shall I recall the crew from shore leave early?
She winked at him. He forced a strained smile back. She was always making her jokey small talk. In reality, it annoyed the hell out of him, but he couldn't let his crew know that, and she meant well. Indeed, Commander, let's try to keep the frivolity to a minimum in Sector 522. We've got an important mission to accomplish.
Sir,
A voice called out, but trailed off. Disraeli snapped his head over to the sensor station where the voice had originated. Well? The midshipman cocked his head in confusion, scrutinizing his readout.
Sorry, sir. It looked like there was a massive quantum fluctuation in the background vacuum energy, but it's gone. Running diagnostics now. Could have been another grounding problem with the sensor array.
Disraeli turned back to his XL. Well, that was the most excitement we've had around here in weeks. He heard scattered chuckling around the bridge. Still, after the ghost metaspace reading earlier, it was suspicious, but nothing Gooding couldn't handle. He had to get to sickbay. As I was saying, Commander, please take the next shift. I've got a doctor's appointment this afternoon that I don't want to miss.
Yes, sir. Is Dr. Evans giving you a sucker this time?
No, but he told me that my 5th visit is free and I'm cashing in. He winked at her. She didn't need to know about his decade-old case of Rogellian warts, especially since the only place one tended to contract it was in the red light district of New Mumbai on Rigel 3. He stood up, grabbed his coffee mug, and walked to the door, saluting the Marines with a half-hearted wave, but stopped mid-stride. He held still, putting his hand out to fill the bulkhead nearby. A faint vibration. That shouldn't be there.
Sir?
The XO stepped toward him, a questioning look on her face. Midshipman, he said, momentarily ignoring his XO. What's the status of that diagnostic? The young man fingered his console.
Completed, sir. All systems functioning normally.
The tremble intensified. Now his XO and the rest of the bridge crew could feel it. He could see it in their faces. He bolted back to his station. Full sensor sweep. I want to know what in the blazes that is. He raised his head. Engineering, Disraeli. What the hell is going on? Is there an engine test I wasn't told about? The faint vibration grew to a shudder. No, sir, replied the chief engineer. Then what the devil is this shaking? A pause at the other end, and before the engineer could reply, the captain heard an odd noise from one of the sensor stations. The midshipman's face had gone white, and a choking noise escaped his lips. He pointed a shaking hand at his console. Midshipman? The young man fiddled with his console and sent the image on his screen to the large hollow viewer on the starboard wall. Captain Disraeli turned to look at the screen, and dropped his coffee mug, which shattered in a steamy puddle at his feet. Holy Mother of God. Chapter 2. Veracruz Sector, Operations Center, Starbase Heroic. Admiral Wrighton glared at the report before tossing aside the datapad. It was highly unusual, but from everything he knew about Captain Disraeli, it was not entirely surprising. The man often showed little regard for authority, and much less for regulations and procedure. Probably why Admiral Zingano had practically banished him from the Corps to the periphery, resigning the old officer to patrol duty. Ensign Taylor, please check the data logs for the past 48 hours. It could be that their regular reports just got lost in a bog of bureaucratic manure we're drowning in. The young woman nodded.
Yes, sir.
but I personally review every report that comes back from the patrols in the periphery sectors. I'm telling you, they haven't reported in for 2 days.
Anything unusual in their last report? She shook her head.
Nothing. They'd completed their scans of Sector 520 and had just Q-jumped out to 521. That was the last we heard from them.
Admiral Ryton drummed his fingers on his desk. Damn. Captain Disraeli may have held standard fleet regulations in low regard, but to Ryton's knowledge, the man had never missed a daily report. Besides, it wasn't his job anyway, it was his XO's, and Ryton had served with her. She never missed a report. The woman practically breathed paperwork. Very well. If they don't file it in the next 5 hours, send the scout ship out there.
Aye, sir.
Chapter 3. Sol System, Earth Orbit, Valhalla Space Station. Captain Tim Granger shook his head. He couldn't believe it. After all this time, after all his years of dedicated service, all the awards, medallions, every worthless pin, bar, and insignia that adorned his left breast meant nothing. They were taking her away from him. Damn it, they were actually doing it. Admiral Yarborough, I don't understand. The Constitution wasn't scheduled to be decommissioned for at least another 5 years. The thin, gray-haired woman gestured for him to sit. He remained on his feet in quiet defiance, eliciting a drawn-out sigh from the Admiral. She sounded like a worn-out school teacher that irked him.
Tim, you know how ancient the old bird is. I'm sorry, but the High Command has decided to—
Nonsense, he interrupted. She's in as good a shape as any ship in the fleet. Why Constitution? Why now? Damn it, Vicky,
Tim, the decision is made.
She winced and swore under his breath.
Look, I did what I could. I tried to extend the decision out another year, but they wouldn't have it.
Granger stared at the pictures on the wall. Admiral Yarborough posed in handshakes with various government dignitaries, including President Avery. A smattering of favorite vacation destinations and, of course, beautiful shots from all her previous commands, the ISS Legacy and ISS Baltimore included. Magnificent ships, just like his beloved Constitution. His home. It's the Eagleton Commission, isn't it? They're forcing the military cuts, and Command decided the easiest way to comply with reductions is to scrap her, didn't they?
I won't pretend I can read their minds.
She trailed off when he shot a skeptical look at her.
But you're probably right.
He finally sat down, slumping heavily into the seat across from the Admiral. He remembered sitting in the same chair in the same office 15 years earlier when he accepted command of the old bird. The Constitution was old even then. Hell, she was old during the Swarm War 75 years ago. But they built them right back then. They built them to last. He sighed and searched for words, but there was nothing he could say, so he resorted to nostalgia. When we were at the Academy, things were different. You still remember old Commodore Vickers? She grinned.
How could I forget? 95 years old and still teaching orbital tactical theory.
Granger stroked his chin, rough from neglecting his morning shave. I was a year ahead of you, so you might not have been there. But one day he burst through the door of the classroom, waving his cane, bashing the chalkboard and the screen and his desk with it, screaming about a new swarm invasion. He broke off as he saw her chuckle and descended into laughter himself as he tried to finish. She finished his story.
And then pulled the fire alarm and caused the evacuation of half the Academy before they sorted out what happened. Yeah, I remember that. Who could forget?
Granger wiped his eye. Who could forget indeed? All it turned out to be was him overhearing some old archived press reports that they were playing in the history class as he walked down the hall. Thought he was listening to a live news feed. Admiral Yarborough stood up and pulled a small bottle out of the cabinet behind her along with 2 glasses. She offered and Granger nodded.
Poor old man. Probably scared the living daylights out of him. Didn't he die just a few years after?
He did. Granger swallowed some of the liquid she'd offered him and grimaced. Jack Daniels. Damn, she broke out the good stuff for him. He coughed and winced more. He'd been coughing more lately, sometimes with pain. It was probably time to schedule that checkup with Doc Wyatt. But you know the thing about Commodore Vickers? He was there. He was there. He was old enough to have actually served during the Swarm War. He knew what it was like. The action, the danger, the casualties. He was a goddamned war hero, blew up half a dozen swarm capital ships with his own light cruiser before they finally got him, and he drifted in high Earth orbit in just his spacesuit for almost 3 days before IDF found him. Mind you, that's when spacesuits were rated for only 1 day at vacuum.
Hardy old bastard, wasn't he?
She threw back her own glass and winced. He stared at her knowingly, wondering if she was on the High Command's side or not, if she had actually tried to dissuade them from decommissioning the Constitution. And you know what he would say to the Eagleton Commission?
As I recall, he was not fond of politicians,
she replied, pouring another 2 fingers of the amber liquid. He'd hobble his way into that Capitol chamber, smack a few of the senators upside their heads with his cane, and lecture them about constant vigilance and preparedness. He'd be spinning in his grave if he knew how deep the military cuts were.
Well, we are over 70 years out from the end of the war. Not even a glimpse of the swarm in all that time. Not even the barest hint. It's natural that people are letting down their guard. Hell, it was natural to do that 40 years ago.
Natural and stupid. He finished off his drink and slid the cup back over to the Admiral. We're out there, Vicky. We're pulling our pants down and pleasuring ourselves, thinking no one is watching.
Well, let's just hope the comrades aren't voyeurs,
she said with a wink. He snorted and slammed back a second glass she'd poured for him. We didn't win the war because we were stronger than them, Vicky. We didn't win because we were better or smarter. We won because of luck. We won because they up and left for no reason at all. If they hadn't, Earth would be a graveyard and all our colonies destroyed. If they come back, do you really think we'll be so lucky? If we're not prepared, Admiral Yarborough interrupted.
I agree, Tim. But those are decisions above our pay grade. For now, there's nothing to do but move on.
She regarded him with a scowl.
Look, it's not like you're being forced to retire. You're only 64, for God's sake. Why are you treating us like you're futile? There are others out there,
but not like the Constitution, he said, rising to his feet.
Mothballed or destroyed. She's way past her prime. It's time. No young officer in their right mind ever asked for assignment to the old bird.
He poured himself a third glass and held it up to the light, watching as the blue-tinted overhead lights refracted through the amber liquid. I did. It was my second assignment back as an ensign 40 years ago. And when Adams retired 15 years ago, I jumped at the chance to go back. She glanced at him skeptically.
You were assigned there because after what you pulled, that was the only command they would give you.
How dare you, he sneered. Damn it, the alcohol was affecting his verbal filter. Needed to go.
How dare I?
She stood up.
Tim, I've been far more than accommodating all these years. I've looked the other way, I've covered for you. I gave you a chance when no one else would, and that's what you say to my face. How dare I?
He only scowled at her.
Get off my station,
she said with more force than she meant, for after a moment her face softened.
Report with the Constitution at Lunar Base in 2 weeks for decommissioning. There'll be a nice ceremony. Dignitaries, historians, celebrities, all that shit. You'll love it. Make a 2-minute speech, eat some expensive hors d'oeuvres, shake a few hands, get a little drunk, and when it's over, we can discuss your next assignment.
I hate speeches.
I'll write it for you then. Dismissed.
Sir. He nodded a casual salute and stepped toward the door.
Tim.
She called out to him as he passed the threshold and he glanced back.
It won't be so bad. You'll like one of the newer frigates the shipyards are putting out. They're faster than any old clunker from last century.
He nodded with a thin-lipped smile. It was all he could do. If he spoke again, he knew he'd regret it. Chapter 4. Veracruz Sector. Starbase Heroic. Starbase Heroic was built with one thing in mind. Rock-solid defense. In the aftermath of the Swarm War, the newly united Earth governments vowed to never be caught unawares again, and undertook a massive building program in parallel with Earth's reconstruction. At the forefront were a series of defensive outposts at the edge of United Earth space, scattered in the direction of space the swarm had come from, and among these was Starbase Heroic. Admiral Ryton stalked the labyrinthine web of corridors long after the nighttime shift had started, running his hands along the hard steel walls, feeling every pulse, tremor, and vibration from the various ships docking and undocking, the shudder of the power plants deep in the core, and the pounding of the Marines' feet as they played basketball on the court 2 decks above. It was like a small city, but one armed with several dozen multi-megaton tactical nuclear torpedoes and hundreds of mag-rail guns and laser turrets. No swarm fleet would ever make it past the Veracruz sector, at least not without paying a heavy penalty. He paced the halls because he was worried. The scout ship had left over 24 hours earlier and had not returned. No sign of any report either. It was damn peculiar. The ship was small and fast enough that if there was any trouble on the other end, it shouldn't have had any problems immediately, Q jumping right back to heroic to raise the alarm. Something was wrong. But what could he do? Send another scout ship? Lose another dozen crew members? The swarm was gone. He'd been one of the few flag officers entrusted with the top-secret report from IDF Intel 5 years ago. The report formed the basis of the decision by the Eagleton Commission to heavily cut back on military spending. The evidence was incontrovertible. All the swarm's former haunts deep within their space were completely and utterly deserted. Entire underground cities left uninhabited, desolate. The top brass at IDF Intel assumed they'd all been killed off in some kind of plague or infestation, though the lack of bodies made that hard to prove, but the fact remained that they were gone. Brighton continued down the hall, feeling the rising vibration of the power plant as he neared the core of the station, and turned the corner into the operations center, saluting the two Marines stationed at the entrance. "Anything yet, Ensign Taylor?" he asked the woman at communications.
No, sir. Nothing from the scout ship and nothing from the Kerouac.
Brighton drummed his fingers on the desk before coming to a decision. "Very well. Prepare a report for IDF CENTCOM. Tell them the details of the situation and ask for guidance."
You think it's the swarm?
He shook his head. "No, we have reason to believe they no longer pose a threat. But the Russian Confederation?"
You don't really think...
Ensign Taylor trailed off, but Brighton finished her thought. That the Russians would dare start anything? They've been blocking our expansion plans for decades now. Every time we bring up the idea of new settlements in the United Earth Council, they veto. I'm starting to wonder if maybe the bastards have got plans of their own out of the border sectors. There's plenty of habitable planets out there. Plenty of resource-rich territory to exploit and settle. Something tells me that the Kerouac may have stumbled onto one of their secret projects. Taylor bit her lip.
After all this time? I can't believe they'd risk starting a war over something so petty as resources and territory.
They've been doing it for years. Undermining the United Earth government, throwing up extra red tape and bureaucratic nonsense while they go out, establish new colonies and build up their own fleet, separate from IDF. Really, it's the same pattern over centuries. They never change. Brighton paused, reaching over to check the status of the power plant. As if reading his mind, Ensign Taylor asked,
"Are they doing maintenance and engineering tonight?"
"Not that I know of. So I'm not crazy then? You feel it too?" The throbbing had intensified. It felt just like the customary faint hum of the engines, only magnified slightly, almost imperceptibly. He raised his head to speak through the comm. "Engineering. Something wrong with the plant?" A voice rang out of the speaker. "No, sir. There seems to be an imbalance in the phase of the generator. That might be why we're feeling the shudder. I'll see if we can't lock down the source of the problem." "Thank you, Lieutenant. Brighton out." He turned to Ensign Taylor. "Wake up the Chief Engineer. Have him report to engineering."
Aye, sir.
She busied herself with the command.
You think this is related to the missing ships?
The rumbling in the deck plate was now intense enough to hear. "I don't know. But if it is, I want to be ready." Chapter 5. L2 Lagrange Point, Earth. Conference Room, ISS Constitution. Captain Granger looked up and down the conference table and around the room, trying hard to hide his anger from the equally angry faces of his senior staff. "Sir, it's outrageous. Why now? Why not just wait until our scheduled decommission date?" His XO, Commander Hawes, a grizzled old man from whom drifted the distinct odor of the previous night's self-medicating, pounded a fist half-heartedly on the table. His frayed uniform was slightly disheveled, but at least he hadn't brought a bottle to the meeting. "I know, Abe, it stinks to high heaven, but orders are orders."
Are they just scrapping her? They can't scrap my baby,
said his chief engineer, Commander Raina Scott, a short, middle-aged woman whose uniform was a perpetually greasy set of blue coveralls. She ran a greasy hand through her dull blonde hair.
It was hard to tell if the gray speckling fringes came from her age or her work.
Ironically enough, that would be too expensive. But the muckety-mucks managed to procure funding from the Smithsonian to turn her into a museum.
Silence reigned around the table. Several jaws hung open. Commander Scott covered her face with a hand. Commander Hawes broke the silence with a vulgar snort.
What a load of lukewarm rat piss. A museum? They're turning the old bird into a goddamn museum?
Granger nodded humorously. It's my understanding that she'll be in permanent high Earth orbit just a few clicks from Valhalla Station. Given all the shops they're building in the new annex, well, makes it easy for tourists. Another snort from Hawes at the word tourist silenced Captain Granger, and he grit his teeth as he frowned back at them all.
Look, people, I hate this just as much as you do.
He looked up at the ceiling, which had water damage in several places.
The old bird is my home. I started my service to the fleet on the Constitution, and I intended to end it that way. But not like this.
Commander Scott cleared her throat.
Captain, would you be very disappointed if we suddenly had engine trouble?
What?
Granger cocked his head. She hadn't mentioned anything in the engineering briefing early in the day.
Oh, I mean if we weren't able to maneuver out to lunar base in time due to persistent, unexplained engine failure. They'd have to reschedule. And we all know how much time it takes to shuffle the schedules of so many dignitaries and senators.
A smile tugged at Captain Granger's lips. Hawes snorted again, but this time with a grunt of approval.
Raina,
he began, but stalled as he saw her dead serious expression.
You're a gem. No, I'm afraid this is it. This is goodbye. You'll all be reassigned.
He turned to Commander Hawes.
Except for you, Abe. I expect you'll probably take the plum retirement package they'll offer you.
Like hell, began Hawes with a grumble before Granger cut him off.
And I can assure you that you'll all have the highest recommendation from me.
He looked them all in the eye, one by one. The XO, his diminutive and greasy chief engineer, and the CAG, Tyler Pierce, who'd remain silent and scowling. Standing near the wall were the operations chief, Colonel Hanrahan, who commanded the Marine contingent, and the chief medical officer, Dr. Wyatt. Half a dozen other men and women stared back at him from around the table.
It's been an honor serving with you all. Misfits and misanthropes included,
he added with a wink. He stood, the rest mirrored him.
One more thing. We'll be taking on a new officer, Commander Shelby Proctor. She'll oversee the conversion of the ship to its new status. She's been given operational authority aboard the ship for our remaining time here. Hold on, Abe.
He held out a hand to touch his XO's elbow. Hawes had tensed when he mentioned operational authority.
You will all please defer to her. We've got to get the ship ready for tourists, you see,
he added, unable to keep the derision out of his voice.
Over my dead body. I'm the XO, Tim,
growled Hawes. The captain sighed.
I wish it were different, Abe. I really do. Just
fighter talks for a few minutes. That should take the longest, so I want to get started early. Next, I want to convert most of the command consoles on the bridge into interactive displays and configure them to run in simulation mode. That way we can run guests through in groups and give them the chance to command a warship in battle for a few maneuvers. We can wire them together with the environmental controls to simulate the inertia changes with the artificial gravity deck plates. Then I want to...
Granger had held up a hand, but she steamrolled right over his gesture. Finally, he had to raise his voice.
Commander?
The galley into a full-service restroom.
She looked up from her datapad in surprise.
Yes, Captain Granger.
No.
She lowered her datapad and pursed her lips, looking as if she were about to stab him with her beady eyes.
Excuse me? Sir?
No.
He desperately wanted to stop the conversation there, to let the single word of defiance hang in the air as he sent her packing. But reluctantly he went on.
Not today. We'll start tomorrow. We're almost at the end of the day shift, and tonight we've got a standard maintenance of the main engines.
But you're not going to need those engines in 2 weeks, Captain Granger, she interrupted. I suggest that...
Regardless, my orders stand. I'm still in command of this ship, and if you want to protest that inconvenient fact, you can take it up with Admiral Yarborough.
He glanced at the old leather-strap watch on his wrist.
And by my reckoning, she's dead asleep by now, so you may as well go kick back, have a few drinks at our bar.
A bar?
They call the place Afterburner. Well, technically it's just a satellite service counter from the galley down on the observation deck by engineering. but some of the boys put together a little distillery. It's actually quite good if you can believe it. Just don't drink too much of it or you'll spend an evening in the detox unit in sickbay. He turned back to the door and nodded to the Marines as he passed, Commander Proctor hot on his heels. Dismissed, Commander. See you in the morning.
She began, but the conversation was over. He left. She pounded the air beneath her hanging fists at her side and muttered, "Damn it. This is going to be a long 2 weeks." "Ma'am?" One of the Marines looked at her questioningly. "As you were, Corporal." He snapped back to attention, and she strode down the hallway to the elevator shaft. Maybe if she found the astrometrics lab, she could get a head start on converting it into a planetarium. The captain's blunt declaration repeated in her mind and grated her nerves. No, he'd said. How dare he? Admiral Yarbrough had recruited her herself for this job. She'd promised her that if she could successfully handle a smooth transition of the Constitution into one of the Smithsonian's centerpiece museums, then she'd be up for a command position. Command. Something she'd always dreamed of in her previous life as a scientist. It wasn't until she gave that career up and joined IDF that the prospect had suddenly become more real, especially with her well-placed friends higher up in IDF's Science and Research Division. And with Yarbrough as her new patron, Proctor would rise quickly. She might not be the youngest captain on record, but definitely the captain with the fewest years of service. But Yarbrough had warned her about Granger, a washed-up, cantankerous old soldier who'd had more than his share of discipline problems. The Admiralty was doing its damnedest to ease him out of command, and it seemed decommissioning the old bird a few years ahead of schedule was the easiest way to do that. The doors to the astrometrics lab slid open, revealing banks of computer access stations and walls of monitors, which, at the flip of a switch, could project three-dimensional holographic images of whatever starfield or planetary system the user wanted. Perfect for the future museum's new planetarium. "Excuse me, Commander?" An older lieutenant peered up at her from his station. His eyes squinted and the frown indicated she wasn't going to like what he had to say. "Yes, Lieutenant." "I'm sorry, but the captain called down a few moments ago. He informed me that the astrometrics lab is closed for the rest of the duty shift today and will not reopen until the morning." "Granger, you old bastard." "Excellent. With the lab closed, that will help me be able to get a head start on the modifications to..." The lieutenant held up a hand, breaching decorum by interrupting her. "I'm sorry, sir, but he was quite clear. No modifications are to happen before tomorrow morning." She bristled. How dare he? She had half a mind to get on the comm and ask Yarbrough to beat the old fart into submission for her. But no, that was not the way to impress the Admiralty. If she had Yarbrough fight her battles for her, how could they ever trust her with command? No, she'd have to be patient. Persistent. Granger may try to oppose her at every turn. In fact, she was sure by that point that he'd throw up every roadblock he could. But she'd push forward anyway. That captain's chair would be hers, damn it. But not on this piece of junk, thank God. Proctor indulged, allowing herself to feel superior. Her ship would be new, top of the IDF line. All she had to do was get there. She looked down at the waiting man. "Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll see you in the morning, then." And with one last glance around the astrometrics lab, she swept out the door, leaving a slightly disappointed-looking lieutenant. Granger had probably instructed him to prod a reaction out of her. Well, she wasn't going to play along. In fact, she'd just have to prod harder. Chapter 8. Veracruz Sector, Leon System. IDF Intelligence Ship, ISS Tyrion. Navigation. Time to the Merida System. The officer at navigation tapped a few spots on his command console. "We're on the outskirts of the Leon System, sir. 39 Q-jumps left until we reach Merida." Commander Laplace fiddled with his uniform. There was a loose strand at his sleeve, and no matter how much he picked at it, more seemed to unravel. "What do you say, about an hour?" he said, calculating in his head how much time it would take to make that many Q-jumps. Each took only about a minute to complete, but only advanced them about a tenth of a light year closer to their destination. "That's right, sir. 55 minutes to be precise." The IDF intel ships were small but blazingly fast. Most larger capital ships, like the Lancer-class heavy cruisers the IDF built a decade ago, were lumbering sloths in comparison, only able to Q-jump every 2 minutes or so. It took that long to build up a sufficient charge in the solid-state capacitor banks. And the old blocky ships like the Galaxy-class carriers, well, those were more like slugs. Not too many of those left, and once the Washington was decommissioned, that would leave only the Thatcher and the Norfolk. And that didn't even include the Legacy fleet, the ancient heavy cruisers from the last century. Thankfully, only the Constitution was left from that bunch, and IDF only kept her around as a piece of living history. Still no metaspace signals. If there were any problems at Merida or Starbase Heroic, they would have heard something by now. Metaspace signals were extremely low bandwidth, but they effectively traveled at 100 times the fastest Q-jump drives. Only 24 bits per second, but that was better than nothing. Still nothing, sir. Not even from Heroic. That was damn peculiar. Not that the Starbase was constantly sending out metaspace transmissions. It was relatively expensive to do so, since each signal consumed upwards of a terawatt. But for there to be no response to CENTCOM's repeated messages requesting their current status? Well, that was unusual. And was also classified. CENTCOM hadn't told Admiral Yarborough the reason they were sending intel ships out from Earth's Valhalla space station, rather than the much closer Starbase Heroic. The truth was that they lost contact with Heroic over 3 days ago, but that was classified top secret. She'd find out in a few days, but CENTCOM played its hand close to its chest, even with its own admirals. "Ready for Q-jump," said the navigator. "Proceed." Commander Laplace's fingers tightened slightly around his armrest. The Q-jumps were benign enough, but they still always made him momentarily queasy. Not unreasonably so, given that he was effectively going into non-existence for the barest fraction of a second, as the quantum fields worked themselves out. Less than a Planck second, and therefore imperceptible, but still. The bridge was small and a little cramped, and as such, Laplace knew something was up the moment his sensor officer's brow furrowed. "What's up, Andy?" "I'm getting a strange reading from one of the planets in the Leon system." Laplace craned his neck to glimpse the sensor station. "Such as?" The officer shook his head. "I don't understand it. It's a metaspace signal, but it's gibberish. It's like a pulsing oscillation, pretty regular, maybe 3 hertz with some overtones." "How many overtones can there be at only 24 bits per second?" "Not many, and I'm not sure it's even regular, but I've never seen anything like this." Laplace bit his lip. Continue on to Merida and Starbase Heroic, or investigate this new mystery. His gut told him all the events were related. "Hold Q-jumps. Andy, can you triangulate a source?" "Maybe. Can we increase lateral speed? That'll help." Laplace nodded. "Navigation, aft and starboard thrusters at 50%. A few moments later, the sensor officer nodded. "Got a lock. The source is the 4th planet from the star in the Leon system." The tactical officer to Laplace's left tapped his screen, indicating to the commander a local star map. "Sir, the 4th planet is where the new Mexican settlement is. Nueva Leon. They're governed out of Merida." "How close?" The nav officer checked his board. "Just 2 Q-jumps away. We can be there in 4 minutes." Laplace nodded slowly. "Anyone else think we might have found a lead?" Laplace asked his bridge crew. Nods all around. "Thought so. Com, send a metaspace signal to CENTCOM. Text as follows. Metaspace disturbance detected near Nueva Leon. Will investigate before proceeding to Veracruz." Chapter 9. L2 Lagrange Point, Earth. Afterburners Bar. ISS Constitution. Captain Granger knew it was probably a mistake to antagonize the newest officer on the Constitution, but damn it all if it didn't feel wonderful. But that preening paper pusher of a commander, Shelby Proctor, would probably complain to Admiral Yarborough that he was interfering with her mission, and he knew his official record could do without another corrective administrative action. He'd been on good behavior for the past decade or so, but Yarborough made it clear to him years ago that she wouldn't tolerate another incident, no matter how many good old boy buddies he had up the chain of command.
"So you're just gonna let her do it? Strip out our starboard fighter bay and turn it into a friggin' petting zoo?"
Granger glowered at his XL and tipped his glass back. "The hell am I supposed to do, Abe?"
Lock her in her quarters until the decommissioning ceremony and hope for the best? Yes. Hawes pulled his flask from his boot and uncapped the lip, grinning at the thought. You and I both know that we're on a tight leash here. Even after all this time? Hell, Tim, it's been nearly 15 years since your little stunt. The old officer swigged the remainder of the contents of the flask, which he'd probably been working on since waking up that morning. Regardless, I don't want to risk your retirement, or my next command, assuming I get one, or the futures of the rest of the senior staff. You know that we'd have your back. That's what I'm afraid of. No, Abe, it's time. It's time we let her go. She's had her run. He glanced up at the ceiling of afterburners, then lowered his eyes to the officers scattered around the room at the tables and benches. The walls were adorned with various mementos and pictures that proprietor had picked up from around the colonies. A fossilized tree ring from the blue forest on Denham 3, nearly 3 feet in diameter and glazed in lacquer. A pair of old dusty leather boots hanging down from a nail driven into the bulkhead. The footwear of the very first captain of the Constitution, who commanded the old bird over 125 years ago. He smirked as his eyes passed over a picture of President Avery of the United Earth League, her stern, lined, grandmotherly face taped atop the barely clothed busty figure of a supermodel in a pose so suggestive that it would give a regular person hip dysplasia. Damn it, he was going to miss the old bird. Granger swallowed another mouthful of the afterburner's distilled rock gut. You know, it's not all that bad. The original USS Constitution, the old sailing vessel George Washington commissioned, the one that saw service for nearly 100 years, it's still in Boston Harbor, taking on tourists every day. Are we better than her? Did you hear what Proctor wants to do with the engines? Hawes motioned over to the bartender and pointed at his empty flask. What's that? Oh, only strip out the lead ballast from the main drive. Says she wants to bolster the shielding of the main reactor. Granger did a double take. She what? You heard me. Thinks that the level of radiation coming off the reactor poses a threat to visitors. Granger shook his head. It's well within norms. Within military norms, sure. But it's slightly above accepted civilian dosage rates. So she wants all the ballast stripped out and a quantum reactor core shielded with at least 5 centimeters of friggin' lead. The captain rolled his eyes. If we do that, we're as good as dead in the water. As it is, we have to wait over 2 hours between Q jumps. Without that ballast, it'll be a day or more. Hawes burped after slamming back the latest round the bartender had brought to the table. That's kind of the idea, Tim. That's what decommissioning means. No sense in keeping the engines in shape if your ship is a goddamn museum. Granger studied his empty glass, then shoved his chair away from the table and let the glass fall with a crash to the floor. Every head in the bar turned and a hush fell over the place. Over my dead body. Chapter 10. Marseille, France, Earth. L'Hôtel Sommet, Presidential Suite. Yuri, I want the bitch dead. United Earth League Vice President Eamon Isaacson kicked his loafers up on the chrome countertop of the bar in his presidential suite and puffed smoke from his cigar. Cuban. His last one. He made a mental note to tell his assistant to pick up a new case on the next campaign swing to the Caribbean. I thought the plan was to publicly discredit and humiliate her, force a resignation, clear the way for your presidency. Yuri Volodin, the Russian Confederation ambassador to the United Earth League, held the glass of sherry up to his eyes, his sallow cheeks glinting with the sparkled light from the crystal chandelier above, refracting through his drink. It'd be so much simpler if she was dead. Avery is popular. Her approval ratings are only going up with the implementation of the Eagleton Commission. The economy is booming. Consumer confidence is at an all-time high. Shit, even the Cubs won the World Series last year. And somehow the bitch seems to get all the credit for everything. Volodin set his drink down on the bar and rested his hands in his lap. Should I call President Malakov? We can suspend the operation and prepare a hit squad instead. It would be a simple matter to frame the caliphate. Isaacson waved him off. No, we're already too far down our path. We've been preparing this operation for years. Once the attack happens and we're caught with our arse hanging out of our pants,
I'll present the no-confidence motion. I've got 24 senators who've told me they'll second. Coming from her own party, that'll be plenty devastating. Between that and a ravaged Europa station, people will be calling for her head for letting our guard down. Of course, said the ambassador, picking his drink back up. And in a few weeks you can call me President Isaacson. I admit it has a nice ring to it, Paladin nodded. And President Malakoff will be most pleased. He feels you're someone he can work with. Isaacson snuffed out the end of the cigar. Best to save the rest of it for later. Could be weeks before he got another. You're sure they're under your control? They won't go berserk and attack everything in sight. Just a targeted incursion through the fringe sectors. A quick stab at the Jupiter lunar system, and then they're gone. I assure you, Vice President Isaacson, the Swarm have been under our control for the past decade. They are as benign now as small puppies. Ever since we discovered the metaspace link to their homeworld and learned how to simulate it, we can basically tell them to do whatever we want. And with the intelligence you provided us last week, I'm sure the plan will go down flawlessly. Just don't blow it. Those smart steel modulating algorithm codes can be easily changed. They only get one shot at this before IDF resets the codes, and then the smart steel armor will be impenetrable again. I assure you, Eamon, by this time next week, you'll be sitting at home in the White House toasting my good health. Isaacson poured himself another drink, raised it to Voladin's and smiled. Good. A toast to our new world, more secure and prosperous than ever. Chapter 11. Veracruz Sector, Leon System. IDF Intelligence Ship ISS Tyrion. Arrived at Nueva Leon, sir. We're in high orbit 41,000 kilometers above the surface, said the nav officer. Commander Laplace nodded. Sensor sweep, what have we got, Tactical? The tactical officer frowned at his screen. Lots of debris in orbit, sir. I'm picking up metallic and radioactive signatures and organic, too. The man looked up. Bodies. Pieces of ships. There was a battle here recently, sir. Laplace leaped to his feet. Full spectrum scan of the surrounding space and the surface. I want to know if the aggressors are still here. Any sign of them? Negative, sir. No active ships in orbit. Swarm? Laplace glanced at the tactical officer. No sign of them, sir. At least, nothing like their ships from the war. The commander stroked his chin and considered his choices. They needed information. At this point, it could still be the Russians. A surprise attack, most likely, and then a raid on the surface to destroy key industry targets. Set the colony back a few years, give them the chance to get a leg up in the sector before more colonists showed up. Insert into a lower orbit. We need to see what's going on down there. 3,000-kilometer orbit. Aye, sir, said the nav officer, and Laplace felt the changing inertia as the ship accelerated toward the surface and increased its speed to attain the lower altitude. Still no sign of the aggressors? None, sir. But from the looks of these readings, the battle couldn't have happened more than a day ago. The reactor cores are still pretty hot. At least, the ones that are still intact. Very odd. Give me an ID on the destroyed ships. The tactical officer studied his data readout. Mostly a handful of merchant freighters and colonist ships. Several Mexican Fleet Zafano-class cruisers. The officer looked up, his face whiter than it was. And one IDF Nebula-class cruiser, sir. The Nimitz. Completely destroyed. Damn it. Captain Smith, said Commander Laplace. That was her first command. They'd entered the academy together 15 years ago. Do you have a visual? His stomach churned a little as the inertia cancellation struggled to keep up with their acceleration. The hull vibrated slightly with the strain. Aye, sir. Coming up on your console now. The data stream on the screen in front of him disappeared, replaced by a graveyard of ships. Good lord. There she was, the ISS Nimitz, broken completely in two, electrical arcing still glittering at the exposed seams. Wicked-looking carbon-scored holes peppered the hull, indicating heavy weapons fire, and several sections of the ship were completely blown away. Most of the section containing the reactor core and Q-jump drive was merely a skeleton of steel titanium girders and warped, blackened deck plates.
No life signs? He said hopefully. None, sir. Life support is gone. The whole ship is at vacuum. There could be survivors in spacesuits? The tactical officer shook his head. No thermal signs either. It's all cold. The Nimitz rotated slowly, and soon the blackened nameplate passed into view, a gaping hole appearing where the Z should have been. Laplace took a deep breath. Fine. Move us closer to the surface and get some visual scans. A few minutes later, they were close enough for visuals. The tactical officer passed the scans directly to Commander Laplace's screen for him to see. Utter devastation. Several blackened, smoking pits where he supposed cities might have stood. How many people were down there? The first officer who'd been studying the sensor images finally spoke up. 50 million. 5 cities and about 100 smaller towns around them. All gone. With a start, Laplace remembered his first officer, Lieutenant Lopez, had family out in the Veracruz sector. It hadn't dawned on him until then which planet they actually lived on. Lopez, you okay? The first officer sat stock still, gazing at the images passing on his screen. As the camera zoomed in, they could make out the details. The city on the screen looked as if several high-yield thermonuclear bombs had hit it. A few scattered buildings still stood around the edges of the city, but it was mostly a barren, ash-stricken wasteland. My grandparents are down there, and cousins, and my sister. Laplace snapped his attention back to the tactical officer. Confirmed. All those nuclear blasts. Unknown. Maybe, but they're off somehow. I'm reading some isotopic signatures similar to those of a thermonuclear explosion, but the blast characteristics are wrong. It's like... He looked up at Laplace. It's like the blasts came from under the surface and exploded upward. Chapter 12. L2 Lagrange Point, Earth. Long-Range Comm Center, ISS Constitution. Lieutenant Jessica Miller had only been aboard the Constitution for less than 2 months, but somehow it felt like an eternity, especially on days she called home. Are you being good for Grandma and Grandpa? Her son, whose small face filled up the entire left half of the split screen, and whose eyes continually darted off-screen, only said, You fly today? Yes, baby, I fly every day. Mama's a pilot. Mama flies spaceships. You go fast? She smiled and nodded. Super fast. Winking at the right-hand side of the screen, she added, But Dad flies faster. He flies a big spaceship. She held her hands out in front of her and apart by a meter. The big blue eyes grew as round as cookies, and her husband's voice cut in. He was orbiting the Earth, though usually the ISS Clyburn was on patrol duty out in the Paradise sector. When he came in from deep space on occasions like this, they always tried to set up a three-way call between them and Jessica's parents in Sacramento. Zach, Mama asked you a question. Are you good for Grandma and Grandpa? Yes, came the small reply, and Zach's big eyes darted momentarily off-screen. Do you do what they say? Yes. Do you... Her husband cut off as Zach ran off-screen, and they could hear his voice hollering at the dog. Jessica's mother's face appeared on the screen. Oh, sorry. I'll go get him. Jessica waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry, Mom. Let him play. Well, all the same, you two talk while I go sort things out. The older woman glanced off-screen and winced. Oh, he's into the dog food again. Zach? No. She disappeared, leaving Jessica to talk to her husband, who she had not seen in over a month. So, how long is the Clyburn here for? A few days, then we're off to lunar base as an escort for some diplomatic shindig. Jessica could hardly believe her ears. You're going to lunar base? But that's for us. I was going to tell you in a few minutes. He furrowed his brow. Tell me what? They're decommissioning the Constitution. There, at lunar base. I'm sure we can get some shore leave at the same time, at least for an evening. His furrowed brow had given way to a smile. Yeah, I'm sure Commander Ashworth will let me coordinate our schedules. Did you talk to him? You know, about what we discussed? She asked expectantly. His smile broadened. I did. And?
She both loved and hated it when he played coy with her. He hadn't changed a bit in their 4 years of marriage. Not that she'd know. They'd both been on nearly constant duty for the last 2 years, ever since her maternity leave ended. He said, probably. She squealed. She hadn't squealed since she was a little girl, but even with the looks the other officers and pilots threw her way in the comm center, she let the giggles fly.
Perfect! Tom, don't you realize? With the Constitution being decommissioned and all, they'll have to rotate me into another ship. And if Commander Ashworth is for it, then now is the perfect time. Just think of it. Finally serving on the same ship?
Yeah, that'll at least cut down on my comm center use. I had to barter away my weight room time for today's session, right on top of yesterday's session.
Oh, Tom. The sacrifices you make for your family.
She feigned a tear.
It really touches me. Right here.
She touched her chest. His eyes flicked lower. Wait, do that again, but move in closer to the cam, he murmured. And pull your uniform down a little.
Tom.
She held a finger to her lips.
My mom's right there. She can probably still hear us.
No, I can't, came the disembodied voice of her mother from off-screen. She put her face into her hands as her husband started to laugh. Men. Hey, Miller, you done yet? My girlfriend's waiting. She glanced up at the man waiting near the door. Lieutenant Valls, one of the fighter jocks, young, cocky, and eminently impatient.
Yeah, hold on, Valls. Don't get your panties in a bunch,
she said, waving him off. You're 10 minutes over your time. He pointed to the clock on the wall. She rolled her eyes.
Look, honey, gotta go.
Yet somehow, with the good news about the Constitution's decommissioning, her husband's imminent arrival at Lunar Base, and the distinct possibility they would soon be on the same ship, the rest of the day became more bearable. With the old bird's current assignment at L2 Station, she had the duty to pilot one of the crew transfer vehicles to shuttle officers and enlisted back and forth between the ship and the station. Normally, it was just a routine part of the job that made her want to gouge her eyes out from boredom, but today she punched the engine and pushed the G-forces. Whoa, easy there, cowgirl, said Commander Pierce from behind her. As CAG, he ran a weekly training exercise with the fighter wing based on L2 Station, and he was just returning to the ship with his pilots.
Sir, you're from Britannia.
York, actually, he interrupted. His patrician accent was oddly soothing to her ears. But close enough, they're both in the Britannia sector.
Sir, you're from York,
she corrected herself.
And I'm pretty sure no one from York is allowed to call me cowgirl. Have you ever even seen a horse, a cowboy, corral, tumbleweed, a six-shooter?
She glanced back at him, seated in the midst of a few dozen of his fighter jocks, returning from their training exercise. I'll have you know, I own 2 horses, and my father has an original Ruger 22. She gave him a skeptical look. Well, the gun is in an airtight display case, and the horses, well, I'm told they're quite well cared for.
Exactly,
she replied with a smirk, and pulled the controls to angle the ship around one of L2 Station's nacelles. Why are you so happy anyway? Haven't you heard we're being decommissioned? Exactly, she repeated in her head, but didn't want to give the impression she was eager to leave.
Yeah, but I just heard I might get reassigned to my husband's ship.
So, you're taking it out on us? Seriously, slow down a bit. He clutched onto his armrest as she put the transport ship into the final tight curve that would take them back into the old bird's fighter bay. Glancing at her speed indicator, she saw that he was right. She hadn't been paying attention, and they were coming in way too fast. Seeing that she only had a few seconds to correct their speed and approach vector, she shoved the thrusters into reverse, which had the added effect of throwing them all forward into their restraint harnesses. But she'd overcompensated, and now, just as the landing gear extended, the back of the shuttle spun to the right, and with a flick of the thruster, she halted the spin and fishtailed left. "Miller!" shouted Commander Pierce. In the struggle to keep the craft flying straight, she still hadn't reduced the speed to something normal for landing, and as a result, the landing gear hit the ground with a screech and showered the deck with sparks as the shuttle scraped across the landing zone, still fishtailing slightly as it finally came to rest. "Oops," she said after a momentary silence. Some of the fighter jocks in the back heckled her, and Commander Pierce gave her a stern warning eye. Lieutenant Valls, who she recognized as the fighter jock from earlier, laughed. "Well, she's no fighter pilot, but I think she deserves her own call sign. What do you say, fishtail?" The pilot stood up to disembark, still laughing and joking at her expense. She glanced down at the gouge she'd torn out of the deck and winced.
"Sorry, sir."
Pierce eyed the damage and shook his head.
Well, good thing she's being decommissioned next week, or Commander Hawes would have your ass mopping floors for a month. But with that new commander setting this place up as a museum, he'll probably give you a commendation for making her job difficult.
The other pilots were exiting the craft, and she ran the shuttle through its post-landing procedures.
Are you going to write me up, sir?
I suppose not. Just get your head out of the clouds, all right?
Yes, sir.
He ducked out, leaving her to park the shuttle back in its alcove off to the side of the landing runway.
Damn it, she thought. Way to leave the Constitution on a bad note, Miller.
Chapter 13. L2 Lagrange Point, Earth. Captain's Ready Room, ISS Constitution. The old bird floated in nearly empty space, accompanied by only a few surveillance arrays, datacom satellites, astrometric telescopes, and dishes, as well as L2 Station, a squat-looking, rotating starbase crewed by a few dozen officers who, like most of the crew aboard the Constitution herself, found themselves on the blunt end of a long, punitive assignment. L2 Station may have had some strategic importance in the distant past, during and before the Swarm War, but these days it was a dead-end post for dead-end careers, keeping watch over one of Earth's Lagrange points, where its gravity exactly cancelled out of the sun, creating a stable point ideal for space stations and ships to float without any fuel consumption, was the worst assignment an IDF officer or enlisted could draw. Out of his ready room window, Captain Granger watched the station rotate slowly against the steady backdrop of stars and datacom arrays, wondering if his next assignment would be there. Or worse, chained to a desk deep within the IDF command center outside Omaha, destined to push papers every day for the rest of his career. The door opened behind him.
Captain, you wanted to see me?
Shelby Proctor's voice grated on his nerves. He already hated it, and it had only been less than a week. I hear you want to strip apart my engines. He turned around and stared her in the eyes, not inviting her to sit or even to stand at ease. It appeared she sensed he meant business, and so maintained a stiff composure, staring at a point just above his shoulder, and yet he could just barely detect the slightest tug at her lips, indicating she was relishing the occasion.
Strip? No, sir. We need that shielding around the reactor core to—
I know your reasoning, Commander.
He spoke more loudly than he meant to, and he could see the corner of her mouth tug higher.
Sir, need I remind you that this ship is due to stand down in less than a week? Your engines are useless. They simply won't be needed during her next mission.
That may be.
He swiveled his chair around and sat, still staring at her.
But we still need to make the trip to Lunar Base, and for that, we need our engines.
Correction, sir. We need one of our engines, not all 6. The thrust of one of them will be more than sufficient to get us to—
You're betraying your ignorance on the capabilities of my ship, Commander. On paper, one of those engines can produce just enough thrust to get us to Lunar Base within a week. But she's old, Proctor. She hasn't operated above 60% thrust for well over 20 years.
He glanced down and picked up the datapad, handing it to her.
I've temporarily denied your request for the lead shielding. You'll have to wait.
But sir, I'm under a tight schedule here. I can't have you interfering—
I'll interfere with whatever I damn well please on my ship, Commander.
His fist was clenched, and he felt his face grow hot. He knew he shouldn't have lost control, and that was confirmed as Proctor's face broadened into a full smile. From her pocket, she produced her own datapad and tossed it on the desk toward him.
There. Have a look. You'll find Admiral Yarborough has given me the authority to do just about whatever I want, up to and including going over your wishes, Captain.
She said that last word with a wink. He scanned the orders, and sure enough, Yarborough had indicated that Proctor was to have all command authority necessary for her to complete her work. Damn it. He studied the wording of the orders as she droned on about the importance of her mission, how securing the legacy of the Constitution was vital for the education of future generations, and for the old bird to serve as an ambassador from fleet to civilians, creating goodwill and yada yada yada.
Commander Proctor,
he interrupted, his eyes glazing over a phrase within the orders.
My orders stand.
Excuse me, sir?
Yarborough was clear that your authority over my ship only extends to your mission. She explicitly left line management to me, and part of line management includes ensuring the safety of my crew.
I assure you, Captain, I'm being completely safe.
I'm sure you are. However, I disagree about the safety of removing the ballast from the engines. You see, should the remaining engine fail en route to lunar base, we'd sail right by it. Or worse, get pulled into the moon's gravity well. It was his turn to smile at her. And he did.
The chances of that happening are about 1 billion to... She began to protest, but he interrupted her again.
Regardless, I am responsible for safety. And in my judgment, that is far too high a risk. My order stands. You're dismissed, Commander, he added before she could protest again.
She furrowed her brow and stormed out the door. We'll see about that, Captain.
Still smiling, he followed her out a few minutes later and made his way down to the bridge, saluting the 2 Marines posted outside the doors. The regular day shift was just settling in, relieving the night crew and transferring console access and control to the new operators. He noticed they were more sluggish and informal than usual. He should really run a readiness drill to keep them on their toes. He shook his head. What was the point? They were due at lunar base in less than a week. Granger glanced around the bridge for his XO, Commander Hawes, but he knew exactly where he was. Probably hungover, staring at himself in his bathroom mirror, unkempt and unshaven. To his surprise, the old man strode through the doors to the bridge, grumbling greetings to a few of the departing crew members. He may have been unkempt and unshaven, but at least he was awake and alert. Granger called that a win for the day.
Commander, time to get underway to our final destination, wouldn't you say?
Granger leaned onto the main command console, looking up at his old friend. Hawes grumbled something under his breath.
If you say so, Tim.
I do. Take us out. Hawes barked orders to the navigation and engineering crew, working them through the process of spinning up the remaining engines, checking safety interlocks, securing decks for inertial transport, and marking off the checklists for departure from the Lagrange point. Granger nodded approvingly whenever a department chief called out for his final authorization, but otherwise stood back and let Hawes handle the affair. It would be his final command, after all. His old friend deserved to go out with dignity. Within the hour, Hawes barked from across the bridge.
She's all ready, Captain.
Granger nodded slowly and walked to the center of the bridge, glancing around at all of the crew. A hush fell over everyone as they realized he was about to speak.
I'm not one for speeches.
He glanced up at the ceiling with a frown and turned to look at all the various departments scattered around the command center.
She's a good ship. The best. It's been the highest honor serving with you all.
He turned to navigation.
Time to lunar base at 50% drive.
The answer came back without a pause. They'd already made the calculations. 3 days with a 2-hour acceleration burn and a 4-hour decel burn on final approach.
Very well.
He glanced back at Hawes, who kept his face stiff and frowning.
Let's take her home.
Chapter 14. Veracruz Sector, Leon System. IDF Intelligence Ship, ISS Tyrion. Sir, we're approaching the other southern continent. ETA is 3 minutes. Laplace glanced at his readout. Major cities down there. Just one, with several outlying towns and settlements. All orbital traffic is silent on this side of the planet as well. Minutes ticked by, and the ocean passed underneath them. Peaceful, unaware and uncaring of the devastation on the land nearby. Soon their orbit brought them over another brown and green landmass, and before the sensor officer announced anything, Laplace saw it. Distant flashes of light, like lightning from a massive thundercloud, and a clutter of objects in the lower atmosphere just at the edge of sight. Laplace jumped to his feet, still staring at the scene. Report. The sensor officer shook his head. Lots of ships out there. Unknown identification, unknown design and configuration there. The officer swore and pounded the console. Looks like the surface is under attack. There are a few orbital defense ships nearby, but they're mostly destroyed. The city is a sitting duck, sir, and they're getting pounded. Any indication we've been detected? No, sir. All ships have maintained their altitude in orbit. And then it came time for a decision. Get away while they could, or linger for a few more minutes to record more data. If this was the beginning of a full-scale swarm invasion, then they would need all the intel they could get. It was also imperative that they determine the attacker's identity. For all they knew, this could be a Russian Confederation force. Keep sensors on passive scan only. Zoom in with the cameras, all wavelengths. Let's get a closer look. Chapter 15.
halfway between L2 and Lunar Base. Sickbay. ISS Constitution. How long do I have, Doc? Granger braced for the reply. He knew what was coming. He'd put off the appointment far too long. He'd managed to avoid his chief medical officer, Dr. Wyatt, for months now, ever since the lumps and pain returned. Each hard to say, Tim. 2 months, 3, 4 if you were lucky. Months? That took him by surprise. He assumed a few years. What about Atraxin? Will that knock the tumors out for another few years? The doctor scowled at him. Well, sure. It would have done that. Had you come to see me at your regularly scheduled appointment 6 months ago. Hell, Tim, what did you think would happen? Did you really think ignoring it would make it go away? I've been busy, Granger demurred. Bullshit. You've been irresponsible. Now it's metastasized, and soon your lymph nodes will be fatter than your damn head. Shit. He didn't need this right now. First, they take away the old bird from him, and now he gets his life taken away too. He shifted uncomfortably on the examination table, studying the scans Doc Wyatt had given him. The tumors were unmistakable. White, black, and dark red blobs interspersed all throughout his midsection. Some larger, some smaller, but each deadly. Look, I can give you metastation that should stabilize them for a month or so, and Flaginox will keep the pain and tissue inflammation at bay. Dr. Wyatt was fiddling with his handheld medical scanner, avoiding eye contact. They'd served nearly a decade together, and he counted him as one of his best friends on board. And Captain Granger didn't make friends easily. Why make friends when they'll inevitably disappoint you? It's okay, Doc. It's my time. He said the words, but they rang hollow in his ears. Look, I've got to go do a walk down of the ship one last time before we arrive at Lunar Base. Make sure our new guest hasn't mothballed the whole place before she's supposed to. He stood up to leave. Are you going to tell the crew? Granger walked to the door. Now why the hell would I do that, Doc? Are you at least going to tell you... began Dr. Wyatt, but the door sliding shut cut him off. Granger stalked the halls, aiming vaguely toward engineering, nodding at crew members as they passed. When he reached the only elevator that would take him down to engineering, the door didn't even open. The mechanism merely groaned in protest as the gears ground unfruitfully against each other. Damn, she's as sick as I am. Digging his fingertips into the joint between the sliding door sections, he grunted as he struggled to pull them apart. When a 2-inch space appeared, the mechanism finally caught and the doors sprung open. Engineering, he grumbled to the empty air inside the lift. A soft beep indicated the computer's acknowledgement, and the lift moved. Momentarily, the speaker announced with a fair amount of distortion, "Engineering." Hell, even the speakers were going out. Maybe it really was time to just pull the plug on the whole ship. "Sir, glad you're here," began a frazzled Commander Scott before he could even get a word in. "I tried contacting you before about this, but couldn't find you. She's gone too far this time, Captain." Somehow he knew exactly which she, his chief engineer, was referring to. "What is it this time, Reyna?" She led him to one of the vast engine bays that housed one of the 6 main drive units and pointed. "Look! I go to bed last night with engine 4 not disassembled. And when I wake up this morning, it is disassembled. Anything wrong with that picture, Captain?" Granger ground his teeth together. The entire unit was taken apart, and the lead ballast was clearly gone. "Where's the ballast?" "Where do you think, sir?" Granger spun around and strode back toward the lift. "Prepare a launch tube, Commander." "Sir?" "A launch tube. We're going to need it to aid the disembarking of our guest." He didn't stop to look, but he could almost feel the broad smile cross Reyna's face. Hell, he'd love to press the launch button himself if it meant he could be rid of Shelby Proctor a few days early. Chapter 16. Veracruz Sector, Leon System. IDF Intelligence Ship, ISS Tyrian. Commander Laplace peered at the screen, trying to see the ships firing down to the surface. The sensors were recording every last detail, but he wanted to visually verify the identity of the attackers. He knew from years of military and intel training what the swarm ships should look like, at least the ones that attacked Earth 75 years ago.
They were quite literally a swarm. A few central carriers acting as bases for thousands, tens of thousands of fighters. Earth's defenders were simply overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, not to mention the superior technology and firepower. Come, have a Q-jump data pod ready to go. I want to have something ready to send, just in case. He let the words hang in the air. His bridge crew would know exactly what he left unsaid. Aye, sir. Data pod loaded and currently downloading all available telemetry. Laplace nodded. Good. Append the bridge's audio recording as well. They may as well hear what we're talking about. He turned to his nav officer. Ensign, I want Q-jump coordinates laid in and your finger hovering over the initiate button. Understood? We're talking hair trigger here. Satisfied that the ensign was ready to hightail them out of there, he redirected his attention back to the sensor log. Ops, am I seeing this right? Those are not swarm fighters, at least not according to our historical data. You're right, sir. They are slightly larger. We're detecting around 200 of them, all around the size of one of our V-wing fighters. Maybe double the size of an X-25? A swarm fleet from 70 years ago would have sported many times that number of fighters, and the central carrier in the middle of the screen was possibly even more massive than the old swarm carriers. But the design, it looked vaguely human. Nothing like the swarm cruisers from the history books, with their dozens of nacelle arms and vast, jagged pylons that presumably acted as fighter bays. As Laplace watched, about 3 dozen of them broke off from the main engagement over the city and moved sharply toward one of the partially destroyed IDF cruisers. Captain, I've got power readings from that Zafano-class cruiser. Transponder signal is that of the ISS Velata. The main reactor has restarted and several of the mag rails are energizing. The officer looked up at the screen to watch. They're firing at the incoming ship, sir. Laplace glanced up. Sure enough, the battered cruiser, still steaming air, smoke, and debris, had angled itself such that several starboard turbo mag rail cannons had a clear shot at the large fighters. He could almost imagine the pulsating rhythm of the shots. The cannons fired around 5 rounds per second at speeds approaching 10 kilometers per second. Several of the enemy fighters flared up into fireballs, but the rest accelerated at incredible speeds toward the Vallarta and fired their own streams of high-velocity projectiles at the ship. The rounds exploded with ferocious energy into the side of the IDF cruiser, which spewed debris and fire, quickly extinguished by the vacuum of space. Soon a gaping hole was exposed, but that was only the beginning. One of the large carriers, a massive behemoth of a ship lit by sickly green running lights, veered toward the Vallarta and unleashed a dazzling green energy beam. The beam blazed toward the hole in the starboard side of the Vallarta. Laplace glanced down at his sensor readout and knew what was about to happen without asking his ops officer, who nevertheless called out, "I'm reading a radioactive signature, sir. That beam's got antimatter in it and it's interacting with the..." But the flash on the screen cut him off. Even though it was only a holographic view screen, and therefore limited in the amount of energy it could put out, they all automatically shielded their eyes. When the screen desaturated, the ISS Vallarta was gone. A moment's silence permeated the bridge. Ensign, have you scanned those fighters for life readings yet? I want to know who we're dealing with and then get the hell out of here. Working on it, sir. There's some kind of odd interference messing with our sensors. I can't get a good reading on what's inside those things. At this point, could be human, could be... Well, even back during the Swarm War, we were never able to get life-side readings from the comrade ships. Sir, the ships! Laplace snapped his head back to the screen. The surviving belligerent fighters had changed course and were now flying directly toward them. Ensign, now! He yelled at the nav officer, who hit the Q-jump initiation on his console with a jab of his poised finger. The view screen held steady. Ensign, I said now! The fighters appeared to speed up. Trying, sir. I think whatever is interfering with the sensors... The ensign drifted off, tapping buttons on his console furiously. Laplace pointed at the ops officer. Launch the datapod. Get that thing out of here. He turned back to navigation. Ensign, evasive maneuvers. Swing wide and Z-50. Put some distance between us. Maybe we can clear their distortion field. He felt the ship lurch as the inertial canceling system struggled to keep up with the maneuvers the nav officer was keying into the console. Movement on the screen caught his eye. Sir, they're firing! Keep swerving, Ensign! He craned his neck around. Is that datapod away? Aye, sir. Did it make the Q jump? An explosion erupted across the bridge and LaPlace shielded his face from the flames. When the emergency system extinguished the fire, he looked back to Ops. The officer was slumped against his console, his head and torso scorched black and blistery red. Glancing down at his own readout, he swore. The data pod had failed to Q-jump. IDF headquarters would not be warned.
Ensign, maximum acceleration. Get us to the wreckage of the Velata. Maybe we can put some debris in between us and...
But the nav officer never got the chance to acknowledge. Another explosion ripped through the bridge, and a giant section of bulkhead blasted away, revealing the blue-tinged atmosphere of the planet far below. As the air spewed out, sucking the nav officer with it, LaPlace glared at the enemy fighter speeding directly toward them. The forward guns of the other ship glowed, and using his last breath, which erupted out into the vacuum, he spat toward the incoming fighter out of spite, before blacking out. Chapter 17. Halfway between L2 and Lunar Base. Fighter Bay. ISS Constitution. Captain Granger strode up to the doors of the Fighter Bay's maintenance hangar, pointing to the two Marines stationed there.
You two, with me. Your orders are to arrest Commander Proctor at my signal, understood?
The Marines looked at each other nervously. One of them cleared his throat.
I said, am I clear?
He barked, and one of the Marines stiffened his back.
Sir, she gave us the order that if you interfere with her work, we are to confine you to quarters. Said she had authorization from Admiral Yarborough herself.
The Marine flinched as Granger marched up to him. Unbelievable. She crossed the line. He stood toe-to-toe with the Marine and yelled in his face.
I am the captain of this ship, soldier. How would you like to spend the next 5 years rotting in the brig for insubordination and mutiny?
He hadn't realized he was waving his fists in the air. He self-consciously lowered them. Damn it. He lost his ship, 5 days ahead of schedule. Tim. Granger turned to the voice. It was his CAG, Commander Tyler Pierce.
What the hell do you want?
He replied gruffly, still eyeing the nervous Marines who clearly were quite torn. What was the military coming to? Had the decades of peace and prosperity made them all fat and complacent? What was Yarborough thinking, undermining him like this? Just wanted to show you something, sir. The CAG thumbed in the direction of the air group's mission room. He was a younger gentleman, clearly the son of some patrician senator or oligarch on one of the more prosperous worlds. Perhaps York or Versailles, judging by his decidedly upper-class accent and the overly conservative part in his hair. Still glowering at the two Marines, he followed his CAG into the mission room, a mini amphitheater surrounding a podium in front of a holoscreen. Several technicians were busy installing a few extra rows of seating in the front, and another was fiddling with the terminal on the podium.
What are they doing?
Granger asked, indicating the techs. Pierce's expression betrayed his annoyance. Do you really need to ask?
Proctor?
Pierce nodded.
They're turning this into a fighter combat simulation room. Bring 50 tourists in at once, show them a cute battle sequence up there on the screen, brief them on their mission, then off they all go to sit in the cockpits of the fighters out there.
He thumbed in the direction of the fighter bay, which Granger now had zero desire to see, even though Proctor was in there, and he was itching to blast her out one of the fighter bay airlocks.
Is it bad? Are they all stripped down?
The CAG shrugged.
Well, not all of them. Just 20 or so. And all of the fighter systems are still intact. They've just rigged them with dummy torpedoes Proctor printed out in a fab and downgraded the computer with some new battle simulation program she brought with her from the Smithsonian. But they're all roped off and repainted some god-awful shade of purple and yellow. She thinks it'll make them look more futuristic for the visitors, you see. The captain groaned.
Purple and yellow?
Yeah, tell me about it. But, Tim, this isn't why I asked you here. Come into my office for a moment.
Granger followed him into the CAG's office and took a seat next to the terminal next to Pierce. He smiled at the pictures of the man's family displayed neatly in dark metal frames on the desk. Two little boys sitting on the lap of a gorgeous blonde woman posed in front of some pine trees.
Family's on York?
He nodded toward the picture, the faintly purple tinge to the deep blue sky pulling him into where it was taken.
Yes, sir. My family's lived in Londinium for centuries. Fourth great-grandfather was one of the first settlers there. Helped build Londinium from the ground up. Well, at least his workers did. Never did enjoy getting his hands dirty, the old sod.
You talk about him like you knew him.
I did.
and he died 20 years ago, right before I joined IDF. Granger looked at him askance.
Your fourth great-grandpa died just 20 years ago? Well, when you own half the city of Londinium, you can afford all sorts of age-extending procedures. Replaced half his body at least 4 times before he finally came down with a common cold and died of pneumonia. 189. Oldest man on York when he died. Captain Granger whistled. And to think he was going to die at a paltry 64. 65 if he was lucky. Unless they came up with a miracle cure for stage 4 lung cancer, a malignant brain tumor, and pancreatic cancer that didn't involve replacing his entire body and flooding his head with high-energy protons to zap the free-roaming malignant cells. He breathed in as deeply as he could, stifling a wince at the pain. What did you bring me here to see, Tyler? The CAG flipped the computer on and brought up several star maps and fleet movement schedules. The British and the Russian fleets were supposed to conduct joint training exercises in the Britannia system yesterday. I know because my father commands the ISS Gallant, which is the flagship of the 3rd British Fleet. We talk every other day for a few minutes, and this morning he mentioned something that struck me as quite odd. Yes? The Russian fleets never showed up. Strange, said Granger. The Russian Confederation space is right there next to British space, out towards Sirius. Practically neighbors. Did you have any idea why they didn't show? No, but that wasn't the only odd thing. He received some special orders from IDF High Command to go patrol the border between British and Russian space, out near the Veracruz sector. Did he say why? He didn't. The orders were classified Priority 1 top secret. Hell, he shouldn't have even told me what he did. Granger stroked his chin. Damn the Russians. Slippery bastards as always. Earth nearly lost the Swarm War because of their antics, refusing to coordinate planetary defense with the Allied powers right up to nearly the last moment. It took several Swarm nukes over St. Petersburg to finally convince them that it was in their best interest to cooperate with the rest of the civilized world. What were they up to this time? Probably just on guard against whatever President Malakoff has up his sleeve, said Granger. Oh, they're calling him president now. He did win the last 5 elections. He paused and smirked. Albeit with only 98% of the vote. Sounds like they love the guy. I wonder what he promised the voters. Probably made them an offer they couldn't refuse. Promised to take the Veracruz sector and re-annex Mongolia, all while masturbating shirtless on top of a Bengalese tiger. Pierce snorted and shook his head. Yeah, it's probably just his regular old chest thumping. Still, my father sounded genuinely worried. He knew something he wasn't telling me. Has anything come down from High Command? To me? Well, they didn't tell me about my own ship's decommissioning until a week ago. I doubt I'm high on their list of officers to keep up to date on hypothetical Russian aggression. The CAG picked up a picture frame and looked at it, his 2 boys smiling back at him. Granger wondered how long it had been since he'd seen them. Well, let's hope nothing out of sorts is going on. I know Malakoff is a crazy bastard, but this isn't like him. The politicians have never been friends, but we've always had good intermilitary relations. They've never missed a joint training exercise. Granger studied the star map. Sure enough, 8 IDF carriers, a handful of heavy cruisers, and an assortment of lighter vessels, missile frigates, destroyers, tow barges, and supply ships, were gathered at the outskirts of the Britannia system, the main population center of British space. Nearby, Russian space shimmered red and opaque, as the Russians no longer shared near real-time sensor data with the rest of IDF. There could be a Russian fleet just on the other side of the border, in the LIV system, and they'd never know it until they decided to show up. You think something's up? I mean, not just the Russians. You think the Swarm is back? Pierce shrugged. The Swarm? They've been gone for over 70 years. Not so much as a peep out of their space in all this time, assuming we know where their space is. Hell, we don't even know what they look like. All we ever found in the debris from their ships was grey goo. After their first engagement with the Swarm, humanity tried to study the ships they'd managed to cripple or destroy. It wasn't easy work, since most of the defeated ships self-destructed. Any vessels that survived intact were heavily damaged, and there were never any survivors. No bodies, either. Somehow they'd managed to program their ships to either be entirely automated, or to automatically vaporize any dead bodies. All that was left behind was a thin sheen of organic liquid coating the floors and walls.
The hallways and compartments were so small that IDF supposed that the aliens couldn't be more than a few feet tall, if that. And yet their technology was stunningly advanced. They used energy weapons, some form of accelerated negative ion beams, anti-helium particles, if he remembered his academy classes correctly. Granger wondered if the new armor every new ship had been constructed with since then would make a difference. Hell, even the Constitution only survived the war because of her 10-meter-thick tungsten plating. She was practically built out of an asteroid back in the last century. SG-10551 was the rock's designation. By the time she was finished, there was hardly anything left of the asteroid. But not only were their weapons advanced, they seemed to be able to achieve huge accelerations and tolerate massive changes in inertia, changes that IDF's inertial cancelers could only dream of handling. As such, the swarm fleets were far more maneuverable and faster compared to IDF. That and their computer control systems put IDFs to shame. Each fleet they encountered was so well coordinated, each fighter so well connected to the whole, that it was like fighting one large organism rather than a few hundred little individual ships. Their own targeting computers and command and control centers were simply no match. They'd had to rely on the grit and gumption of their individual pilots, and in many historians' estimation, that made all the difference.
Well, let's hope it's not the swarm. I'd much rather fight a few chest-thumping Russian thugs than those bastards again.
You think it'll come to that? Granger shrugged.
Honestly, no. There's too much space, such an abundance of resources that there's just no point. That's what the Russians have always wanted, territory and resources. Since there's no shortage of either, it's just senseless to fight. No, things will blow over in a few years. Definitely when Malikov hits his term limits.
Wait, you haven't heard?
What?
Pierce grunted a laugh. The Duma voted away the presidential term limits a few months ago. Old Malikov is in for life. The captain snorted.
You'd think he would just save time and call himself Emperor Malikov instead of spending all this energy on pretense.
Granger stood up to leave. He was glad his CAG had pulled him into the office. He'd calmed down enough and was far less liable to toss Proctor out the airlock.
So, how many fighters have we got left in operational status?
The CAG rose to his feet to follow the captain out. About a quarter, maybe 20. Proctor took around 40, and 20 were down for overhauls before she showed up. Why, expecting trouble?
In the 5 days we have left? Doubt it. But if we're not ready for anything fate throws at us, it's our own damn fault.
Chapter 18. Sol System, Earth Orbit, Valhalla Space Station. Admiral Yarborough, the Vice President's shuttle has arrived. She stood up from her desk and nodded her head to the empty room. Thank you, Commander. Please see that he's escorted to the ISS Winchester's docking tube. I'll meet him there. Pausing for a moment by the window before heading out to meet the second most powerful person on the Earth, she stared down at the green and blue globe far below. Valhalla Station's orbit was about double geosynchronous, and at 50,000 kilometers from the surface, it only orbited once every 37 hours, affording them an uninterrupted view of whatever continent they flew over, which at the moment was North America. Squinting, she could just make out the slightly grayish look of the major cities: New York, Washington, Miami. Nashville was obscured by clouds, but she could imagine seeing the giant civilian spaceport there, rivaling the size of even the IDF port in Omaha. So small from up here, she thought. Letting her eyes drift farther north, she could barely make out the huge scars left by the swarm war. Circular pockmarks indicating where several cities in Ohio and Michigan had stood. The multi-megaton warheads the swarm dropped had completely wiped those cities off the map. Cincinnati, Detroit, Cleveland, all gone. And in the aftermath of the war, the government had seen little point in rebuilding them, opting instead to let nature take its course. And now the blast zones were covered in lush green. Dense radioactive forests. She remembered schoolyard rumors that the wildlife there had glowing eyes. But the swarm was gone. The surveillance missions to known swarm worlds following the war had indicated that there was not a trace of them left. All their cities abandoned, not a single ship, not a single alien left behind. Some fundamentalist religious leaders went so far as to claim that the swarm was simply a scourge manufactured by God for the punishment of mankind for her many sins, and once the punishment was delivered, the scourge was taken away by God without a trace.
IDF Intel thought otherwise, and spent decades searching for them to no avail. They were entirely and inexplicably gone. But now there was a problem in the Veracruz sector. The ISS Kerouac was missing. Starbase Heroic had gone silent, and the scout ship she'd dispatched to investigate had similarly not reported back in for over 30 hours. She turned to the door. A lowly IDF admiral should not keep the vice president waiting. As she left, a flashing indicator on her desk monitor caught her eye. Returning to her desk, she examined the report. A badly damaged data pod from the intel ship Tyrion. Her eyes bulged as she watched the video surveillance play out. Damn it. They're back. Chapter 19. Halfway between L2 and Lunar Base, ISS Constitution. Captain, we're within 150,000 kilometers of Lunar Base, said Ensign Prince. The bridge, which had been humming along just moments earlier, came to a Granger stood up at the engineering section. Operating at nearly full capacity, sir. Commander Scott says we're good to go. Very well. Full reverse. Fire forward thrusters, 60% power. Sir, since we're down a few engines, that won't slow us down enough. Ensign Prince hemmed and returned his gaze to the computer readout. That is, ever since engine number 6 was scrapped, and thank you, Edson, for the reminder, he said, cutting off the young man, and mentally sending choice words down towards Commander Proctor in the fighter bay. 80% on the remaining engines should do it. Aye, sir. Notify me when we're an hour out. He grunted a greeting as Commander Hawes staggered onto the bridge. Damn it, he'd been drinking again. The odor was noticeable from a dozen feet away. We fired the engines yet? He slurred. Granger advanced on his friend and gripped his upper arm, pulling him along beside him toward the door. Come with me. Tim, it was nothing, just a glass. A glass? You sure it wasn't 10? He saluted to the Marines posted at the entrance to the bridge and pulled the XO past some very wary-eyed officers, paused in conversation outside the operations center next door. Look, we're throwing in the towel tomorrow anyway. What's the big... Granger shoved Hawes up against the wall and stared into his face just an inch away. What's the big deal? Damn it, Abe, I've stuck my neck out for you so many times, I'm frankly getting a little tired of it. I've warned you about showing up for duty drunk. There's only so many times I can sweep this under the rug. You're hurting morale, and you're disrespecting me. Hawes snorted. Stuck your neck out for me, my fat white ass. You wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for me after that stunt you pulled. They were about to dishonorably discharge you, but because of me, they promoted you. Imagine that. The rogue commander of the Korsky incident getting his own damn ship. Granger's fists tightened around Hawes' uniform. Looking both ways down the hall to make sure they were alone, he leaned in close. You and I both know that's not true. The fleet's been on the decline for decades. They needed a kick in the ass, and I gave it to them, just like I'm doing with you. He released the XO and shoved him down the hall. Go. Sober up, then report back. Is that an order, Captain? Hawes growled. Granger let his shoulders hunch over. Does it need to be, Abe? An officer rounded the corner and walked past them, nodding a quick salute. Granger let her disappear through a door down the hallway before going on. Look, Abe, you're my best friend. You've given the old bird a good run. Let's not sully it by... Hawes brushed past him. Save it, Tim. Save it for someone who cares. You and I both stopped caring years ago when they sentenced us to the old bird. Sentenced? He asked. Hawes didn't stop. You heard me. He turned around the corridor and disappeared out of sight. And Hawes was right. Their assignment was a sentence. A subtle effort to get the two of them out of the way. To silence and discredit them. A court-martial would have brought too much publicity, and a discharge, honorable or otherwise, would have given them the ability to speak out. But a dead-end assignment? Granger rested a hand on the wall. The ship hummed with the distant pulse of the ancient engines. Her engines. His engines. Hawes called it a sentence, and it may have been. But it was the best damn sentence he would have ever dared to ask for. Chapter 20. Earth's Moon. Main Auditorium, Lunar Base. Vice President Isaacson of the United Earth government beamed out from the podium, flashing his toothy politician's grin at the auditorium full of reporters, dignitaries, politicians, celebrities, and civilians. There was even a class of students from some well-to-do private elementary school in New England. Granger glanced at his watch, an ancient gold and silver timepiece with leather straps given to him by his mother several decades ago. Damn, this ceremony was taking forever. Isaacson sure knew how to talk. In fact, the Vice President continued, some might say that we've gone too far in our efforts to modernize the military. They think we should remain constant, fixed, unchanging. Well, ladies and gentlemen, times change. And with those changes we rise to meet them. The challenges we'll face in the 27th century will be unlike those we faced in the 26th. The swarm is long gone, as our intelligence and science expeditions have claimed. There is no sign of any other alien civilizations for all the many thousands of cubic light years we've explored. Again, as we've seen throughout the millennia, our most difficult challenges will come from within, and so we must be prepared for that threat. Granger suppressed a wry grin. He knew the Russian president was probably seething if he was watching, which he almost undoubtedly was. Who wasn't watching the decommissioning ceremony of the oldest ship in the history of Earth's spacefaring fleets? And so we say to you future generations, Vice President Isaacson inclined his head down to his left, toward the row of seated students, the future lies with you. If you will rise to meet it, we deliver into your hands a safer galaxy, a safer humanity, a safer world. Study hard. Learn as much as you can. Follow in the footsteps of your heroes, and for God's sake, come up for air from your video games every now and then, okay? He added to a room full of delighted, polite laughter. And before he knew it, it was his turn. Isaacson sat down, and all eyes turned to Captain Tim Granger as he lifted slowly to his feet, trying hard not to wince from the sharp pain in his lungs. He approached the podium and set his handwritten speech down next to a glass of water set out for him. They told him he had 15 minutes, but damn it all if he wasn't able to write down more than 5 minutes of material. Guess he'd have to wing it. Stalling for as much time as possible, he picked up the glass of water and downed it. Granger cleared his throat and stared down at his notes, squinting before realizing that his reading glasses were still tucked snugly into his pocket. Placing them on his face, he mumbled, "They say your eyes are the second thing to go in old age, followed quickly by your ears." He waited a moment for comedic timing. "I'll be damned if I can remember the first thing." More polite, measured laughter. God, he hated speeches. 130 years ago, our forefathers had a vision. He began, reading his speech from the beginning. A vision of safety and progress. We had started spreading among the stars, and with that spread came unknown dangers. It seemed we were alone in the universe, but those early leaders of a united Earth had the foresight to realize that might not always be the case. And fortunately, almost serendipitously, we built warships. Fleets, far more overpowered than what we thought we needed. He coughed, and it turned into a full-blown fit. An admiral seated behind him reached under the podium and handed him another glass of water, which he accepted gratefully and continued. The Constitution, the Chesapeake, the Congress, the Warrior, the Independence, and the Victory. What we today call the Legacy Fleet. We built some ships before and some after, but those were the finest. Our golden age. He paused, glancing up at the waiting audience. And then the swarm came. Without the handful of carriers, cruisers, and frigates that we had at the time, humanity as we know it would have disappeared. Another pause. But we won. We survived. We lived to fight another day, but that day never came. He trailed off. I just wasn't feeling it. The words seemed hollow, like he was repeating politicized platitudes designed to soothe the ears of everyone present. To not offend, to keep everyone comfortable. To hell with it. He picked up his speech and flipped it over, and clearing his throat, he stared up at the audience again. But the truth is, we were lucky. Damned lucky. It wasn't skill, or grit, or gumption, or bravery, or brilliance that got us through that war. It was dumb luck. A
handed our asses to us and we almost paid the ultimate price. Now we say the swarm has disappeared. We say they've abandoned their worlds and that they'll never come back. We developed tests and analytic techniques to confirm this conclusion, and we pat ourselves on the back for our ingenuity. Or surely it must have been us. Surely it's because of our brilliance, our excellence, that we've driven off the swarm. And so we sit back, we relax, we pretend we're perfectly safe. He glanced over at the collection of seated dignitaries on the rostrum and saw that several of the officials were nervously checking their watches, some staring at him, some shooting daggers out of their eyes at him, President Isaacson included. Admiral Yarborough slowly moved her head back and forth at him. Just because something is old doesn't mean we need to throw it away. What kind of society have we become? What happens to our values when we say that just because something or someone has been around a hell of a long time that they've outlived their usefulness? We've become a society of vacant, immature materialists, moving from one new thing on to the next, devaluing age and experience. He was talking about the Constitution, but he couldn't help but feeling like he was talking about himself as well. And what does this old guy say? He says be careful, be watchful, be vigilant. He grit his teeth. He knew he needed to make this speech politically palatable to the muckety-mucks up on the rostrum behind him. And it is for that reason that IDF CENTCOM has decided to not simply retire the Constitution, but to turn her into a museum. A place of learning, a place to remember, where future generations will see her legacy directly and be inspired to continue the watchful peace that she oversaw. The words felt hollow and distasteful in his mouth, but it was the best moral compromise he could come up with. And so, we commit the old bird into your hands. A gift from the past and present crew of the ISS Constitution and IDF to the people of Earth. He glanced down at the rows of wide-eyed elementary school students. Take care of her. Be true to her, and she'll fly you safely home. Thank you. Applause and a few waves and handshakes later, it was finally over. Thank God. Where the hell was the adult beverage table? Wherever Hawes was, probably. He glanced the auditorium over, and sure enough, his XO was camped out next to a long table holding hundreds of glasses half full of champagne. He made a beeline toward him, ignoring half a dozen hands reaching out to pat his shoulder or grasp his hand. What the hell? He nearly tripped over a small obstacle in his path.
Watch where you're going, Captain,
said a small voice almost directly under him. It was one of the school children, a boy, maybe 10 years old, but obviously very small for his age. But his attitude was 10 times the size of his body. Excuse me, said Granger.
You heard me, Captain. Say, nice speech. I fall asleep during half the speeches our teacher takes us to, but yours was great. I like short speeches, especially when you swear.
The small boy stuck his hand out, which Granger tentatively grabbed. He didn't quite know what to make of this boy, but he liked him. Glad to hear it. Are you thinking of joining IDF someday? Be a starship captain? The boy rolled his eyes.
Oh, God, no. Are you kidding? How boring.
Granger chuckled. Well, then what do you want to be?
A motorcycle racer, of course.
Isn't that a little dangerous?
Not as dangerous as piloting a starship.
Granger grunted to get at the point. What's your name?
Cornelius Dexter Azarius.
He repeated the name slowly, as the boy had blurted it out quickly. Cornelius Dexter
Azarius, the third. And sorry, Captain, gotta go. My teacher's giving me the eye. Probably thinks I'm annoying you or something.
The teacher bustled through a nearby group of children and confronted the boy.
Dexter, I told you not to bother anyone important.
He turned to Granger.
I'm terribly sorry, Captain Granger. Mr. Azarius here is a little incorrigible.
Granger raised an eyebrow. Indeed.
Come along, Dexter. Leave the man alone. He's earned his retirement.
The teacher ushered the boy away, leaving that word grating on his ears. Retirement. Granger found the drinks and looked around for his XO. Looked like Hawes had already made his retreat out of the auditorium. Damn. Granger downed a whole glass of champagne and then quickly reached for another. He had just settled into light conversation with a senator when Vice President Isaacson sidled up to him through the crowd. Captain Granger, excellent speech, sir. You're natural. Granger painted a stiff half-smile on his face.
If he was a natural at giving speeches, then poo-flinging monkeys were naturals at etiquette and manners.
Thank you, sir. Very kind.
You know, when President Avery asked me to stand in for her here, I was like a little kid, so excited. To think that I would get to be the one to welcome the old girl home. I was just...
Old bird.
Isaacson stopped mid-sentence. Sorry?
He's the old bird, not the old girl.
Granger noticed the vague show of false embarrassment the Vice President put on.
Common mistake, sir, and we appreciate your presence here.
He grabbed the man's hand and intended to move on to the next dignitary, but Isaacson held his hand firm. I just wanted you to know, he said, leaning in close to Granger, that we are of similar minds. We've grown soft, complacent. As far as I'm concerned, you're a prophet, Captain Granger. Ugh. Flattery. If there was one language common to every politician everywhere, it was flattery. Granger's smile thinned.
You're too kind.
I mean it, Captain. There are those of us in the government that don't agree with the findings of the Eagleton Commission. We should be building up our military, not stripping it down like President Avery wants. How odd. The man was President Avery's second in command. He was her biggest cheerleader, her most tireless campaigner and surrogate. What the hell was he doing cutting her down in private?
Well, I don't know that we need a military buildup, Mr. Vice President, but a little vigilance and preparedness go a long way.
Indeed, Isaacson said, flashing his politician's toothy grin. In fact, after this whole affair is over and you're reassigned, would you mind stopping by at my office in Washington? An invitation to the Vice President's office? Granger felt like he was stepping into an alternate reality.
I'd be honored, Mr. Vice President. And what shall we be talking about?
Your future, of course. Granger's smile vanished.
I have no future, Mr. Vice President. I'm just a sailor at the end of his tour. The old bird is retired, and soon so will I.
He thought of the plague of tumors invading his chest, his abdomen, his brain. The drugs Doc Wyatt had given him seemed to help with the pain, but this level of metastasis was terminal. Isaacson came in close again. Please reconsider, Tim. I think you'll find that in a few weeks, the political climate may have changed somewhat. There are rumblings in the Senate. Key people are nervous about the Eagleton Commission, and if the chips fall where I think they might, I'll need someone in the military I can trust. Someone of like mind. His eyes were oddly insistent, but what in the world was he talking about? He almost asked when he heard his personal comm device go off, pulsing with the arrival of an urgent message. Simultaneously, he heard dozens of other comm devices go off all around the vast hall. The crowd, which had up to that point been chatting and laughing amiably, fell into an uncomfortable silence as dozens of eyes looked down to read their messages. Granger pulled his out of his pocket. It was from CENTCOM, Priority 1. Unidentified vessels sighted on trajectory towards Earth. ETA 1 hour. Alert condition red. Chapter 21. Earth's Moon. Observation Compartment 2, Lunar Base. Lieutenant Miller leaned over the railing and rested her head against the window, looking out at the gray, barren moonscape. The glare from the sun was harsh in her eyes, though the protective coatings on the composite glass at least made it bearable to look out the window and take in the magnificent view. Just above the white glare of the regolith, the half-illuminated blue, green, and white globe of the Earth hovered. Seems so small from up here, doesn't it? She murmured. You'd never even know 10 billion people lived down there just by looking at it from space, replied her husband, who was leaning his head against the window next to her. 10 billion people, and little Zack. She squinted against the glare, trying to make out the coast of California under the cloud cover. Do you think we're doing the right thing? You know. She tapped a finger against the window, pointing towards the Earth. Both of us being out here on duty. I should just take an early discharge. It's not fair to him. It's not fair to my parents. He shrugged. Oh, they love it and you know it. And Zack will be fine. It'll only be like this for 2 more years, and then you can at least draw early retirement and go reserve. I'll join you in just a few years after that, and we'll have it made. He was right, but it didn't mean she had to like it. The guilt racked her at times, knowing that someone else was taking care of her son, raising him, teaching him, cuddling him at night before bed. Sure, that was her own mother, but it still killed her inside.
And though her husband hid it well, she knew it killed him too.
Yeah, I guess. But we could manage, if I left now. It'd be tighter, but we'd figure it out.
The silence. Was he mad? Why wasn't he looking at her or saying anything? Commander Ashworth said yes. At first she didn't realize what he'd said, but then it hit her.
He said yes? Really?
Really? He turned to grin at her.
So I'm cleared to transfer to the Clyburn?
You're clear. He said he'll handle it. Already put the request in yesterday. Her chest swelled and she felt flushed.
Finally. After 4 years, they'd finally get to serve together. See each other every day. Have sex.
And before she knew it, he had grabbed her and pulled her in close, kissing her with the full force of 3 months of pent-up sexual tension. She kissed back, eagerly drinking him in.
Finally.
The sound of a klaxon immediately overhead made them both jump and they pulled apart.
What the hell is that?
She said, noticing the red flashing lights down the empty hallway. Everyone was at the decommissioning ceremony, but soon, several doors down the hall burst open and several officers dashed down toward another set of doors. That's a red alert, said Tom, turning to her. Get back to the Constitution.
Red alert? In space dock? Here?
It was almost incomprehensible. He nodded. Probably just a drill. Some jackass pencil pusher over in the admin building decided to make life difficult for Granger, just as a parting shot.
They really don't like him, do they?
She remarked as they turned down the hall and made for the space dock where their ships hovered. No one in Fleet Admin likes him, and half the captains and admirals despise him. That's why he's been shuffled off to the Constitution all these years. They wanted him out of their hair. They reached a junction where the hallway split, each branch leading to the airlocks of a different starship. One branch ending in the Constitution and the other in the Clyburn. Dozens of other officers and crew members were streaming around them, jogging towards the ships. Wait, he said and reached in one more time for a kiss. And then he was gone, pulling away and joining the throng of men and women rushing toward the Clyburn. See you in a few days, he called back. She waved, but her stomach clenched as she turned to jog toward the Constitution.
What's up, Ballsy?
She asked the man running past her, Lieutenant Balls. Haven't you heard?
No.
She ran to keep up with him and they passed through the airlock. The swarm. Little cum rats are back.
Oh, God.
Her thoughts immediately went to California, to her son, her parents, and her husband on another warship possibly heading off into battle. Her stomach clenched even more. Chapter 22. Earth's Moon. Main Auditorium, Lunar Base. Within seconds of reading his message, the klaxons rang out, followed by flashing red lights. The civilians in the room panicked. Several schoolchildren screamed. Granger tucked the comm device back in his pocket and stood up straight, scanning the room for Yarbrough or any of the senior admiralty. He spotted them leaving the room in a rush, and he hurried to catch up with them. He noticed Commander Proctor jogging after him out of the corner of his eye. "What's the situation, Admiral?" he said as he fell into step behind her next to one of her aides.
Several ships Q-jumped into orbit around Jupiter. Complete communications blackout on all the moons and orbital platforms. And 10 minutes ago, a cargo freighter imaged the ships en route to Earth at incredible speeds.
How incredible. Yarbrough turned her head to flash him a pained glance.
They'll be here within the hour.
Granger's mouth hung open. But that puts their speed at around
nearly 0.5 C. Yes, I know,
Yarbrough replied. They were nearly to the Lunar Base Command Center, and officers were streaming through the halls, reporting to their duty stations.
But isn't that impossible?
Said one of her aides, a young lieutenant. Kid, nothing's impossible when it comes to the swarm.
We don't know. It's the swarm, Captain Granger,
interrupted Yarbrough. Care to take any guesses as to who else it might be, Admiral? He said icily. He knew it was politically correct to think the swarm threat was finished, but he couldn't believe her intransigence on the issue when an entire fleet was bearing down on Earth.
CENTCOM isn't sure. We knew there was a threat out in the Veracruz sector and sent scouts to investigate.
And? He said as they rounded the corner into the command center. Yarbrough demurred.
And, well, we lost contact with them.
She saluted the commanding officer of Lunar Base, Rear Admiral Tully.
What's the latest, Sheldon?
ETA 55 minutes. The cargo freighter managed to image most of their fleet in decent detail. We're looking at 6 to 8 large carriers or cruisers.
Origin?
Admiral Tully shrugged.
Not any design I've ever seen. Certainly not swarm. Yarborough cast a glance back at Granger.
See,
We know next to nothing about the latest swarm technology, Admiral. It's reckless to assume it's not them just because it doesn't look like their ships from 75 years ago.
are they aggressive?
Said Yarborough, turning back to Admiral Tully. Still no long-range comm signals out of Jupiter. Ganymede Station is silent, as is Callisto Depot. Hell, the only way we knew they showed up was from an old scientific satellite in high Jupiter geosynchronous orbit that was out of range of whatever jamming signal they've got going on. What do our defenses look like here? Asked Granger. Lunar base is no sitting duck, Captain. Plus we've got a dozen ships sitting out there in honor of the Constitution's decommissioning. The Qantas, Clyburn, the Pitane. If this is the swarm, and if they're anything like the ships from last time, they don't stand a chance against us. Admiral Tully smiled smugly.
Commander Proctor stepped forward.
We already know these are not the ships from last time. They've evolved, or improved, or whatever it is they do.
Yarborough took a deep breath.
Mobilize the ships that are here. Get me on the horn to all the captains. I'm taking temporary command of the portion of the fleet that is here, and will run battle operations from this command center. With your consent, Admiral.
She nodded to Sheldon Tully. Not that she needed his permission, since she outranked him by a star, but they were old friends.
Get all the civilians off the base and loaded back onto the transports immediately, she said to her aide. Captain Granger, I want the Constitution to escort them back to Earth.
What?
You heard me. The Vice President is here, not to mention the dozens of senators, congresspeople, and governors. And don't forget about the kids. We can't have them in a combat situation.
If that fleet makes it past lunar base, there might not be an Earth to go back to. Keep the Constitution with the fleet.
No. We can't afford to lose such a significant portion of the civilian government if we fail here. No. Get to Earth and report to Admiral Zingano at CENTCOM. That's a direct order. Move.
She shoved him out of the way and made for the command console where Admiral Tully was directing operations. Commander Proctor fell into step next to him as he stormed out of the command center.
Well, sir, looks like you're stuck with me for a while longer.
Damn it.
Chapter 23. Earth's Moon, Bridge, ISS Constitution.
Tim, what the hell is going on?
Commander Hawes was still buttoning his old frayed uniform when he met Granger and Proctor in the hall on the way to the bridge. It seemed he had managed to escape from the decommissioning ceremony early.
An unidentified fleet is en route to Earth. Swarm? Unknown. Bullshit,
grumbled Hawes as they approached the two Marines standing guard outside the bridge.
Exactly.
Granger paused before entering the bridge, glancing for a moment at the two officers. Proctor technically had operational control over the Constitution, given the old bird's decommissioning ceremony not an hour earlier, but given the emergency at hand...
Commander Proctor, I'm reassuming command of the Constitution. If you wish to lodge an objection with CENTCOM...
No need, sir. I understand.
She replied with a curt nod.
Good.
She wasn't going to pull anything stupid. When called upon, she seemed to be someone who understood the need for action. He'd prefer to just tell her to go to her quarters, but that would be going too far.
Good. I'm assigning you as Assistant XO. Commander Hawes will delegate any duties to you that he sees fit.
He held up a hand of silence to Hawes, who started to protest.
Not now, Abe. This is an emergency, and we both know that being on a war footing is different than being on watch duty for our entire careers. We'll need all the help we can get, and I want her with you.
He hoped his friend didn't read between the lines. He really wanted Proctor shadowing Hawes to make sure the old man, probably still hungover from overindulging at the reception, wouldn't make any sloppy, fatigue-induced mistakes.
Fine,
Hawes grumbled. Satisfied his friend would not give him any more guff, Granger strode onto the bridge.
Battle stations. Sound General Alert, status orange.
The bridge, which had been half deserted due to the decommissioning ceremony, fell to a shocked silence. The lieutenant sitting in the command chair opened his eyes wide.
Sir? You heard me, Diaz. Get back to ops and sound the alert. Get the bridge crew back here. Tell Commander Raina Scott to report to the bridge. I want an update from her on engine status. And assemble the weapons crew chiefs. We need to know what the status is of the mag rail cannons and the point defense RPOs.
Sir,
interrupted Commander Proctor.
I'm afraid I had the point defense rapid pulse ordnance turrets all decommissioned yesterday. I thought it wise to ensure civilians couldn't accidentally activate them somehow during the simulations.
Granger paused.
All of them?
Yes, sir,
she said with the slightest of winces.
Very well. Get the crew chiefs up here.
He turned to Hawes and Proctor.
Get those RPOs back in service. As many as you can. You have 30 minutes.
Hawes grumbled an affirmative and barked some orders to a few ops midshipmen to assist him. Granger strode over to the fighter command terminal. "Is Commander Pierce back from lunar base yet?" he asked the Lieutenant CAG sitting in for him. "Aye, sir." "How many fighters are still in service?" 23, sir." Damn. 23 out of 82. They were effectively going to be a sitting duck unless they could manage to convert some of the fighters that had been turned into simulators back into fighting craft. He spun around to Proctor, who was huddled over a terminal with Commander Hawes discussing the RPOs. "Proctor, tell me about the fighters, the simulators. How much were they altered?" He wanted to say, "How much did you screw them over?" but thought better of it.
All live ordnance removed and their power plants are all decommissioned. But other than that, just some software upgrades.
Granger squinted at her. "Define decommission."
The fuel cores have all been removed, and the initiator matrices are all cold.
Damn it. "Fine. Let Hawes handle the RPOs. You get down to the fighter bay and assist Commander Pierce in getting all those birds back into operational status. You have 1 hour.
All of them up and running in an hour, but that's
Crazy? Unrealistic? I'm sorry, Commander, but I didn't set that particular deadline. The swarm did." Proctor closed her mouth, frowned, and nodded.
understood.
She rushed out the door, sweeping past another woman entering the bridge.
Captain, what's going on?
Said Commander Raina Scott. She didn't have her characteristic smudged coveralls on, but rather the dress uniform, having come straight from the decommissioning ceremony. "Swarm." He paused, watching her blue eyes enlarge. She opened her mouth and closed it. "I need my engines, Raina. What's our status?"
How soon?
1 hour. She didn't move, but her eyes flashed back and forth as if reading some imaginary computer terminal in front of her face. After a moment, she snapped back to attention.
You got it, Captain?
"Good girl," he murmured, as she too rushed out the doors without another word. But next? They had 1 hour to get a decommissioned battlecruiser, which hadn't seen a day of real action in over 70 years, ready for the fight of its life. He breathed deep and closed his eyes, ignoring the sharp pain stabbing into his lungs. Damn it, not now, he thought, noting the pain had increased since the morning. But no time to worry about himself. He had a crew to lead, a ship to protect, a world to save. Chapter 24. Earth's Moon. Captain's Quarters, ISS Winchester.
I thought you told me their fleet would stop at Jupiter, shoot the place up, and leave. What the hell are they doing? Straight towards Earth? They're heading straight towards the damn Earth!
Vice President Isaacson's hands were sweating, which didn't help as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ambassador Voladine was seated at the computer terminal in the captain's quarters, which Captain Day of the Winchester had given up to his VIP guest. He frantically punched keys and commands, trying to backdoor his way into the Winchester's metaspace communications transmitter. "I don't know. They should have stopped. They should have turned around." Voladine motioned for Isaacson. "Here, enter your credentials. If you do it, IDF will never know we accessed the system." Isaacson snapped his head toward Voladine.
How do you know that?
"We know a lot of things, Mr. Vice President. Hurry!" Isaacson keyed in his credentials, and the access to the metaspace system popped up on the screen.
Is it too late to make them turn around? Do they commit to a target once they engage?
"I don't know." Voladine took out a personal datapad and scrolled through it. Finding what he was looking for, he began tapping a message into the metaspace transmitter. "But I know the pattern that subverts their link to the homeworld. If we can disrupt their current mandate and replace it with something else, like a basic command that says, 'Return home,' then we may be in the clear." Isaacson paced the room, looking up at Voladine every few minutes. He perused the captain's bookcase and framed pictures, recognizing Fleet Admiral Zingano in one, shaking Captain Day's hand in front of the IDF flag.
Well,
"The message went out a few minutes ago. No reply yet."
they reply.
"Yes," said Voladine. "When we first disrupted their metaspace link a decade ago, we were as surprised as you. The swarm had never replied to any of our attempts to communicate during the war. Not once. But when we first subverted the link, they not only replied, but acknowledged receipt of..."
Audible Studios presents Victory, Legacy Fleet, Book 3. Written by Nick Webb. Performed by Greg Tremblay.
Chapter 1. Cadiz Refugee Camp, number 127. Outskirts of Gunaratana City, Indira, Britannia Sector. Lieutenant Rodriguez stepped into a murky puddle in the middle of the street, wrinkled his nose and swore. Oh, for hell's sake. It was the 27th century. Technology had launched humanity to the stars. Dozens of planets had been colonized, and galactic civilization had, up until 4 months ago, flourished on a scale few had ever dreamed of. And now there was raw sewage flowing freely through the streets. The refugee camp was bursting at the seams, having accepted over double the 500,000 refugees from the Cadiz sector it had been designed to hold. As Lieutenant Rodriguez made his way down the muddy, sewage-infused street, the wails of sick babies rang in his ears. Small, dirty children huddled forlornly under their equally harrowed mothers' arms, peering out the doors of their temporary shelters, looking for the next shipment of food and water from the city. It wasn't coming. Rodriguez knew. The shipments had slowed to once every several days, then to once a week. The next one would not come. Something else was coming instead. They were coming. Dusk began to color the sky. The sun had set several minutes ago, possibly for the last time, Rodriguez thought. Time was short. In spite of the crying children in the background, the refugee camp was eerily quiet as he crossed the final 100 meters of mud, refuse, and sewage to reach his family's shelter. His own children would be waiting for him, hopefully with their bags packed like he'd instructed. As he opened the door to his family's shelter, the refugee camp sirens began to sound, adding their urgent wail to the children's cries. That could only mean one thing. They were here.
Papa!
His daughter Elsa ran up to him and hugged his lower torso. Thomas sat in the corner, hovering over his grandmother, who was supposed to be taking care of them, but instead had fallen sick with an illness that had left her feeble and coughing, lying weakly on the shelter's only bed. Lieutenant Rodriguez peeled Elsa's arms off and approached his mother. Her face was ashen, but she managed a weak smile. "Are they ready?" he asked, leaning down close to her. She gave a small nod. "Are you?" he added. Her shaking hand reached out to his. "Go," she said with some effort, and descended into a fit of coughing. Her hand came away from her mouth, spattered red. "I'm not leaving you, Mom." He stooped over to pick her up, but the woman, with surprising strength, pushed him away.
I said go. They're ready. You're out of time. Get them to safety. I'll be...
She glanced at Thomas and Elsa, forcing out a grimaced smile for their sake. She also was a wonderful actress.
I'll be fine.
The sirens wailed outside. Crowds shouted in the dusky air. Rodriguez breathed a silent curse but sprang into action, grabbing the 2 bags sitting by the door. His own belongings were in his hangar at the fighter base on the other side of Gunratana City. As a fighter pilot, he, as a general rule, packed light. But there was no time to retrieve his own things. There was no time for anything except to run. They were coming. In force. He'd seen the scans play out on the monitor at the hangar bay just over half an hour ago. 20 swarm carriers, plus something new. The unthinkably massive super dreadnought that had made its first appearance the week before in the swarm's invasion of the Mao cluster. Mao Prime no longer existed. 8 billion people no longer existed. Scouts reported that the surface, once the glittering cosmopolitan jewel of the Chinese Intersolar Democratic Republic, was now a sterile, fiery wasteland. He pushed his children through the door and cast one last glance back at his mother, still on the bed, wan and pale. She mouthed, "I love you." He blinked back tears and could only nod a curt reply before turning back out into the rank, muddy street. The transport would be leaving soon. They had only minutes to spare. As they navigated the busy streets, which had erupted into a frenzied mob of panicked refugees now that the emergency sirens were wailing in force, he wondered if he'd be court-martialed for abandoning his post. Really? He thought. What good would one more lone fighter craft be against the unstoppable force that was coming? How could they court-martial a man just trying to get his kids to safety? Could one man really make a difference against such incontestable power, such reckless hate? Granger had. The hero of Earth. He supposedly died and returned, beating back the swarm in the process. So the rumors said, though Rodriguez didn't quite believe them. Video proof be damned. It didn't matter. He looked up at the darkening sky, and his stomach clenched as he focused on a small cluster of bright lights above the eastern horizon. It steadily grew clearer. 20 small dots surrounding the larger one. They were coming. So was the hero of Earth. He'd heard chatter that Granger's fleet was on its way, coming to the rescue. But he'd seen the tactical scans. There was no way he'd arrive in time. The man may have been a miracle worker, but it looked like his lucky streak was over. By the time the bricklayer showed up, the entire world of Indira would be a wasteland. Just like Mal Prime. Just like the Cadiz sector. And the Veracruz sector. Merida, New Oregon, and Colibri all gone. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the local spaceport. After a few panicked moments of desperate searching for the transport, he started to wonder if it had left without him. "Are we too late, Papa?" asked Thomas. Rodriguez swore under his breath, but breathed a sigh of relief as they rounded a corner and saw it. A small freighter, its captain waiting impatiently on the still-open ramp. "Come along, Ussa." He coaxed his daughter forward. Thomas followed close behind. He climbed the ramp, but not before glancing back up at the sky, looking for the cluster of bright lights that signaled their world's certain doom. They were bigger, closer and more spread out. Several were still near the horizon, while others had risen high into the sky overhead. The ground shook, starting as a low tremor and escalating into a moderate shaking that rattled panels inside the freighter. Rodriguez watched the horizon with a sickening feeling, and felt his face go white as he saw a mushroom cloud rise in the distance, hundreds of kilometers away. "Stop gawking and shut the damn hatch!" yelled the freighter captain from the cockpit. Lieutenant Rodriguez hit the ramp retractor and ushered his kids to the rows of seats. All were full, except for 3. They settled into them after fiddling with the restraints.
"Hey,"
said a teenage girl sitting across from him.
"is that a pilot's uniform? An IDF pilot?"
He looked away, ignoring the girl, and busied himself with Elsa's seat restraint.
"Why are you out there? Why are you fighting for us?"
The girl was visibly distraught. She shook. Her eyes were wild, darting back and forth from the closed hatch back to Rodriguez and over to the cockpit.
"They're coming! They're coming! Why aren't you out there? They're coming! They're..."
The woman next to her grabbed the girl's arm. Her mother, or grandmother.
"Quiet. He's getting his kids out. He's just the same as us." "But he's a fighter pilot. He could stop them. He could..."
The woman shook the girl until she fell silent.
"Nothing can stop them. One more won't make a difference. You just mind your own business."
Nothing can stop them. Rodriguez pulled a necklace out from beneath his uniform and began thumbing the beads, whispering silent rosary prayers. He knew they were rising through the atmosphere now, well clear of any of the dreaded singularity weapons that were now ravaging the surface. But making it through the perimeter of the swarm fleet would be another feat entirely. "One more won't make a difference," the woman had said. But besides the rosary, there was only one thought in Rodriguez's mind. "Granger, where the hell are you?" "Granger, where the hell are you?" Chapter 2. Bridge, ISS Warrior. 0.3 light years from Indira, Britannia sector. Captain Timothy Granger paced the Warrior's bridge. It was late, and it was killing him inside. Each second that ticked by was like a dagger twisting in his gut. Because he knew that with each tick, another 10,000 people were likely dying.
"Initiating Q-Jump 27,
said Ensign Prince. The scene on the view screen shifted, and the central bright star grew slightly larger. And around that star, a planet, and on that planet, people. Millions of people. And drawing nearer to that planet with a disconcerting head start. "Any more word from CENTCOM about the swarm fleet approaching Indira?" Ensign Prucha slowly shook his head.
Sorry, sir. All outer system bases went quiet 15 minutes ago. Last word was over 20 incoming vessels.
Damn. The swarm had abruptly changed tactics the past 2 weeks, with deadly effect. Rather than slowly waltzing their way into a system, giving the population time to panic and scatter, they'd taken to striking as quickly as possible with overwhelming force. Instead of 3 swarm carriers here, 4 there, their enemy had entered a new phase of the war. A phase of extermination. "You ain't seen nothing yet," she'd said. That young pilot, Fishtail, had spoken those words after her life was saved by injecting her with swarm matter. She wasn't lying. The scale of the new swarm offensive was breathtaking. 3 entire worlds destroyed in the past 2 weeks, hundreds of ships lost, billions of lives. And the next target, Indira, right in the heart of United Earth territory, less than 5 light-years from Britannia itself, 15 light-years from Earth. Granger was caught with his pants down, stationed at Britannia, ready to defend against an attack that never came. The hammer was striking Indira instead. "Ready for Q-Jump 28, he said.
Sir, the ISS Colorado is reporting trouble with their cap bank. They need 5 minutes to lock down the problem and recharge.
He shook his head.
No, leave them. Ready for Q-Jump.
Not having the Colorado there would hurt, but getting there 5 minutes later would hurt more. Plus, fighting with 37 ships instead of 38 ships wouldn't make much difference, especially if the swarm had brought their newly unveiled super dreadnought. While not quite as large as the massive swarm orbital space stations they destroyed over Volari 3, the planet that had turned out to be the homeworld of the Domasi, the super dreadnoughts were formidable. Easily 10 times the size of the run-of-the-mill swarm carriers, packed with antimatter beam turrets, and loaded with the singularity weapons the Russians had provided them with. There were only 3 or 4 of them. The intelligence community hadn't come to an agreement on that point, but whether they were 3 or 3,000, the result was the same. Utter destruction.
Ready, sir,
said Ensign Prince.
Initiate.
The view screen shifted again, and the central star, Indira Prime, grew even larger. Just 2 more jumps, nearly half a light-year, and they'd be there. Late. For the battle of their lives. Or they'd find a broken, empty, devastated world, depending on how late they were.
What do you think?
Commander Proctor had been working doggedly at the science station, conferring with her new science team, immersed in a project that had consumed nearly all her time the past few weeks. But now she sidled up next to his chair and bent low to his ear.
We're too late.
She nodded, apparently in somber agreement.
And if we really are too late, what then? Stay and fight? Wait until we've got backup? Wait for the Domasi?
He grunted.
If we don't fight them here, then we fight them over some other world. Here's as good a place as any, and if the planet is already ravaged, best to limit the destruction.
She lowered her voice.
But if it's the case that the planet is lost, wouldn't it be more prudent to at least wait until Zingano shows up?
Granger shook his head.
Weren't you listening earlier?
He's dealing with a sudden incursion into the Maori system. A small raid of only 4 swarm ships, but his fleet won't be here for hours, at least. Only 4 ships. He inwardly chuckled that he now considered 4 swarm carriers to be a small raid. 4 months ago, 4 ships had nearly destroyed Earth. While their defenses had improved since then, Zingano would lose at least a dozen capital ships and tens of thousands of men and women in that engagement, with only 4 ships. Proctor scowled.
I didn't hear. When was that?
Just 10 minutes ago.
He eyed her warily.
You okay, Shelby?
She glanced around the bridge before dropping her voice to a whisper.
I think I'm onto something. The team and I.
What?
He scanned the bridge as she spoke, watching the officers and crew. Proctor had subjected every crew member of the Warrior to the blood test that revealed swarm infiltration, and though no one else had tested positive after Doc Wyatt and Colonel Hanrahan, Granger was still wary of speaking openly of either IDF strategic plans or Proctor's swarm research. For all he knew, the blood test was incomplete, and there could still be swarm agents among them. best to practice good OPSEC hygiene in the meantime.
Just something about the fundamental mechanism behind swarm communication. With the metaspace signals. It's quantum-based, using gravitons, quantum particles.
Right. He wasn't sure where she was leading.
But the singularities, they're not. All equations governing gravitational waves, gravitational singularities, gravitational anything, at least on a macro scale, is general relativity based. Quantum mechanics and general relativity, those two branches of physics just don't mix very well. We haven't reconciled them in the 700 years we've known about them. And here the swarm is, using both of them to devastating effect.
The view screen shifted as they made another Q jump. Only one more before showtime. And? He murmured.
And that's it, mostly. Just a hunch. I've performed a few experiments I want you to look at later. Some of the results are interesting, to say the least.
Ensign Prince glanced back.
Ready for final Q jump, sir.
Granger nodded. Proctor retreated back to the XO station where her deputy, Lieutenant Diaz, had been making preparations for the battle. Now that it was upon them, she took up her post, glancing at the tactical crew who nodded back, indicating they were ready. As ready as they'd ever be. Granger knew he was never ready for any battle. How do you prepare to lose tens of thousands of people under your command? It was something he hadn't grown used to and hoped he never would. His nickname be damned. Bricklayer. Bullshit. Initiate, he said, sitting down just as the contents of the view screen shifted. In place of the starfield, centered on the distant sun of Indira Prime, came the image of a planet. A devastated, broken planet. Ensign, he whispered. Ensign Prucha shook his head.
All planetary defenses are silent. Every other combat is just frenzied chatter, both civilian and military bands.
Ensign Diamond at sensors worked his controls.
Most major cities destroyed. The swarm fleet is spread out across an equatorial orbit, targeting the smaller population centers. Thousands of colonial transports and freighters are trying to break free of orbit, but they're being intercepted by swarm fighter craft.
Once again, he was left with the choice of who to save, who to fight for, who to die for. The hundreds of thousands of people in orbit who would form the next wave of refugee camps in the adjacent star system, or the millions of people left on the ground about to be either burned alive or vaporized in a singularity explosion under their feet. He gripped his armrests, knuckles white. He'd had enough. A yell erupted from his throat, culminating in a balled-up fist hitting the console swiveled in front of him, which snapped off onto the floor with a clatter that startled all the crew members around him. All eyes were on him. Where the hell is that super dreadnought? Diamond scanned his console.
At longitude 59.24, latitude...
Granger cut him off, still staring at the wrecked planet below. Send coordinates to the fleet. Prepare for maneuver Granger Omega 3. Commander Proctor looked up suddenly, her face bunched up with concern.
Tim, we've only tossed that idea around, never practiced it. Haven't even run simulations. Are you...
Now's as good a time to practice as any, he replied, maintaining his fiery stare at the screen. To her credit, Proctor sprang into action, erupting into a flurry of orders.
Alert all crew on decks 1 through 5 to move to higher decks. Ensign Prince, full acceleration along heading 15, Mark 8. Prucha, coordinate fleet positioning behind us.
Within a minute, preparations were complete. He could just barely feel the pull of the thrusters straining away at maximum. The inertial compensators struggling to keep up, pushed past their limit. The extra thrust, adding to the inexorable pull of the planet's gravity, was building their velocity up to a range that would take them far out onto a wide elliptical orbit after they swung around the planet. But not before they blazed past the super dreadnought at a dizzying speed, with Warrior in the lead, shielding the rest of the fleet. It was a good reason they called the maneuver Granger Omega 3. It could very well be the last thing Granger ever did. Time, he said. The bridge had fallen to a deadly quiet.
60 seconds.
Granger nodded. Cut thrusters, rotate us with aft lateral thrust. Show them our belly.
Done, sir.
Ensign Prince said after a moment. All ships, Granger lifted his head to the interfleet comm.
Prepare to fire on my mark. Keep your heads, and remember the pattern.
He glanced up at Proctor, who nodded once, confirming all was ready.
And if we don't make it out of this one, it's been an honor serving with you. However,
he nodded toward the tactical station, where 10 officers were staring at him, grim-faced.
I do not give you permission to die until that piece of cum-rat shit is destroyed. On my mark. Fire. Royd. On my mark. Fire.
Chapter 3. Starfreighter Lucky Bandit. Low orbit. Indira, Britannia sector. Elsa and Thomas both jumped nervously against the restraints as the freighter lurched again. It was clear to Lieutenant Rodriguez that the captain was repeatedly changing their heading, to avoid either swarm fighters or debris pluming up from the dozens of Singularity impact sites on the battered continent below. After calming the children down, he glanced toward the passenger compartment's lone viewport, a round thing less than half a meter across. Indira's atmosphere looked like a thin shell wrapping around the fragile, besieged planet, a shell that was rapidly turning from a vibrant living blue to a sickly brownish gray over the dozens of spots where the ground had erupted outward. Too numerous to count, the mushroom clouds seemed to expand up past the edge of the atmosphere and into space itself. The planet was bleeding. How many people had just died? The last sounds from his hurried walk through the camp still rang in his ears. The sick, crying babies. Were they silent now? Probably not. A swarm would target the major cities first, and only make it to the smaller refugee camps once the larger population centers were smoking craters. But other babies were silent in their place. Rodriguez wished he could cry, but the magnitude of the loss was too great to comprehend. Besides, he'd already mourned his own planet, Merida. He'd already mourned his extended family, his hometown, and everyone he ever knew. He'd already mourned his wife. How could he have anything left to mourn? The freighter lurched again, and again, a third time. He knew what that meant. They were under attack. The captain was flying a merchant freighter. He'd have little experience evading swarm fighters. Hell, no one had experience evading swarm fighters. But he wasn't going to trust his kid's fate to some merchant freighter pilot. He ripped the seat restraints away and maneuvered around the rows of seats, tripping over passengers' legs as he ran to the cockpit. When he got the door open, he found the pilot and his co-pilot arguing heatedly. Just a glance through the viewports told him what he needed to know. The swarm was all around them. Looking down at the sensors, he grimaced as 3 contacts approached from 3 different directions. They were being hemmed in.
I'm telling you, Javi, we're no match in speed for those things. We can't just blaze past one and think they'll ignore.
The co-pilot shook his head and swore.
Rav, all I'm saying is doing something is better than doing nothing. We can't just go back and land, for God's sake.
And what, are you just gonna pick a random direction and hope it doesn't take us past a fighter? For hell's sake, there's 3 of those bastards zeroing in on us right now.
Rodriguez squeezed the shoulder of the co-pilot.
Gentlemen, if you will allow me.
The co-pilot, a short, stubby man with a close-cropped black mustache, shot him a dangerous look.
Get back in your seat, sir. I'll get around to the cabin beverage service after we figure out how to not die.
Rodriguez scowled.
Look.
The co-pilot twisted around suddenly in his seat and patted a bulge under his vest.
I'm not going to ask you again. Sit.
Lieutenant Rodriguez glanced at the bulge. Could be a firearm, but probably just a canister of chew, and swore as the freighter bucked again as the pilot chose another direction.
Look, see these?
He pointed to a pair of small medals pinned near his flight suit's shoulder, just under the epaulette.
There's one here, wings on fire. Any idea what that means?
Before the co-pilot could answer, Rodriguez did it for him.
Fighter combat. And the one next to it, the one with the number 15 on it, any guesses?
A proximity alarm went off as the nearest swarm fighter closed in. Raph, the pilot, swore and punched it off.
Are you gonna go sit down, flyboy, or do I need to?
It means I've been in orbital fighter combat bloody 15 times against the comrade bastards out there.
He jabbed a finger towards the viewport. The distant swarm fighter was quickly becoming visible to the naked eye.
So if you want to live,
Give me the controls. Now! Avi looked like he was about to jump up and try ripping Rodriguez's arms off. Why, you little ignorant piece of AWOL shit! He reached into his vest and pulled out the firearm. Rodriguez grit his teeth. He had been sure the man was bluffing. I'm giving you to the count of 1 to get the hell... Avi, began the pilot. Stand up. Give him your seat. He jabbed his thumb towards the cockpit door. No, don't give me that look. You're half drunk anyway. Go. Get up. When Avi hesitated, looking from his gun to Rodriguez to the co-pilot controls, Raph repeated himself. Go! Before you put a hole through the hull. Now! Avi grumbled as he thrust himself from the seat and stalked out of the cockpit. The pilot glowered at him as he left. Don't worry, he said, watching Rodriguez take Avi's place. The gun was empty. He just carries it around for show. Micro-dick compensation, most likely. Now, are you going to show me your fancy flying or what? That's the idea. Rodriguez studied the controls. It was similar to his fighter cockpit, but just different enough to give him a moment's pause. Time to intercept. The pilot glanced at the sensor readout. That bogey will be here in 20 seconds. What's the maximum acceleration on this thing? Staying within inertia canceling limits about 2.5. I didn't ask about inertia canceling limits. Tell me, maximum acceleration. The pilot considered a moment. 5 Gs, but that'll give our passengers quite the scare. I don't know if they'll live. Rodriguez pushed the control stick to maximum and flipped off the acceleration governor. Maybe. The thrust nearly took his breath away. He heard his kids scream behind him as everyone was thrown violently against their restraints, and he could swear he heard Avi fly through the air and crash into the bulkhead. But all that mattered now was getting them to safety, wherever that was. They're still gaining on us, and our trajectory is straight at the planet. The pilot's face turned white. Straight at that plume coming from what used to be New Bangalore. We'll just skirt through the top. Hold on. The billowing debris cloud loomed in the viewport ahead of them. From far away it had looked static, but now that they approached, Rodriguez realized the cloud was expanding at what was probably a supersonic rate. He wondered how good the freighter's shielding was. The pilot apparently read his mind. If there is any debris in there bigger than a grain of sand, we're goners. We're goners anyway. Here we go. They plunged into the cloud, and the freighter began to lurch violently as the turbulence from the debris plume buffeted the ship. After a few seconds, Rodriguez shifted the controls, veering the craft hard to the left, still at maximum acceleration, staying in the turn until he had nearly completed a full bout. The pilot nodded his understanding. Hoping they keep a straight course. Meanwhile, we pop out of the cloud right where we entered it? That's the idea. A moment later, they cleared the plume, and the violent shaking ceased. But Rodriguez maintained the gut-churning acceleration. A quick glance at the sensors told him the gambit had partially worked. The swarm fighters trailing them were nowhere to be seen, probably on the other side of the massive debris plume by now. But ahead of them loomed a new nightmare. The swarm super dreadnought, flanked by 2 regular-sized carriers. Green antimatter beams lanced down towards the planet, raking across towns and smaller cities, even as a half-dozen bright points shimmered around the giant ship. Growing singularities, readying for their imminent launch. We're screwed, breathed the pilot. An odd reading on the sensors. Rodriguez studied the anomaly. A large mass approaching at a dizzying speed. No, not one large mass, it was broken up into several discrete pieces, approaching as one large clump. Had one of the swarm carriers broken apart? Raph's eyes widened as he studied the readout. Is that what I think it is? Rodriguez scanned the transponder frequencies. They were IDF ships, packed together into as tight a formation as he'd ever seen, moving faster than any fleet had a right to. He grinned. Yep. The hero of Earth had arrived. Yep. The hero of Earth had arrived. Chapter 4. X-25 Fighter Cockpit, Indira, Britannia Sector. Lieutenant Tyler Ballsy Voles gripped his controls. If he wasn't wearing flight gloves, he imagined his knuckles would be white with tension. With good reason. They'd never practiced the Granger Omega-3 maneuver before. Lately, he hadn't practiced much of anything. All he could think about was fishtail.
He visited her every day, or rather visited what had taken her place. A smug, overconfident swarm agent, at least when she wasn't under full sedation. Gone were Fishdale's mild-mannered wit and sarcasm, her easygoing charm. In its place was something alien, utterly foreign. All craft, prepare for launch. Watch yourselves, people. None of you have ever launched at this speed before, and you most certainly have not launched all at once like we're trying today. The CAG, Commander Pierce, listed off the instructions one final time. Each fighter, in its turn, would launch exactly 1/3 of a second after the one before it. All 150 of them. The accelerations would be gut-churning, the distances between fighters uncomfortably small. There was no room for error on this one. And the giant osmium brick tied to the undercarriage of each fighter more than doubled each craft's mass. Maneuvering would be difficult. The Granger Omega-3 maneuver. Omega, an appropriate term. It would most likely be the last thing they ever did. He glanced to his left, down the line of fighters with their engines idling. Space Champ, Pew Pew, and his brother Fodder. He'd sure miss them. Commander Pierce's voice cut through his headset. Stand by. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Now! To his right, the line of fighters started shooting out the giant bay door one at a time every 0.33 seconds. Much of it was computer-controlled, but not the actual maneuvering. When his time came, the engines roared to life automatically, and he barely had time to steer the nose of his fighter out towards the exit and space beyond. 50 seconds later, they were all in position, forming a vast halo around the ISS Warrior. 30-some-odd heavy cruisers bunched up tightly behind the giant tungsten armored carrier, all of them blazing toward the planet ahead of them. In orbit above that ravaged world stood the largest swarm ship any of them had ever seen. It was still a tiny dot, but it grew larger. All craft, came Pierce's voice. Brick launch on my mark. Balls checked the computer calculations one more time, ensuring his thrusters were linked appropriately to the target computer. All clear. Launch. He flew back against his seat as the fighter leapt forward and to starboard, and moments later he felt the telltale clank as the osmium brick detached. A moment later he reversed thrust, aligning his nose with the edge of the Warrior's bulk, and maneuvered his fighter around the ship. There was no time for all of them to land in the fighter bay, and staying out to fight during the flyby was pointless. All they could do was hide in the shadow of the Warrior like the rest of the cruisers. Hide and pray. The rest of the cruisers. Hide and pray. Chapter 5. Starfreighter Lucky Bandit. Low orbit. Indira, Britannia sector. Something seemed dreadfully wrong. We're coming in way too fast. That doesn't make any sense. Rodriguez studied the sensor readout, even as he pointed the nose of the freighter on a trajectory that would eventually let them break orbit and make their first Q-jump.
Whatever,
said the pilot.
as long as they keep the bastards distracted while we make our getaway. And it's not just us, there's thousands of other freighters and colonial transports trying to make a break for...
Thousands of tiny explosions leapt out from the super dreadnought. Hot damn! Rodriguez watched the scene unfold in amazement. Granger, with his fleet coming in close behind, had oriented the Warrior so the bottom face of its hull was fully exposed to the super dreadnought and its two smaller companions. But peeking out from the shadow of the Warrior were hundreds of mag-rail turrets from the tightly packed fleet of cruisers, each ship positioned such that its hull was protected by the Warrior, but with a clear enough view of the super dreadnought that it could fire several steady streams of ultra-high-velocity mag-rail slugs. Which they did. Thousands of impact erupted all over the massive super dreadnought. It, along with the two escort carriers, opened up a devastating volley on the rapidly approaching Warrior, raking the underside of its hull with dozens of antimatter beams. Rodriguez could only imagine the destruction on the lower decks.
Pretty gutsy.
But they're flying past in less than 10 seconds.
I still don't see how much good it'll do,
said Raph, shaking his head. Watch. I see it now, interrupted Rodriguez, pointing at the sensors. They just barely detected over 100 small projectiles which rocketed away from the Warrior. Small, but thousands of times larger than the standard Magrail slug, and traveling at 50 kilometers a second. The incoming IDF fleet, still sheltered by the Warrior, continued pummeling the Super Dreadnought, some ships even turning their attention to the two swarm carriers. But Rodriguez understood it now. The conventional fire was a ruse. Moments later, his suspicion was confirmed with a violent, eye-piercing explosion. 150 eye-piercing explosions. I don't believe it. Raph couldn't take his eyes off the disintegrating Super Dreadnought. From the 150 massive gaping holes erupted 150 streams of debris, smoke, and fire all up and down the 100 kilometers long spine of the ship. I don't believe it, he repeated breathlessly. How's Granger for you? Rodriguez pushed hard on the accelerator. Now that the swarm ships in the immediate vicinity were focused like a laser on the IDF fleet, it was a perfect chance to hightail it out of there. They still can't win. Even without that Super Dreadnought, there are over 20 swarm carriers in orbit. Granger only has 30 at his order. The Granger Omega-3 maneuver was wreaking havoc down on the lower decks. The ship trembled and shook violently. The Super Dreadnought and its two accompanying carriers were unloading everything they had straight into the Warrior's gut, tearing their lower hull to shreds. But the results spoke for themselves. After 20 seconds of fleet bombardment, the Super Dreadnought was beginning to show signs of extreme duress, to put it lightly. Massive power fluctuations coming from the Dreadnought, Ensign Diamond yelled over his console. Granger nodded and inclined his head toward Commander Proctor.
Break status?
Launch in 10. He studied the sensor readouts coming from the Super Dreadnought and then waved over to the comm station.
Send a fleet. Retarget accompanying vessels.
Aye, aye, sir, said Ensign Prucha. Moments later, the IDF fleet, protected under the shadow of the Warrior, redirected fire toward the other two swarm ships hovering near the Super Dreadnought, which also began to erupt with thousands of small explosions where the Magrail slugs ripped into their hulls.
These three buggers are toast,
Granger thought. But he was paying for it, dearly. The bridge jolted to starboard violently as several of the incoming antimatter beams connected with one of the main inertial cancelers. Those things were embedded at least 5 decks within the lower hull. Damn, they were cutting deep. The bridge jerked again, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Marines stationed near the bridge entranceway sway and struggle to remain on their feet. Granger counted silently in his head the remaining seconds, and moments later Proctor announced, "Brick launch, impact in 5. Prepare for attitude realignment."
"Put it on screen,"
said Granger, gripping his armrests ferociously to steady himself against the violent buffeting of the incoming storm of antimatter beams.
"At least we'll get to enjoy the show."
Just moments after the view screen focused on the swarm Super Dreadnought, which had redirected its fire to the incoming osmium projectiles in a vain attempt to destroy them, the gaping holes appeared in blinding explosions as large chunks of the hull were blasted away. Each osmium brick, though only a few tons, was moving so fast that it slammed into the massive vessel with the energy of over 100 megaton-class nuclear warheads. And even though the ship was dozens of kilometers long, it was no match for explosive energy on that scale. As Warrior and the rest of the fleet flew by at nearly 50 kilometers per second, reorienting itself so the smaller cruisers would remain in the shadow of Granger's ship, the Super Dreadnought shuddered as it disintegrated into hundreds of smaller, smoking pieces. Excited whoops and cheers erupted on the bridge, and Granger, for the first time that day, allowed himself a small smile.
"Full reverse. 2 times safety limits. Settle us into an orbit that will take us to the next cluster of swarm carriers."
Commander Proctor looked up from her status board.
"Heavy damage on the lower decks, sir. Main inertial cancelers are out. Numerous casualties on decks 6 and 7.
Her face tightened into a pained expression.
"They nearly cut all the way up to main engineering, Captain. Just a few more seconds and we would have been goners."
"How much thrust can we sustain?"
They had to arrest some of their speed, otherwise they'd fling out from their planet hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the battle, leaving the ravaged planet to its doom. From the looks of his planetary sensor readout, the swarm had already devastated dozens of cities with singularity blasts, likely killing millions. Tens of millions. But there were still a handful of major cities left, and hundreds of smaller towns that had to be defended.
Auxiliaries are only rated at half the safety limits of the primaries.
And full reverse. Double the safety standards of the auxiliaries.
He punched the internal comm.
Hold on, folks. We're about to have a rough ride.
He noticed Proctor shoot him a raised eyebrow.
Again,
he added. As the reverse thrusters engaged, they were thrown back against their seat restraints, then forward, then backward again as the inertial cancelers struggled to keep up, swinging like a pendulum between the extreme acceleration vectors they were trying to balance. The deck plate seemed to groan, and Granger could hear the screeching of twisting metal deep within the walls. How much more could the old bird take? He shook his head.
damn it.
The old bird was dead, still sitting on the main boulevard in South Salt Lake City, where it had crash-landed and skidded to a halt, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. IDF engineers had decided to leave it there, building up a giant scaffold around the broken hulk as they performed a refit. The goal was to restore her, though she wouldn't be ready for months yet. But he still hadn't shaken the habit of calling the warrior his old bird. He heard a groan from the sensor station, and almost simultaneously he heard Proctor mutter a curse. He glanced over at her.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
She looked up, her face taking on an almost resigned expression, as if she knew this battle would be their last.
2 more. Super dreadnoughts just Q-jumped in. They'll intercept our course in 5 minutes.
The math was starting to weigh on Granger's mind. 20 swarm carriers still orbited the planet, pummeling its already ravaged surface. Less than a third of the planet's population likely was still alive. 2 new dreaded super dreadnoughts to deal with. The warrior was a wreck. Admiral Zingano with his fleet was occupied with its own invasion light years away.
Sir?
Proctor said, eyeing him. He sighed.
Prepare for Q-jump.
He sighed.
Prepare for Q-jump.
Chapter 7. Bridge. ISS Warrior. Indira, Britannia Sector. The bridge fell quiet in the aftermath of his order to Q-jump. From the way they eyed him, it was clear that they were expecting to make a strategic withdrawal, to stand and fight another day, somewhere else. He saw in their eyes that it pained them, but that they were prepared to do it. To run. But Granger had never retreated. Ever. And he wasn't about to start.
Prepare for Q-jump to these coordinates,
he said, punching in a set of numbers and sending them to the helm. Ensign Prince looked at them, finally understanding Granger's meaning.
We're making another pass?
You got it, Ensign.
He looked around the bridge.
Any objections?
No one spoke. Before he could continue, Commander Proctor cleared her throat.
We're all behind you, Captain,
she began, but he could see in her eyes what she was going to say, that strategic withdrawal was smarter, but he wasn't going to have any of it. He'd lectured her and Zingano, and all the other captains more times than he could count. Stand your ground and fight. Make the swarm pay for every single system they took. Never retreat. Show no weakness of will. It was either that or fight them, and retreat from them, at the next one, and the next, and the next. No. The swarm needed to be taught that humanity would never, ever, ever back down. Eventually they would learn, calculate their own losses, and realize that they would never truly win until every last human outpost was utterly obliterated.
Good,
he said, leaving Proctor with her mouth left half open.
Sir, if I may, our lower hull is breached in 36 locations. Engineering is a mess. Our fighters are all back in the bay and none have been reloaded with a brick yet. And you're sending us into another Granger Omega-3 against 2 of those super dreadnoughts? Surely there's something else that can be done at this point.
He sighed. She was right, of course, but there was simply no alternative. He held up his hands.
If you have a better idea, Commander, I'm all ears.
With any other officer, he'd have them removed from the bridge. But Proctor had saved his ass more times than he could count. Still, their relationship had been strained over the past 2 months. Ever since that fighter pilot, Vols, had returned with Fishtail, claiming that he'd just escaped from a swarm-controlled Captain Granger on the other side of the Singularity. She'd defended him. Hell, Zingano had defended him against General Norton, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And though he'd kept his command, suspicions around him were high in their sense.
Split the fleet. Send everyone in 3s and 4s and engage the carriers. They're all spread out singly in various orbits. We'd last longer that way and take out more of their fleet. And if we're lucky, Zingano will show up before we're all dead.
Admiral Zingano to the rescue. Damn it, that was Granger's job. But she was right, of course. And he wasn't going to let his pride get in the way of the best outcome. That was something a politician would do. And damn it, he was not a politician. He was not an Avery. Or worse, an Isaacson. Do it! He pointed to the tactical station. Assign targets. Focus on those heading toward the remaining large population centers. Commander? He said, turning back to her. Make the fleet assignments. She nodded, focusing her attention to splitting up the fleet and informing the other captains. She looked back up.
And where will we be going, sir?
My previous order stands. When our fleet has dispersed on their assignments, we make the Q jump. He watched the view screen as the planet began to pull away. They were still on their highly elliptical course. Straight down the throats of the 2 super dreadnoughts. Proctor hesitated.
Alone?
Alone.
Alone?
Alone.
Chapter 8. Starfreighter Lucky Bandit. High orbit. Indira, Britannia sector. Lieutenant Rodriguez could hardly believe his eyes. Just minutes ago, he was watching the largest warship he'd ever seen begin launching its horrifying rain of fire down onto his homeworld, razing vast swaths of a continent, and the next moment that same ship was in pieces. It was impossible. He'd always suspected that the stories surrounding the hero of Earth were embellished and shaded with hyperbole, that the crew around Granger and the people he'd saved tended to be over the top in their praise of him. If anything, these stories were cheap, fanciful lies compared to what he had just witnessed. You know, I think that maybe, just maybe, we might make it out of this, he said. Raph, the pilot, nodded slowly, his eyes still wide watching the ongoing destruction of the super dreadnought. Yeah, I think you might be right. A moment later, he came out of it and cranked on the controls. Watch out for those fighters. Rodriguez nodded. Look. He pointed toward the pieces of the dreadnought, which were starting to break up into smaller, red-hot chunks. The fighters are hightailing it out of there. Let's thread the needle. You mean fly into that storm of wreckage coming off that thing? Oh, no, not through it. Just close enough and around it so we can avoid these fighters. Raph shook his head, but then seeing the cloud of swarm fighters approach, he relented. Rodriguez steered the freighter toward the fragmenting dreadnought. Soon the hundreds of bogies faded into the background behind them as they approached one of the large pieces of wreckage, a section of hull nearly a kilometer long. We're too close, said Raph nervously. We're fine. He pulled up on the controls and whipped them around the side hull section, which, to Rodriguez's surprise, disappeared in a flash. Not an explosive flash, but a bright white flash. He'd seen that light before. Be on the lookout for... He was about to warn Raph about the singularities. They could be so small that you'd never see one until you were right on top of it. But he didn't have time. It was right in their path, shimmering, deadly. The cockpit turned brilliantly white for a split second, and Rodriguez felt as if his head had just taken a direct hit. He fought against the rising sleep with its promise of peaceful oblivion. He knew he was close to passing out, but he needed to stay awake to steer the freighter to safety. His life depended on it. His kids depended on it. The view through the windows had changed. Instead of giant pieces of the shattered super dreadnought set against the backdrop of Indira, he saw only one piece, falling toward a swirling maelstrom of material. Rocks, ice, debris, dust, all falling into and colliding with a central mass. They were falling too. Their engines were out. He felt his consciousness slipping away.
The last thing he saw was the surface of the giant ball of material looming up, filling the entire window. Hundreds of rocks struck the outside hull like a million hailstones in a hailstorm. Even their relentless cacophony could not keep Rodriguez awake. Even their relentless cacophony could not keep Rodriguez awake. Chapter 9. Bridge, ISS Warrior, Indira, Britannia Sector.
Time?
Granger asked. Still 2 minutes until we've matched the velocity of the incoming dreadnoughts, Captain, said Ensign Diamond. He nodded.
Q jump in 1. We'll decelerate the rest of the way once we've made the jump. That'll give us some time to assess the tactical situation.
Proctor eyed him warily. What is there to assess? Her eyes wondered. Even though she said nothing, he answered her unasked question.
We still have no idea what tactical advantages these things have.
You mean other than the fact that they're 100 times our size, sir? The remark was accompanied with a wink, indicating humor, but he continued as if he didn't hear. There was no time for humor, even gallows humor.
And for all we know, they have a weakness that can be exploited. We just took the time to scan them properly and study their ship layout.
You think we'll be able to study their ship schematic enough in 1 minute and figure out a way to destroy them? What, like fly into their exhaust port and blow up their main power reactor?
Something like that.
Seems a little cliché. She studied his face. Do you remember anything like these things? The Super Dreadnought? No fleeting memories? Lately, Proctor had been questioning him more about his vacation, his missing 3 days aboard the Constitution. The memories were still foggy, especially after Vishkane Karsa, the Dulmasi admiral, had tampered with Granger's mind, making him think he'd been peering down at the swarm homeworld. Afterwards, he thought he was remembering the swarm's point of origin, but the memory was false. And by thinking, wrongly, that he'd seen Volari 3, the Dulmasi's homeworld, he had inadvertently liberated them, thinking he was striking down the swarm. For all the good it had done them. Ever since then, the Dulmasi had rarely shown up to any battles when called upon. Some allies they were. He shook his head.
Nothing. I remember nothing of them.
Ensign Prince caught his attention. Sir? Granger noticed the time had elapsed.
Initiate Q jump.
Prince engaged the drive, and Granger felt the telltale momentary sway as the change in the star field on the view screen indicated the jump was successful. Quantum effects, such as the Q jump, were always a little more unpredictable close to a large gravity well like planets.
Continue deceleration,
he said.
Full scan of the ships as we approach. All bands, all fields, neutron, gamma, RF, metaspace, quantum signatures, everything.
And tactical? Proctor stood near her post in the rear of the bridge. The eyes of the tactical crew were on her and Granger.
Show them our belly again. That section of the ship is already dark. The crew is evacuated from decks 1 through 5, correct?
Yes, but...
Extend the evacuation to deck 8.
Proctor looked flustered. She never looked flustered. The battle was getting to her, or more likely, he was getting to her. Sir, engineering starts on deck 7. Are you going to evacuate engineering?
No, engineering crew stays.
Tim, this is highly irregular.
There's nothing regular about this, Shelby. Why would you expect it to start getting regular now?
Why was she calling him out in front of the crew? If she pushed any harder, he'd have to relieve her. He couldn't have this kind of public questioning of his orders, especially not in the middle of a battle. But deep inside, he knew why. Ever since Lieutenant Valls had come back through that singularity, ever since a swarm-controlled fishtail had woken up and started fingering Granger as a former swarm agent, confirming what Valls was saying, that the pilot had talked to Granger on the other side, acting for the swarm. It was getting to her. That much was obvious. It was making her doubt his orders, wondering if every action he took was still controlled by the swarm. He needed to figure out a way to regain her complete trust. She was too valuable an asset to lose, and if she didn't shape the hell up, he would lose her. That word lingered in his mind. Asset. Was she only an asset to him? Another human brick to hurl at the enemy? Another tool in his mission for complete and total victory? But it was true, wasn't it? He himself was a tool. They were all tools. When it came to the survival of the species, none of them mattered individually. Each of them, as a member of the pack, as a carrier of the precious genetic instructions that made the human race viciously fight for survival, was expendable. Including Proctor. Including Granger. She had to understand that. "We're all bricks, Commander." He looked her in the eye. The pain behind her gaze told him she understood.
"Very well, sir,"
she said with a curt nod.
"And send word to the CAG. I need some more human bricks." Word to the CAG. I need some more human bricks.
Chapter 10. Flight Combat Operations Center, ISS Warrior. Indira, Britannia Sector. Commander Pierce stared at the roster. The list of 150 men and women who'd committed their lives and their deaths to the safety of the warrior, and by extension the safety of all humanity. They signed up for this, he thought to himself. All of them. Except had they? Had any of them really signed up for this? Sure, fighter pilots weren't drafted, but humanity had not signed up for this war. It was thrust upon them. It was a gift from the Russians, or the Domasi, or Avery and Isaacson, or whoever else the conspiracy theorists insisted were involved in starting the war. He'd signed up. Because of his father. All the Pierces go military. For 300 years ever since the First Colonial War. His father had insisted. The old man had hinted that any Pierce that did not graduate at the top of his or her class at the Royal Fleet Academy on Britannia was a waste of space. So with a combination of guilt and familial duty, Tyler signed up and graduated at the top of his class. It was what Pierces do. But this Pierce wasn't happy about it. But he wasn't happy about the decision staring him in the face. Finally, after another 10 seconds of indecision, the voice in his ear erupted again.
"Commander, we need those fighters now. Pick 30 and be done with it."
I can't pick who lives and dies anymore, he whispered into the comm.
"Tyler,"
began Commander Proctor in a softer voice.
"You can do this. I know it's hard. 30 will die. But they'll save thousands, maybe millions. And those pilots will be heroes."
He sighed.
"Will they? Or will they just be victims? If you don't act now, Commander, we'll all be victims."
"Fine," he said, his voice hoarse. He selected 30, starting with the A's and ending with the H's. Alphabetical.
"Sending orders now, sir." "Thank you, Commander,"
she said.
"Proctor out."
He keyed in an instruction to the computer to open a comm link to the selected fighters and their pilots. He cleared his throat.
"If you can hear this, you are receiving an order for an Omega run. Launch immediately. Accelerate to maximum toward the Super Dreadnought at 15 Mark II. Unload your torpedoes and your guns on the target before final impact."
He flipped the comm off and slumped back in his seat. His assistants, Lieutenant Schweitzer and Ensign Spiriti, gave him grim, significant looks. They all knew that they would have lost at least 30 pilots anyway in a normal fighter battle. But this way felt far, far worse. It felt inhuman. It was like he lost his humanity with every Omega run order. He glanced at the picture of himself and his wife, their 2 children draped over their laps as they posed for the camera in some forest on York. It was what he fought for, what kept him alive. With a miracle, they might win the war, but the greater miracle would be keeping their souls. But the greater miracle would be keeping their souls. Chapter 11. Bridge, ISS Warrior. Indira, Britannia Sector. Granger watched the sensor readout, waiting for just the right moment. The fighters raced out of the bay, all 30 of them targeting the heart of one of the super dreadnoughts. Once they had formed up into a regular pattern, the warrior could commence firing.
but for now they risked hitting one of their own birds. Not that it mattered. They'd be dead anyway, in a matter of 30 seconds. They felt awful for thinking it, but it was true. They formed up into a ring and Granger gave the order. "Open fire!" All the functioning mag rails on the Warrior surged to life, blasting the slugs out at another 12 kilometers per second in addition to the 50 kps speed of the ship itself. In response, the two super dreadnoughts unleashed their own hell on the Warrior, raking her underside with dozens of antimatter beams. The ship shuddered. A moment later, a blast several decks below threw the entire bridge crew up against their restraints. One officer who'd removed his and forgotten to refasten it was thrown up against the ceiling, where his head hit a light fixture. Granger could tell the man was dead before he hit the floor.
"Hull breach is up through Deck 7,
yelled Proctor.
"One of the engineering compartments is compromised. If we lose main power, there's no way to restore it."
He could tell the targeted ship was already starting to move laterally, and as a result, over 2/3 of their mag rail slugs missed. But it didn't matter. The other ship couldn't evade them. They were coming in too fast. A few moments later, the dreadnought lit up with the brilliant explosions as some of the slugs found capacitor banks or auxiliary power lines. In a few more seconds, it too would be destroyed. 2 super dreadnoughts down in only one battle. Not bad, he thought to himself. Another explosion ripped through the lower decks, this time manifesting as power overloads at several junctions and terminals, resulting in dangerous electrical flashes and fires across the bridge. And all it took was me destroying the Warrior, he thought grimly. But a moment later, the view on the screen made his stomach lurch. 30 shimmering points of light appeared suddenly, right in front of the super dreadnought. They only lasted for a second, because almost immediately after they appeared, all 30 winked out, as each fighter slammed into one, disappearing in a flash. Shit! Another explosion.
"Tim,"
Proctor began.
"we've lost main power. We're not getting it back. Reyna is not responding down in engineering. It's over."
He closed his eyes. "Ensign Prince, how much thrust can you give me?" The young man, his face white, looked at his console.
"Mains are out, but I can give you half lateral thrust and 1/4 aft."
"Steer us in. Clip them on their side. With any luck, whatever's left of us will ricochet into the other one."
5 seconds left. The massive ship grew quickly on screen as the Warrior's incredible velocity propelled it toward a direct collision.
So this was goodbye,
he thought. For real this time. 2 seconds. 1. The super dreadnought disappeared. Did they hit it? Were they all dead? He looked around at his dazed bridge crew. He imagined death would be a lot more painful. And fiery.
Where the hell did it go?
Ensign Diamond, the tactical, studied his sensor display.
"Unknown, sir. We flew by the other one. But the target itself just disappeared."
His brow furrowed.
"Oh. Sir, I'm reading a Q-jump signature. The target Q-jumped away. Location unknown."
Granger pounded on his armrest. Proctor's voice cut through his disbelief with more bad news.
"And sir, the one we passed is accelerating, catching up to us. It'll match our speed in less than a minute. Weapons range in 80 seconds if they maintain this acceleration."
Damn it. I can't even get suicide right today. Damn it. I can't even get suicide right today.
Chapter 12. Bridge, ISS Warrior. Indira, Britannia Sector.
What's our vector? What kind of orbit are we in?
Ensign Prince, a little dazed at being still alive, shook his head a few times before responding.
It looks like we're coming in toward the planet on a highly inclined orbital plane, though we're far above escape velocity. Should take us just above the atmosphere before spitting us out into open space."
Commander Proctor added.
"And we'll fly right by a few of the swarm carriers on the way past. By the time we pass them, that other super dreadnought will have caught up to us."
How long?
Granger watched the planet grow larger as they approached. The billowing mushroom clouds had almost completely shrouded the view of the surface. He wondered how the rest of his fleet had fared against the remaining swarm carriers.
50 seconds,
said Proctor.
And the fleet?
She glanced at her task force tactical display, which Lieutenant Diaz had been using for fleet coordination.
Holding their own, for the most part. 5 swarm carriers destroyed. We've paid for it with 9 lost cruisers.
Doing the math in his head, he came to the grim conclusion. The swarm was going to win this one.
30 seconds until Dreadnought intercept. Around the same time we'll pass 3 carriers.
Proctor looked up.
If we angle ourselves just right, we might be able to take out all 3.
He flashed a wry, gallows humor grin.
A chance to redeem our previous failed suicide attempt? Very well. Do it.
Another dread silence fell over the bridge as the crew at the navigation station made their calculations, and Ensign Prince reoriented the ship and adjusted the orbital vector slightly to plow them right into one of the carriers. With any luck, they'd careen right through it and into a second one on the same path. Hopefully the blast front would take out the third hovering just out of the flight path. It was as good a death as any, taking out 3 whole carriers.
Sir,
began Ensign Prucha.
Incoming transmission.
Please say Admiral Zingano finally showed up,
thought Granger.
Source?
I may be mistaken, but it looks like it's coming from the Dreadnought.
Granger spun around.
It's coming from the swarm?
Looks like it, sir.
He blinked in surprise at his console.
And it's visual.
Granger, his head half cocked toward the front view screen, nodded incredulously.
Put it through.
The image of the devastated planet disappeared, replaced by another image, that of an alien. Not swarm, not Domasi. A third alien race, vaguely human but with tighter skin, almost a bluish tint.
Captain Granger, will you make alliance with us?
Granger's automatic reply sounded surreal in his mouth.
We will.
They were the only words to say, really.
And who do we make alliance with?
The 5th house of the Concordat of 7. You've shown us we can throw off our masters, just as you did with the Dolmasi.
Granger cut his hand across his throat, eyeing Ensign Prucha, who muted the audio. He shot a glance at Commander Proctor.
It's gotta be a trick. They have us at their mercy.
Maybe,
she said.
But what choice do we have?
He shrugged and nodded toward Prucha, who restored the audio.
Very well. To prove your sincerity, would you mind neutralizing the Valerisi carriers that are just now coming in range?
He said, using the name the swarm used for themselves. The alien, to Granger's disbelief, nodded once.
By all means, Captain. Please maneuver your ship around ours to shield yourselves. We detect that you cannot take much more damage.
Granger signaled Ensign Prince, who maneuvered the warrior as the alien had suggested, putting the dreadnought in between it and the 3 incoming swarm carriers.
Captain, the dreadnought is opening fire on the carriers,
began Ensign Diamond.
Full spread of antimatter beams.
The view screen split, half still displaying the new alien and the other half showing the carnage. The dreadnought had at least 10 times the number of beam turrets as the carriers, and within 15 seconds of the flyby, the targets were in ruins, breaking apart and blazing through the upper atmosphere.
Captain,
said Proctor, her voice betraying her disbelief.
Receiving word from the fleet. The rest of the carriers are pulling out. One already made a Q-jump out.
She looked up at him.
Shall I order pursuit?
He nodded quickly, still paralyzed by disbelief himself. The new twist of events had happened so suddenly, so illogically, and he was still trying to process it.
New contact, sir,
said Ensign Diamond, who broke out into a grin.
It's Admiral Zingano and his fleet.
The dreadnought broke off from their escort vector and accelerated toward another swarm carrier that was blasting away from the planet, trying to make its escape. Over 100 green beams lanced out from the dreadnought, overwhelming the carrier. The dreadnought eclipsed the fiery death throes of the much smaller ship.
Maybe they detected Zingano's imminent arrival and decided to make their move?
Maybe,
said Granger.
I suppose we'll get their explanation shortly.
He watched as the dreadnought reoriented itself and rejoined Warrior's flight vector. He couldn't help but feel he'd cheated, or that someone had cheated. It was too easy. They were about to die. Twice.
That alien had better have a damn good story.
That alien had better have a damn good story.
Chapter 13. Senator Joseph P. Hill Memorial Shipyards, Athens, Alabama, Earth. Vice President Isaacson smiled as widely as his strained, exhausted cheeks would allow him to. As the hovering cameras nearby zoomed backward into the air and panned wide, he relaxed the rictus grin a bit, knowing that the actual crowd assembled on the street below wouldn't be able to see him as closely as the ever-present cameras. Wouldn't be able to see him sigh, ever so slightly. They would never see him like she saw him. She saw everything. She was always there, in his every waking moment, governing his thoughts, his feelings, and of course his actions, and to a lesser extent his words. At least his spoken words. But he had to tightly govern his running mental commentary. He couldn't even call her bitch anymore. Not in his mind, at least. Not without suffering ungodly agony. An unfortunate side effect of having 30 mind and emotion reading implants capable of delivering 54 millijoules of brain-bending pain apiece. In certain moments, talking with certain senators or Russian agents with whom he was still trying to uphold the facade of agitator-in-chief, he allowed himself to unload on President Avery, calling her every filthy name his frenzied mind could grasp at. With those people, he had to maintain appearances of a murderous traitor, and so she allowed him to play the part. But with everyone else, with the public, he was to be the cheerleader, Avery's #1 surrogate. Thank you. You're too kind, he said, his voice amplified by a microphone hovering just a meter in front of him. Thousands of people had crammed into the plaza and neighboring streets to see him in person. It was just another ribbon-cutting ceremony for the newest heavy cruiser coming off the line at the nearby shipyard. But the people of Athens, Alabama, were proud of their contribution to the war effort. It was their 5th ship completed since the start of the war. All 4 of the previous ships had been lost, of course, just like over 60% of all newly built ships these days. But the pride of the crowd was palpable. You know, back when I was interning for Senator Hill, he paused for dramatic effect. I guess some of you may have heard of him. The crowd roared. The late Senator Hill was, in fact, an Alabama native. Back when I interned for old Joe, he told me, he says, Eamon, the people in my senatorial district are simply the best people in the galaxy. More roars from the crowd. Isaacson continued. The crowd was putty in his hand. He may have hated his forced servitude at the scheming hands of President Avery, but this part, the adoration of a war-weary crowd, this part he loved. Now, he says to me, Eamon, the people in my senatorial district are simply the best in the galaxy, he said again, expertly knowing that the key to any good political speech was repetition, repetition, repetition. And do you know why they're the best, Eamon? It's because they never give up. They never give up. They're the most badass, unbreakable people on the planet. They never give up. And you know what, Eamon? You know what? If the swarm ever comes back, the shitheads... I'm sorry, folks, Senator Hill was pretty colorful, if you know what I mean. The shitheads will never know what hit them. He paused to let the crowd scream ecstatically again. Old Senator Hill was an Alabama legend, especially here where he grew up. It didn't matter that Isaacson was making up the story about the old bastard. 100% blatant fabrication. The crowd ate it up. When old Joe died, a few years later, he continued slowly, adding a note of heaviness to his voice. The crowd hushed. When old Joe died, I found a letter in my mailbox the next week. He'd included it in his will. Imagine, little old me, just a snot-nosed intern getting a personal letter from a United Earth Senate legend. I opened it, hands trembling. The crowd was utterly silent. I pulled out the letter, I read it again. Tears came to my eyes. He continued, filling in with meaningless words as he racked his brain for what to say next. There was no letter. He'd only interned for the old codger for a week before the man died suddenly of a heart attack during a blowjob from some prostitute, and Isaacson had never even met him. But he needed a good line for the crowd. And through my tears I saw the firm, handwritten signature of that patriot, that giant of a man. He cleared his throat, summoning a good show of emotion. The words he wrote are these, and I quote, "A sacrifice made in the service of your fellow countrymen is no sacrifice at all." Brilliant, Eamon, he thought as the crowd went wild. He held up a hand. "Thank you for your sacrifice. I know you've seen hunger, pain, loss, and seemingly endless war. And through it all, you've persevered. You've given us a fighting chance against our mortal enemy. You've given us this," he said, indicating the giant cruiser in dry dock about a kilometer away. He slipped in a few more anecdotes, some good old-fashioned, folksy, homespun wisdom, pumped up the crowd with a bit more cheerleading, and finally called it a day. 3 speeches in a row, 3 starship naming ceremonies, 3 ceremonially broken bottles against tungsten iridium hulls, hundreds of local dignitaries and factory chiefs and shift managers, thousands of handshakes. His hand ached, his back ached, his head ached, and when he finally collapsed on his bed at the end of the day, he groaned when his comm card alarmed, indicating she wanted to talk to him. He couldn't mentally swear at her. He couldn't slather her with creative insults and curses. All he could do was take a deep breath and tap his fingers against his leg in the same rhythm as the syllables of one particular insulting, vulgar phrase. He couldn't think the words. She'd hear that, and she'd punish him severely for it. But he tapped the rhythm. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. It was his only release. The only way he could impotently strike back at her. The alarm sounded again, and one of his 30 implants buzzed slightly. Not painfully, but as a warning. "Don't keep me waiting, Mr. Vice President. I'm not a patient woman." He pulled his comm card out and tapped it. "Yes, Madam President." "Good work today, Mr. Isaacson. I trust you're not too exhausted. 3 naming ceremonies. 3? That sounds downright tiresome." She laughed. Tap, 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 tap. "Don't worry, I'll let you sleep soon. Any word from Ambassador Volodin?" "Not yet. He says an audience with Marakov is highly unlikely, but that he'd pull all his strings to arrange it." "Good," said Avery. "We need to get you in there. Much depends on it. If I may ask, Madam President, why not just meet him yourself? If the message you want delivered to him is that important, wouldn't it carry more diplomatic force if it was the President of United Earth delivering it?" She laughed. "Oh, Eamon, you're so incredibly naive sometimes." Tap, 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 tap. "Oh?" He couldn't help but let a hint of sarcasm seep into his voice. Luckily, she let it slide. His implants remained silent. "Mr. Isaacson, the message I want delivered is one that is suited uniquely to you." She laughed again and added, "Besides, it wouldn't look good at all if I were the one to negotiate with Mr. Marakov. Just think of the optics. I'm the badass, no-nonsense, take-no-prisoners President of United Earth. I can't be seen talking to war criminals." He'd been halfway through sitting up to walk to the bathroom, but he froze. "I beg your pardon, Madam President?" Was she actually thinking of sending him off alone, outside her influence, to talk to her mortal enemy? "You heard me, Eamon," she said, using his first name for the first time in 2 months. "You're going to negotiate with President Marakov. In person, in his own office. You need to get inside his head, see what he's thinking. Otherwise, we don't stand a chance." He heard her take a sip of a drink she was holding, the clink of the ice rung against the glass. She continued, "And if that doesn't work, then you'll sabotage his secret computer network.
preferably with a bomb or something, in full view of live television cameras. The whole galaxy will see it live. She laughed again. Should cause quite a stir, don't you think? People will see that we're finally striking back against the Russian bastards. Oh, don't worry, I know what you're thinking. I'm sure you'll escape the blast. Well, reasonably sure. Ha! Tap, 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 tap. Ha! Tap, 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 tap. Chapter 14. Sickbay, ISS Warrior. High orbit, Britannia. Vols watched her through sickbay's windows. She was asleep and still bound to the bed by thick straps and cuffs. They weren't going to take any chances with her. Commander Proctor had done some tests involving metaspace signals and determined that, while Fishtail was unconscious, the swarm was not able to control her or send and receive signals through her. But even so,